Introduction. The clouds dispersed, revealing that the Vortex demon still thrived. Although the demon bore scars, its body charred and two of its heads damaged, it was slowly mending. The assault from the final mechanism had proven effective. However, the Vortex demon was no mere training dummy. It retaliated fiercely upon being struck. The demon unleashed several energy orbs composed of water, which coalesced in the air, transforming into meteors that hurtled toward the Jade Pavilion. An eye for an eye. Evade quickly. The approaching meteor swarm had the wind-borrowing true monarch Lu Yun in a state of heightened alarm. Chapter 1. The Guidance of the Red Comet. Your Highness, ahead lies the ruins of Valeria. Shall we proceed? At this moment, the sea of the setting sun was tumultuous, waves whipped by fierce winds rising and falling like rampaging mountains. The dark clouds loomed low, threatening to descend and crush the entire ocean beneath their weight. The fugitive princess, Murong Huang, stood at the bow of the ship, her hands gripping the slick railing, her nails nearly embedding into the wood. Your Highness, we cannot go any further. Captain Ironhand Dick implored anxiously. No one has ever emerged alive from the ruins of Valeria. Murong Huang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the fleet pursuing them. 15 warships, each flaunting the imposing black and gold flag of a serpent, the emblem of her uncle, Murong Jia. Do we have any other choice? Her voice rang out, icy as the depths of winter. Her maid, Qing Si, knelt beside her, trembling fingers clutching the hem of the princess's garment. Your Highness, the smoke sea will consume us. It is said to be inhabited by countless monsters, with boiling waters and toxic mists. And is there anything more terrifying than Murong Jia's blade? Murong Huang interjected sharply, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. At that moment, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, illuminating her visage, pale as snow, save for her amber eyes, which burned with an indomitable fire. Her raven hair danced wildly in the wind, tips drenched in the briny seawater, coiling around her neck like serpents. Relay the orders. She chose the path of risk, refusing to believe that fate was so unjust. Murong Huang's voice was low yet resolute. Full speed ahead, into the smoke sea. Captain Ironhand Dick's complexion turned ashen, yet he refrained from arguing, spitting contemptuously before bellowing at the helmsman. Hard to port. Lower the sails. Secure all safety lines. Enter the smoke sea. Suddenly, the ship tilted violently, nearly tossing Murong Huang overboard. Qing Si screamed as she lunged to wrap her arms around the princess's waist, pulling her back to the deck. The searing waves crashed against the hull with a thunderous roar, akin to some colossal beast gnawing at the timber beneath. They are actually pursuing us. The sailor on the watchtower exclaimed in shock as he saw the enemy forces enter the smoky sea. Murong Huang turned her head and indeed saw the fleet from the barbarian lands drawing near. On the foremost warship, towering archers were already preparing their large bows to shoot. In no time, a rain of flaming arrows swept towards them, though they landed several yards away from the port side of the Phoenix. It was not due to their lack of accuracy, but rather because a colossal wave had just tilted the Phoenix. Full speed ahead. Faced with this life-and-death crisis, the crew of the Phoenix fought with all their might. The ship accelerated once more, plunging deep into the smoky sea. In that moment, Murong Huang felt as though the world around her had been distorted by some invisible force. The sea transformed from a deep blue into a sinister gray-green, resembling a cauldron of boiling poison. The air was thick with a pungent smell of sulfur, mingled with an odor of decay, reminiscent of the stagnant air that escapes when an ancient tomb is suddenly pried open. Oh gods! Qing Si quickly covered her mouth and nose, but was still choked to tears. Even so, she handed her only handkerchief to Murong Huang for her to cover her face. Murong Huang's skin began to sting fine, ashes descended from the sky, landing on her arms and immediately scorching tiny red spots. She looked up and saw that the sky was no longer the black of a storm, but rather a morbid dark red, with clouds swirling slowly like rusted iron seared by flames. In the distance, the twisted black spires of Valeria's ruins faintly pierced the horizon, resembling the shattered bones of a giant. 200 years ago, a cataclysmic disaster had submerged the entire Valeria Peninsula beneath the sea, leaving only these broken grand structures standing like tombstones along the edge of the smoky sea. The seawater is boiling. It's so hot. A sailor's scream suddenly echoed from below deck. Murong Huang rushed to the ship's railing and leaned over, only to see countless bubbles floating on the surface, bubbling and churning as if innumerable mouths were breathing beneath the water. More terrifyingly, the wooden planks surrounding the ship had begun to heat up, steam hissing out from the seams. "There's a whirlpool to port." The lookout shouted a warning. Murong Huang turned to look, her pupils narrowing in shock. To the left of the Phoenix, a massive whirlpool was rapidly forming, its diameter at least half a kilometer, with the sea water spinning madly downward, revealing an unfathomable darkness below. "Lower the sails. Everyone hold on tight," Murong Huang commanded sternly. But it was too late. The Phoenix shuddered violently, the main mast creaking under the strain before crashing onto the deck. 3 sailors were caught off guard, crushed into a bloody pulp by the heavy mast, their blood streaming across the wooden planks, only to be quickly evaporated by the searing deck, leaving behind dark red stains. Just as despair enveloped Murong Huang, a blood-red light suddenly illuminated the sky. Murong Huang lifted her gaze and beheld a blazing comet slicing through the clouds, trailing a long, luminous tail, akin to a divine spear hurled by a celestial being, hurtling towards them with great speed. Even more astonishing was its trajectory, which spun in complete opposition to the swirling vortex, as if guiding them towards a path of salvation. "Follow the comet," she instinctively shouted. Iron Hand Dick's eyes widened in disbelief. "But that leads directly into the eye of the storm." "Do as I command." Murong Huang's voice brooked no dissent. The comet's radiance suddenly intensified, illuminating the entire ocean of smoke like a vast pool of blood. Beneath this eerie crimson light, Murong Huang was horrified to discern countless enormous shadows gliding beneath the surface, their lengths at least 3 times that of the Phoenix. Though their outlines were indistinct, she could vaguely make out their sinuous bodies and imposing fin-like appendages. "Dragon of darkness." Dick's voice trembled. "Below the smoke, there's still living dragons." The fleet fought desperately to follow the comet's path, miraculously evading the largest vortex. Yet, the cost was steep too. Accompanying vessels, while traversing a seething expanse of ocean, suddenly belched white smoke from their hulls, and in an instant, a massive hole was corroded into their sides. Sailors struggled valiantly in the scalding waters, their skin rapidly deteriorating, and before they could utter a sound, they sank into the depths. The Phoenix was also grievously wounded. Water had flooded the hold to a depth of 3 feet, and the helm was nearly rendered inoperative. The eldest maid, Yunjin, was pierced through the shoulder by a splinter while trying to protect the princess's treasure chest, blood soaking her garments. In such dire circumstances, their survival was uncertain. Over half of the guards had perished, and the servants suffered devastating losses. For 3 whole days and nights, they struggled for survival in this cursed sea. The red comet remained steadfastly ahead, while the fleet of the invaders had long since vanished, likely claimed by the ocean's depths. When the Phoenix finally broke free from the dreadful storm, only 15 guards, 2 maids, and a handful of sailors remained aboard. "We have survived?" the maid, Qin, uttered in disbelief. Murong Huang turned to gaze at the receding ruins of Valeria. In the morning light, the twisted spires seemed to mock them with outstretched fingers. The once brilliant red comet appeared to have fulfilled its purpose, fading into dullness. "No," she whispered. "We have merely evaded death for now." "Where are we now?" Iron Hand Dick inspected the damaged star chart, then glanced towards the faint outlines of islands in the distance, suddenly revealing an expression of incredulity. "The Staircase Isles. The storm has blown us near the Staircase Isles." A cold smile crept upon Murong Huang's lips. The Staircase Isles, a haven for pirates, exiles, and ambitious souls. A perfect hideaway, perhaps also the starting point for her resurgence. "Adjust the course," she commanded. "Prepare to land." The sea breeze carries the essence of distant islands, mingling with the scent of gunpowder and freedom. Murong Huang unfastens her water-soaked outer robe, revealing the embroidered phoenix emblem on her inner lining, a symbol of the royal lineage from the lands beyond. This emblem, which ought to have been consigned to the depths of the ocean, now shines brilliantly once more under the morning sun. Chapter 2. The Bastard of Daemon. Alas, in the spring of the 99th year of conquest, within the volcanic forge on Phoenix Island, the largest of the Stone Steps archipelago, 4-year-old Attia Phoenix gazes melancholically at the swirling magma before him, muttering to himself, "Have I traversed realms? Or have I awakened my latent wisdom?" Attia has only recently begun to gradually awaken memories of his past life, only now realizing that he has been reborn into the world of a song of ice and fire. Moreover, his mother is a character never depicted in the books or series, a female pirate leader known as Gaia Phoenix Muronghuang. According to Bachelor Fawn, who instructs him in his studies, his mother and her crew arrive at the Stone Steps archipelago in pursuit of a red comet. With the aid of 15 highly skilled and well-equipped personal guards, Gaia effortlessly swept through the pirate dens of the region, ascending to become the new queen of the Stone Steps archipelago. Unlike the previous pirate leaders, her followers are all formidable individuals. Each of the 15 elite guards can be compared to the finest knights of the continent of Westeros. Under their guidance, the once dispersed pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago have become a renowned elite force. Though outsiders still refer to them as the Pirates of Stone Steps, since Gaia's conquest, they have not engaged in a single act of plunder. Even the tolls collected from passing merchant ships have been halved compared to the past. Years have passed, and the Stone Steps archipelago is no longer the feared pirate haven it once was. This transformation is largely due to Gaia's abundance of wealth and her myriad methods of generating income. Even her personal maidservants possess remarkable talents. Channa, known for her prowess in pottery and porcelain, currently oversees the Phoenix Workshop, the most renowned pottery studio along the Narrow Sea. Porcelain has become one of the most stable sources of revenue for the Stone Steps archipelago, yielding profits of no less than 10,000 golden dragons each month. In the world of Game of Thrones, the monetary system is quite convoluted in this narrative. One golden dragon is equated to the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan today, which will serve as the financial benchmark henceforth. Zhuisi, skilled in weaving and agriculture, has managed to cultivate vast fields of pasture and fruit trees on the barren lands of the Stone Steps archipelago, transforming the former pirates into skilled farmers in just a few years. The textile techniques of Westeros and the free cities have been rendered obsolete in the face of the innovations from the lands beyond. Consequently, the Stone Steps archipelago has emerged as a new textile hub in the Narrow Sea. Were it not for the limitations of manpower and resources, the archipelago could dominate the Narrow Sea solely through the silk trade. Nonetheless, through the export of high-quality stone step islands, the profits garnered each year amount to at least 200,000 to 300,000 gold dragons. Time-worn islands, once inhabited by pirates, have seen many of their most nefarious members reduced to mere fertilizer, buried in the earth, while the rest have been reallocated by Gaia into new roles. The most skilled 300 individuals, having undergone rigorous training under the tutelage of 15 guards, have now become elite warriors. The less capable have been relegated to serfdom under the command of Zhuisi, with the strong either laboring as salt workers or blacksmiths. Gaia's wet nurse, Lady Cook, possesses remarkable culinary skills and excels in the crafting of various seasonings. Under her guidance, utilizing the natural advantages of the Stone Step Islands, numerous large salt fields have been established on the lesser productive isles. To conserve manpower, they have also implemented the windmill technology from the mainland. The Stone Step Islands, long besieged by strong winds, have benefited from these advanced windmills, facilitating the transportation of seawater. Moreover, these windmills have been employed to elevate seawater, which, after undergoing multiple filtration stages and rapid cooling, successfully separates sea salt while also collecting a significant amount of fresh water. Although the taste of this fresh water leaves much to be desired for drinking, it proves quite satisfactory for irrigating crops and nourishing livestock. The maid Fiona, renowned for her beauty and proficiency with various musical instruments, now aids Gaia in managing the Phoenix Manor across several locations, including Junlin, Telosai, Mill, Old Town, and Pantos. The Phoenix Manor, a luxurious establishment offering accommodation, entertainment, and dining, has garnered immense popularity among nobles, who often indulge extravagantly within its confines. Thanks to the Phoenix Manor, Gaia has not only amassed considerable wealth, but has also successfully established her own network of covert operatives. The transformations of the Stone Step Islands have naturally attracted the attention of other factions. However, in the year 96 of the conquest, as Volantis launched a formidable offensive to seize contested territories, Gaia, leading her 300 Phoenix Guards and 30 modern warships, aided the alliance of Telosai, Riss, and Mill in achieving victory, simultaneously showcasing her own strength. This display effectively quashed the nefarious ambitions of other factions toward the Stone Step Islands. Furthermore, Gaia has captured the attention of Prince Daemon of the Targaryen family, resulting in the birth of his son, Attia. In a bid to marry Gaia legitimately, Daemon exerted considerable effort, yet the royal family staunchly opposed the union due to Gaia's origins, ultimately betrothing Daemon to Miss Rhea of Stone. Proud by nature, Gaia, feeling the disdain of the Targaryen royal family, decisively severed ties with Daemon, even while bearing his child. Nevertheless, it is well known that Demon is fiercely loyal and ruthless toward his enemies, which has deterred most from provoking the current Stone Step Islands. Although Gaia and Demon parted ways, this did not hinder the bond between Attia and his father. From Attia's first month, Demon often held him as they soared upon the back of the great dragon, Clarxio, traversing the skies. Demon made numerous attempts to procure a dragon egg for Attia, yet all his efforts were in vain. On one occasion, he even audaciously infiltrated a dragon's lair to seize an egg, only to have it snatched back by his father, Prince Baelor, riding atop Vagor. This series of failures deepened Demon's sense of indebtedness to Attia, prompting him to bring an abundance of gifts during his visits. Despite being merely 4 years of age, Attia's personal treasury had amassed over 10,000 gold dragons. Upon awakening memories from his past life, Attia's avarice intensified. He sold off all the ostentatious garments, toys, and other valuable trinkets from his private collection, which yielded him an additional 30,000 gold dragons. "My lord Attia, are you not feeling the heat?" Attia's servant, Locke, called out loudly at the entrance of the forge. He could not comprehend why his master chose to linger beside the terrifying molten rock. Even at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, he felt as though his face was being scorched. The blacksmiths, too, could only work from a distance of several meters away. Attia waved his hand dismissively, signaling Locke to refrain from disturbing him. He was no fool. He could endure the heat without subjecting himself to unnecessary torment. Attia himself was puzzled by his remarkable tolerance for high temperatures. Perhaps it was the Targaryen blood coursing through his veins that granted him such resilience? Could it be that I'm also a fire wielder? As this thought crossed his mind, Attia could not resist slowly bringing his hand closer to the swirling magma. "My lord," Locke's insistent voice pierced the air, causing Attia to flinch, and in a moment of distraction, he accidentally scalded his hand on the searing lava. A surge of pain coursed through him, instinctively prompting Attia to retreat, only to inadvertently scrape his arm against a jagged stone. A torrent of blood flowed into the churning pool of magma. Chapter 3. The enigmatic dreamscape. At the moment when Attia was engulfed by excruciating pain, an extraordinary power surged forth from the churning lava, enveloping him instantaneously. This overwhelming sensation made him feel as though his very blood was igniting. The piercing agony rendered him nearly breathless, before he could utter a single cry of despair. A torrent of energy surged into his mind, causing him to faint abruptly. In a state of disorientation, Attia found himself transported to a wondrous realm composed entirely of flames, where everything seemed ethereal and dreamlike. It resembled an ocean of fire, akin to a boundless expanse of clouds woven from flames. Curiously, he wandered aimlessly, and in this world seemingly forged from pure energy, the omnipresent warmth enveloped him in a delightful comfort. It felt as though he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, with every cell in his body rejoicing in sheer bliss. Remarkably, the burns on his hands and the wounds on his arms began to heal rapidly, nourished by the surrounding mystical warmth. There was no sense of up or down, only an endless flow of orange and red lights swirling and dancing, forming bizarre patterns. They resembled script and runes, various flame spirits, and even fantastical creatures yet to take shape. When he attempted to touch them, they dissipated into warm energy, eluding his grasp entirely. "You have arrived, Prince of the Fiery Bloodline." Suddenly, a deep voice resonated like thunder from the depths of the flames, causing Attia's heart to leap in astonishment. Countless flames began to coalesce rapidly before him, gradually forming a colossal silhouette, a golden dragon. Almost simultaneously, flames surged around him, revealing a crimson dragon, a blackish-purple phoenix adorned with massive horns, and a resplendent phoenix shimmering with myriad colors. These dragons bore a striking resemblance to those from the realm of Game of Thrones, yet their forms were more elongated and imposing, each possessing 5 talons at the tips of their wings. They exuded an aura of bloodlust and primal ferocity. Their scales radiated intense heat, akin to flowing lava, and their eyes shone like 2 burning crimson stars, beautiful yet profound. The pair of phoenixes appeared even more peculiar. Attia instinctively recognized them as phoenixes, though their appearance bore little resemblance to any he had known. Clad in dazzling plumage, these creatures sported enormous horns resembling those of a water buffalo atop their heads. While their feathers were not as flamboyant as the legendary phoenix, their size was astonishing, each exceeding 100 meters, rivaling that of the dragons. As they flapped their wings, countless flames erupted from thin air, only to vanish like shooting stars. "Who are you?" At that moment, Attia realized that he need not utter a word. All his thoughts were conveyed directly to the four colossal beasts in the form of consciousness. We are the guardians of the flames. A resounding voice echoed within Attia's heart, and the surrounding flames surged and ebbed in rhythm with this utterance. For millennia, we have slumbered in that ineffable realm, awaiting the appropriate bloodline to awaken us. Suddenly, the flames around him began to convulse violently, morphing into a vision of the Valyrian cataclysm. The 14 fire peaks erupted simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that not only rent the earth asunder, but also ignited the very heavens, as dragons plummeted amidst their anguished cries. This sight pierced Attia's heart with a profound sorrow, as if the torment of those dragons had been directly transmitted to his soul. Our kin, who descended before us, were nearly annihilated. Therefore, alas, there is little time for further discourse. The truth of this world must be uncovered by your own growing strength, step by step. Child, do not place your trust in any deities. No sooner had the words been spoken than the four beasts transformed once more into boundless flames. The fire shifted dramatically again, this time revealing the scene of Attia's birth. A crimson comet fell upon the Stone Steps archipelago, the violent impact causing the nearby seabed to rise swiftly, giving birth to the Phoenix Island, which now spans over 20,000 square kilometers. Just as Attia was on the verge of awakening to his mother's call, the surrounding flames roiled violently, and a torrent of immense knowledge surged into his consciousness. The foundational syllables of the ancient tongue, countless historical fragments, and the secrets of Valyrian steel flooded over him like a tidal wave, threatening to shatter his awareness. Attia's consciousness struggled amidst the anguish, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the images and sounds, far beyond his capacity to endure. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a sudden coolness emerged from the depths of his consciousness, a remnant of his past life's soul. How intriguing! Your otherworldly spirit possesses more resilience than we anticipated. Gradually, the flames around him stabilized, forming a gentler vortex that continuously converged towards Attia. He felt his body rapidly strengthening, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. Can I acquire a dragon? This was Attia's foremost concern. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, nothing held greater significance than possessing a dragon. We have already come to your side. Just as Attia was about to inquire further, he was suddenly seized by a violent tug. The reality of the outside world beckoned him to return. Time was running out. Remember, do not trust any gods, do not provoke them. Before their message concluded, the world of flames began to collapse swiftly, and Attia felt his consciousness being drawn toward a point of light. Attia opened his eyes to find anxious faces surrounding him. His mother, Gaia, held his small hand with a look of deep concern. Her once vibrant and authoritative demeanor had withered significantly, and her face bore dark circles. Behind her, the maid Chana and his servant Locke were softly weeping, while Demon stood at the doorway, his expression grave, grateful to the divine phoenix. Gaia was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Attia awake at last, her voice trembling with emotion. She gently caressed Attia's forehead and said, "My dear Attia, you have been in a coma for 3 days and nights. You frightened me terribly." As Attia attempted to sit up, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, yet curiously, he felt no pain. Instead, a warm sensation flowed from his wound throughout his body. The magma dragon. He murmured in a daze, but quickly realized the inappropriateness of his words and fell silent. Gaia's gaze sharpened suddenly. She turned to the others and instructed, "You all must leave. I wish to speak with my son alone. That includes you, Demon Targaryen." "All right, I shall return shortly." Once the room was left with only the two of them, Gaia's expression grew complex. "Tell me, Attia, what did you see in your dream?" Attia hesitated, well aware of the old adage that possessing something precious often leads to peril. Yet, under his mother's piercing gaze, he understood that even ordinary lies would likely not suffice to deceive her. Thus, Attia spoke to Gaia, half-truths mingling with reality, recounting his dream. "While I was unconscious, I found myself in a land engulfed in flames. The flames brought me an unusual comfort, seemingly empowering me further. I also saw in the distance a colossal dragon lurking in the magma, and a great bird soaring through the sky, adorned with magnificent horns. Their gazes startled me awake." Dreams of dragons and phoenixes? Gaia's excitement was palpable. As a princess of the Eastern Celestial Empire, she was privy to many secrets, particularly after her association with Demon, which had revealed some knowledge of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords. "Attia, did you only see the dragon and not the phoenix? Our Murong royal lineage flows with the ancient blood of the phoenix. Some individuals awakened the phoenix's legacy through fortunate circumstances. The phoenix was once as miraculous and grand a creature as the dragon. If you dream of them again, do not fear, try to communicate with them, as you may encounter unexpected wonders. With that, Gaia produced the phoenix blade from her grasp, a beautifully crafted longsword. Suddenly, the phoenix blade ignited in flames within Gaia's hands. I awakened to the practical use of the phoenix blade from the phoenix dream when I was 7. The Murong family's phoenix blade is a weapon more extraordinary than those of Valyria. In the realm of contemporary fantasy literature, the phoenix guards wield blades known as phoenix swords, crafted as replicas of the legendary phoenix blade. While they may not rival the renowned Valyrian weapons, they surpass the majority of armaments found in this world. The volcanic heat of Phoenix Island enables the forges to produce exceptionally refined gear, with the phoenix swords and phoenix armor representing the pinnacle of the island's metallurgical prowess. This has become a crucial asset in their battles over contested territories, leading to their swift rise to fame. Astonishingly, not a single one of the over 300 phoenix guards fell in battle, leaving the world in utter disbelief. Attia, do not disclose your dreams to outsiders. Some knowledge is best kept to oneself, for many in this world lack true empathy, and it is a common trait for individuals to resent the well-being of others. Understood. Mother. Gaia comfortingly embraced Attia, noting, your wound has healed remarkably. In just 3 days, it appears completely restored, and it seems you shall bear no scar. Is that all? I expected you might procure a dragon egg for me. With Jaehaerys and Balon around, Demon appears quite subdued, Attia mused, examining the solid gold dragon model in her hands. This must be Vagr, father? Indeed. Do you like it? I adore it. In the days that followed, Demon remained on Phoenix Island. Mornings were spent teaching Attia the Valyrian tongue and the noble lineages of the 7 kingdoms, while afternoons were dedicated to hunting in the nearby seas aboard the dragon, Clarkshoe. Evenings were filled with clandestine visits to Gaia's coastal villa. The island's rear is marked by sheer cliffs reaching 1,000 meters and an undulating mountain range. A major river meanders from the northwest, flowing through much of the island before emptying into the sea in the southeast. The region's frequent precipitation has resulted in a network of rivers and fertile lands across Phoenix Island. The low cliffs on both the eastern and western sides are now adorned with an abundance of trees and pastures. The central area features flat terrain and numerous waterways, cultivated into extensive fields and pastures. To the south lies a vast and bustling harbor, home to the Phoenix Dock and the Phoenix Guard stronghold, where merchant ships arrive in a continuous stream, contributing to the island's prosperity. This advantageous geographical position not only makes Phoenix Island easy to defend, but also, with its fertile lands and exceptional maritime conditions, has allowed it to amass considerable wealth within a mere 5 or 6 years. Phoenix Fortress, perched atop the highest peak in the northwest, is backed by an active volcano and surrounded by expansive groves of vibrant phoenix trees. Hidden within are the secrets of the Targaryen lineage. To the east of the fortress lie extensive orchards, while a path to the northeast leads directly to the forges and pottery workshops, the very place where Attia had sustained her injury. To the west lies a cliff that meets the sea, upon which the magnificent Phoenix Fortress is perched like a phoenix poised to take flight. Though modest in scale, its intricate carvings and elegant architecture exude a refined beauty. In less than half a month, Attia's injuries had healed completely, leaving no trace of scars. With no further excuse to linger, Daemon reluctantly took his leave. Attia, rest assured, I shall bring you your dragon egg before long. Such promises had been made for 4 or 5 years now, losing their charm. How tiresome, Gaia remarked with impatience before retreating into the castle. After Daemon departed, Attia resumed his daily studies under the tutelage of Scholar Fawn and Captain Inchi. In the afternoon, Gaia personally guided him in practicing the Phoenix Blade technique. That night, in a state between sleep and wakefulness, Attia suddenly felt a calling. Barefoot and in a daze, he followed the pull of his heart toward the back mountain. As he passed through the dense sycamore forest, Attia found himself unwittingly arriving at the family's sacred ground. There stood a towering, abandoned ship mast at the entrance, exuding an air of majesty. The feeling in Attia's heart grew stronger as he approached, prompting him to step into the family's secret site without hesitation. The Phoenix family sanctuary was nestled within a vast natural cavern, a common site in the northern mountains of Mad Island, connected to the magma pools at the volcano's core. Much like the forging workshop where Attia had been injured, as he entered, a wave of scorching air enveloped him. Within this tomb, there was nothing extraordinary, just a stone niche filled with sandalwood tablets inscribed with the names of the Murong royal lineage in the language of the Yi people. These tablets had been painstakingly brought back by Gaia and his companions. Upon nearing the magma pool, Attia sensed a strangely familiar aura emanating from 3 colossal stones nearby. What is this? Instinctively, he placed his hand upon one of the stones, which, as if reaching a critical point, shattered into fragments. Among the debris lay a dazzling stone egg, as large as a basin. At that moment, the other 2 stones erupted, revealing 2 more stone eggs within, one golden and the other red, both adorned with scales. Could these be dragon eggs? Just as Attia managed to gather the 3 eggs together, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he fell asleep, cradling the eggs. A sudden, high-pitched bird call echoed across Phoenix Island, carried by the brisk sea wind. The phoenix blade in Gaia's chamber ignited spontaneously, while the lava pool on Phoenix Island began to stir restlessly. The forge's fire blazed fiercely, and a phoenix blade in the midst of forging erupted with vibrant runes, igniting in a spectrum of flames. Gaia was abruptly awakened amidst a surging tide of vitality. Exclaiming in disbelief, Phoenix's call. Chapter 5. The twin phoenixes once again. The slumbering Attia found herself in that enchanting realm of flames. However, this time, the fiery world appeared significantly diminished, and the ethereal flames surrounding her lacked the grandeur they once possessed. The transformation here was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a crystalline note resonated in the distance, sending a shiver through Attia's very essence. As a being of pure consciousness, she was swept by a gentle breeze, finding herself before a colossal egg. With another harmonious chime, the immense egg cracked open, brilliant light bursting forth and illuminating the entire world. Attia felt her consciousness resonate with the clear call, as if something deep within her soul had been awakened. She gazed in astonishment at the egg, which shattered piece by piece, its radiant glow reminiscent of the most resplendent dawn. With the 3rd melodious call echoing through the heavens, the colossal egg exploded entirely, 2 blazing forms of avian flames soaring into the sky. The first flame manifested a profound shade of purplish black, akin to the darkest stars in the night sky, flickering with a hauntingly beautiful dark purple glow. The ethereal purple flames of the nether phoenix collided with the vibrant hues of the rebirth phoenix, not consuming one another, but rather achieving a remarkable harmony. The entire realm of flames began to flourish and expand with their emergence, their calls intertwined, as if partaking in an ancient covenant. Attia suddenly comprehended that in this world, phoenixes are born as twins from a single egg, though no phoenix had emerged in millennia. Their existence had been preserved only through totems and legends. 2 phoenixes, entwined in life and death, represented an eternal bond of mortality and vitality, darkness and light, forever inseparable. Yet, the phoenixes faced immense difficulty in procreating. Most often, they would transform into stone eggs upon death, awaiting rebirth. This rendered their numbers exceedingly scarce, and any disruption to their rebirth process could lead to an irrevocable end. No wonder phoenixes are so rarely born. As Attia eagerly perused the knowledge surrounding phoenixes, suddenly, both phoenixes bowed their heads, their fiery eyes fixed intently upon her. In their melodic cries, 2 flames erupted from their wings and, in an instant, engulfed Attia. A voice, ancient and profound, resonated within Attia's heart, marking the beginning of an extraordinary connection between her and the 2 phoenixes. Attia's consciousness was wholly engulfed by 2 blazing flames. However, surprisingly, he did not experience the searing pain one might expect. Instead, it felt as though he were immersed in the warmth of a soothing spring, and deep within his soul, something seemed to have been ignited completely. In the realm of reality, Attia, clutching 3 stone eggs, suddenly awakened, his pupils flickering with a blend of dark purple and iridescent light. The night sky over Phoenix Island was abruptly illuminated by 2 beams of light. The dark purple radiance sliced through the heavens, causing the corpses of all animals within a radius of several dozen kilometers to spontaneously ignite without a breath of wind, ultimately transforming into pure energy that dispersed into the cosmos. The iridescent light swept across Phoenix Island like a gentle, warm spring breeze. The phoenix trees on the island instantly appeared transformed, with many towering specimens bursting forth with brilliant crimson blossoms. Remarkably, an abandoned phoenix mast that had long stood outside the family's secret grounds began to sprout roots and branches anew. Its once dead trunk now adorned with a glowing phoenix rune, identical to the family crest of the Moron clan. Gaia, clad only in a luxurious nightgown, observed the commotion in the rear mountains, her amber eyes wide with shock and exhilaration. Could it be the phoenix manifesting in the world? As a descendant of an ancient royal lineage that revered the phoenix as its totem, no one understood their nature better than Gaia. Unlike the dragons tamed by the Targaryen family, the phoenixes are beings of profound independence and compassion. When their master's actions and intentions stray from the paths of mercy and wisdom, they will unhesitatingly abandon their master in search of a worthy successor who embodies benevolent leadership. Thus, phoenixes will only recognize those with extraordinary imperial potential as their masters, assisting them in the betterment of the entire realm. Gaia clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting both pride and concern. She understood that this phoenix's descent was undoubtedly connected to her son, and that the trials and tribulations awaiting Attia would be numerous. Meanwhile, Demon Targaryen, who was wandering through brothels in Tyrosh, suddenly felt an inexplicable stir within his veins. His dragon, Clarkshoe, also began to roar restlessly, its amber eyes fixated curiously on the direction of Phoenix Island. As Attia regained his senses, he gazed at the two fluffy, turkey-sized phoenix hatchlings nestled in his arms, an overwhelming excitement swelling within him. Phoenixes, haha. Attia affectionately stroked the soft feathers of the hatchlings, captivated by their spirited eyes and the deep bond born from their shared lineage. An unprecedented ambition began to take root and blossom within his heart. In a world of ice and fire, I have arrived. Chapter 6. Daily life with the phoenix. Attia tenderly cradled the two fluffy phoenix hatchlings in his embrace, playfully ruffling their feathers. Although they were currently no larger than turkeys, they already exhibited an extraordinary aura. The ethereal purple phoenix was entirely enveloped in deep violet down, with two small, horn-like protrusions atop its head shimmering with a luminous glow, seemingly brimming with boundless energy. The violet pupils glimmered with a keen sharpness, as if they comprehended the intentions of Attia. The Nirvana phoenix resembled a vibrant rainbow, its colorful plumage shimmering with a dreamlike luster under the glow of the lava. Suddenly, the purple phoenix opened its tender yellow beak and emitted a clear, melodious call. Flapping its still-developing wings, it wobbled towards Attia, leaving a few crimson scratches on his arm with its sharp talons. Are you seeking to roost upon the nearby parasol tree? Their bond had grown strong, and Attia quickly discerned its intention. However, despite his robust build, Attia was still only just over 4 years old and struggled mightily to lift the purple phoenix. Upon exiting the cave, he discovered that the abandoned parasol mast had transformed into a towering fire parasol tree. Yet, the lowest branches of this newly grown tree stood at least 7 or 8 meters high, far beyond what Attia's small arms and legs could manage to place the two phoenix chicks upon. Just as he felt disheartened, Gaia arrived with several loyal guards, including Inchi, the ethereal purple phoenix. Upon realizing it had truly returned to the mortal realm, Gaia became exceedingly excited and rushed towards Attia and the purple phoenix. Unexpectedly, the little purple phoenix fluffed up in alarm, a fierce purple flame igniting on its tender wings, ready to unleash its wrath upon Gaia at the slightest provocation. Purple Phoenix, do not be agitated. This is my mother. They will not harm you. Only then did the little phoenix calm down, the flames gradually extinguishing, though it appeared noticeably fatigued. Attia, what breed is that phoenix? Although he could not approach the purple phoenix, Gaia was immensely satisfied merely by observing from a distance. It is the Nirvana phoenix. The Nirvana phoenix? Gaia's heart swelled with satisfaction. This pair of phoenixes could be considered the finest of their kind. Attia, phoenixes only roost on parasol trees and feed solely on seafood and parasol fruits. Now that this fire parasol mast has been rejuvenated, it is indeed the divine tree they have chosen for shelter. However, as their master, it is imperative that you personally place them upon it. This is the first test of the phoenixes towards their master. In our language, we call it nesting. Attia, already struggling to hold the little purple phoenix, could hardly imagine scaling a 7 or 8 meter high parasol tree by his own strength. Cradling the little purple phoenix, he gazed up at the tall, straight fire parasol tree, his exquisitely beautiful face contorting in dismay. It seemed the only solution was to construct a ladder. Having made up his mind, Attia promptly instructed Inchi, quickly assemble a soft ladder against the divine parasol tree. Inchi and the others worked efficiently, soon preparing the materials and beginning to hammer wedges into the massive trunk of the divine parasol tree to construct the soft ladder. Attia then returned to the cave to bring out the colorful phoenix. As the colorful phoenix drew nearer, it appeared that the divine fire tree flourished even more vibrantly and exuberantly. At that moment, Changna and Jwesi arrived bearing a bucket of fresh sea fish, a large platter of fire tree berries and petals, along with a jar of the unique fire tree honey from Phoenix Island. Young master, it is said that these are the favored delicacies of the phoenixes. Why not offer them a taste? Upon seeing the food, the purple phoenix's eyes instantly sparkled, and a glimmer ignited in its amethyst-like pupils. Sensing its eagerness, Attia quickly presented a delectable trout before it. The little purple phoenix could hardly contain itself, eagerly pecking at the fish. With each bite, wisps of purple smoke wafted from the fish's surface as if it had been seared by flames. In mere moments, the little purple phoenix devoured a hefty trout weighing 5 to 6 pounds. Attia had no choice but to fetch an even larger fish to appease its appetite. And once again, the little phoenix feasted heartily. "You little glutton," Attia chuckled affectionately, shaking his head at the voracious creature, then hastily offered a fish to the colorful phoenix. "Guizhong, do indulge as well." Initially drowsy, Guizhong opened her eyes in a daze upon hearing Attia's call, her iridescent plumage shimmering with an enchanting glow in the moonlight. Unlike the purple phoenix, Guizhong seemed disinterested in raw meat, gently pecking at the fire tree berries and petals instead. In the end, she consumed the entire jar of fire tree honey. It seemed Guizhong preferred a vegetarian diet. After devouring 5 or 6 plump trout, the little purple phoenix finally closed its eyes in contentment and drifted into a brief slumber. Guizhong, having polished off the berries, petals, and honey, soon followed suit into a deep sleep. Despite the skilled efforts of the phoenix guards, it was not until dawn when the eastern sky began to blush that the soft ladder was finally erected. "Attia, swiftly carry them to the fire tree," Gaia gently urged. "This is of utmost importance to you. Do exercise great caution." Gazing at the swaying soft ladder before him, Attia took a deep breath, securely cradling the purple phoenix in one arm while cautiously ascending the ladder with the other. Guizhong obediently rested on a stone beneath the fire tree, her vibrant plumage radiating even more brilliance in the morning light. "Gigi." The purple phoenix clung tightly to Attia's arm, fearful of falling, yet chirped encouragingly. "Fear not, I shall succeed." Attia softly reassured the purple phoenix before resolutely climbing the soft ladder. Though the ladder was remarkably sturdy, its length of 8 or 9 meters combined with the nearby mountain winds created considerable instability. Were it not for Attia's commendable physical condition and a mental maturity of over 20 years, it would have indeed posed a formidable challenge. After more than half an hour, Attia finally reached a robust branch, carefully placing the purple phoenix upon it. Upon the moment Xiao Zifeng made contact with the phoenix tree, an exhilarating flutter of her wings ensued, her deep violet plumage slightly ruffled, and a burst of purple flames erupted, enveloping the entire fire phoenix tree in a shimmering violet hue. The vibrant red flowers adorning the divine phoenix tree gradually began to yield delicate lavender-hued berries. "Go forth. For this shall henceforth be your home," Attia said with a smile, gently stroking Xiao Zifeng's head. The young phoenix tilted her head, gazing curiously at Attia, and suddenly opened her tender yellow beak, gently pecking at his brow. This elicited an indescribable sensation of pure bliss that coursed through Attia's being, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the soft ladder. Next, Attia cautiously placed Guizhong onto the branch. More composed than her counterpart, Guizhong elegantly stepped forward, her iridescent feathers billowing lightly in the breeze, resembling a flowing aurora. With a melodious chirp, Guizhong's delightful calls heralded the sun's sudden ascent above the horizon. Bathed in morning light, Phoenix Island appeared to transform into something extraordinary, wherever the sunlight graced. The gentle caress of the sea breeze seemed to imbue Phoenix Island with a vibrant vitality. From his elevated vantage point, Attia gazed with satisfaction at the scene before him. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his foot slipped. Crack! The ladder beneath him jolted violently, and a crossbeam unexpectedly splintered. "Ah!" Attia gasped, his balance lost in an instant, and he tumbled backward. The expressions of Gaia and the Phoenix Guardians shifted dramatically, their hands instinctively reaching out to catch him. Yet, in that critical moment, a piercing phoenix cry resonated through the air. With a powerful flap, Xiao Zifeng unfurled her wings, unleashing a torrent of purple-black flames that transformed into a radiant beam, instantly supporting Attia's descent. Simultaneously, Guizhong flapped her wings, wrapping him in a silken embrace of vibrant light, safely guiding him back to the ground. Astonishingly, the two flames ultimately coalesced into pure energy, merging with Attia's very being, invigorating every cell within him with joyous exuberance. Breathless, Attia regained his footing and looked up gratefully at the two youthful phoenixes perched above. Did they truly save me? He pondered in awe. Gaia, equally astonished, soon wore a look of heartfelt relief, realizing that once the phoenixes recognized their master, they would safeguard him for life. Moreover, their primordial flames would bestow unforeseen benefits upon him. A warm surge of emotion filled Attia's heart, and he couldn't help but gaze at the two little creatures on the branch, exclaiming, "Thank you. From now on, we shall be the best of companions." Xiao Zifeng proudly raised her head, releasing a spark of purple flame, as if to showcase her abilities. Meanwhile, Kai Wang emitted a gentle call, her tender, multicolored wings fluttering lightly, seemingly responding to Attia's promise. In the days that followed, Attia diligently provided the two phoenix chicks with fresh seafood, along with the exquisite sycamore berries and petals. The purple phoenix possessed an insatiable appetite, consuming fish that exceeded its own weight without even regurgitating the bones. In contrast, the colorful phoenix favored the sycamore berries and nectar. And during each meal, her vibrant plumage would emanate a soft glow, nourishing the surrounding flora and causing them to flourish abundantly. Most astonishingly, as night fell, the colossal fire sycamore that sheltered the two phoenixes radiated a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of light, an awe-inspiring sight. Remarkably, this rejuvenated fire sycamore grew at an extraordinary pace. Within a mere fortnight, its trunk had doubled in thickness, towering like a castle spire, while its canopy shaded the skies, laden with glistening, purplish-red sycamore berries. The nearby sycamore grove thrived as well, with a significant increase in both the speed and quantity of its fruit-bearing. Even the plants and fruit trees within the Phoenix Fortress orchard appeared to have enhanced their quality. The honey produced by Lady Cook's bees became increasingly fragrant and sweet. Birds flocked daily to the vicinity of the Shiji Islands, circling the sycamore forest as if paying homage to the two phoenixes. Notably, large birds such as geese, swans, and cranes began to settle on Phoenix Island, transforming it into a veritable avian paradise. After 2 months, the two little creatures had doubled in size. Their downy feathers had shed, revealing resplendent plumage, and they were able to glide briefly. The purple phoenix particularly relished incinerating the carcasses of deceased animals. Miraculously, the ashes of these burnt remains seemed to greatly enrich the soil. This was evident when the wasteland near the Phoenix Fortress, once littered with cow and sheep bones, became remarkably fertile after being scorched by the purple phoenix. Wherever the colorful phoenix roamed, the vegetation flourished, flowers bloomed more vibrantly, and even seeds lodged in the crevices of rocks sprouted into vivid wildflowers. Observing all of this, Attia felt both joy and trepidation. Although her mother had sealed the news from the outside world, it was only a matter of time before the growing phoenixes would attract attention. What kind of turmoil would arise then? It was clear that she needed to strengthen herself and fortify Phoenix Island without delay. On one particular day, Daemon Targaryen descended upon Phoenix Island riding his dragon, Caraxes. By the time Attia and Gaia arrived at the castle's courtyard, the enormous shadow of Caraxes enveloped the entire square. Daemon, commanding his crimson dragon, circled above the castle, searching for a suitable landing spot. The wingspan of this behemoth was as tall as the castle towers, and each flap of its wings stirred up a tempest. Attia squinted, recognizing the familiar figure of Daemon Targaryen on the dragoness back, her father, who rode with his signature nonchalance. Even from such a distance, Attia could sense his innate regal aura. The dragon, Caraxes, finally descended upon a clearing outside the castle. As Daemon leapt from the dragon's back, Attia noticed her father's expression was unusually grave, starkly contrasting with his usual roguish demeanor. "Father!" Attia could not restrain herself and rushed forward. Daemon crouched down, enveloping his son in a powerful embrace. Attia caught the familiar scent of leather and dragon fire emanating from him. He had grown sturdier and taller. "Good lad," Daemon exclaimed, "it has been far too long." Gaia's tone was calm, yet distant. "We shall converse further within." However, the crimson dragon, just having landed, cast a malevolent gaze towards the mountains behind Phoenix Castle, its amber eyes fixated on a fiery red sycamore tree, emitting a low, menacing growl from its throat. Daemon squinted, his platinum hair billowing in the wind. "It appears there truly are phoenixes in this world. I wonder how they compare to the dragons of House Targaryen." He dismounted and strode towards Gaia and Attia, declaring, "I never anticipated you actually hatched a phoenix." From the air, it appeared somewhat diminutive, not resembling a formidable being. Although Gaia understood that before the two phoenixes matured, Daemon and his family represented their best protection, she still responded coolly, "In the eyes of House Targaryen, naturally, nothing in this world can rival your dragons." Daemon paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "Attia is also pure-blooded Targaryen." He crouched to meet Athia's gaze, saying, "Lad, based solely on your appearance, none would dare question your Targaryen lineage." Attia curled her lip, retorting, "Only the inept rely on family and so-called bloodlines to assert their presence before others. To earn genuine respect, one must be judged by their actions and capabilities." Daemon couldn't help but laugh heartily, proudly patting Athia's shoulder. "Excellent. Truly, you are my son." At that moment, from the sycamore tree, The purple phoenix and the colorful phoenix simultaneously emitted a clear, bright call, as if responding to Attia's earlier aura of dominance. After acquiring the primordial flames of the two phoenixes, Attia's constitution not only grew more robust, but her mind seemed to sharpen as well. Consequently, she experienced a notable increase in height, and her studies in the arcane arts became effortlessly manageable. Observing that Attia had nearly reached a height of 1.20 meters, akin to the 7 or 8-year-old children of the Westerosi nobility, Demon commenced her training according to the knightly standards of the Seven Kingdoms. Having already grasped the phoenix blade techniques adeptly, Attia found learning swordplay and horsemanship equally effortless, intensifying Demon's desire to procure a dragon egg for her. Chapter 8. Daily Life of the Phoenix. Your Highness, it is time for breakfast. The maid, Chinu, quietly pushed the door open, ready to assist Attia in rising. However, she froze in place upon witnessing the two juvenile phoenixes, nearly dropping the silver plate in her hands. Is this a phoenix? Shu, Attia whispered, placing a finger to her lips. This is the greatest secret of Phoenix Fortress. You must never speak of it to anyone, understood? Aside from Gaia's loyal guards and maidens brought from the foreign lands, even the servants of Phoenix Fortress were oblivious to the existence of the two young phoenixes. To safeguard this secret for as long as possible, Gaia had already dismissed many servants from the castle, retaining only those brought from the foreign lands along with their families to serve. However, since the phoenixes had taken to flying, their range of activity had expanded significantly. This morning, they had flown directly into Attia's chamber, only to be caught by her maid, Chinu. Chinu was a descendant of the Morong family's household servants, known for their exquisite lacquerware, hence her surname. Her father was the head of the lacquer shop on Phoenix Island, and after losing his wife in a tragic accident at the Sea of Smoke, he remarried a woman from the Stone Steps Islands, leaving his children from the first marriage to serve at Phoenix Fortress, including Attia's chief maid, Chinu, and her devoted male servant, Locke. Taking a deep breath, Chinu forced herself to regain her composure. As a maid from the royal family of the foreign lands, she had encountered many rare and exotic beasts in her youth, but this was her first encounter with a living phoenix. Although the Morong royal family revered the phoenix as their totem, they had not seen one in thousands of years. I understand, Your Highness. Shall I prepare some food for them as well? Indeed. The purple phoenix enjoys fresh sea fish, while the colorful phoenix favors wudong berries, flower petals, and honey. Please prepare an ample supply. Before long, Chinu returned with her brother Locke, carrying a bucket of live fish and a plate of wudong berries and honey. The flower petals had yet to be gathered, but there was no shortage of wudong berries and honey. Locke obediently presented the plate of berries to Attia, his face flushed, evidently pinched by his sister Chinu for some reason. It was indeed odd that Locke, who kept such a significant secret, had not confided in his own sister. Despite his somewhat simple-minded nature, Locke was utterly obedient to Attia, a quality that endeared him to her. Though his intellect might not shine, his strength was remarkable, and he possessed an innate talent for blade work, securing his position as Attia's personal servant. Watching the purple phoenix devour an entire bucket of fresh sea fish while still eyeing the empty bucket, Attia helplessly instructed Chinu. Please check the kitchen for more fresh sea fish and prepare 3 times. No, 5 times the amount. Yes, Your Highness. After the departure of the lacquered maiden and the weary, Kaiwang gracefully flitted down to rest upon Attia's shoulder. Remarkably, despite her substantial size, Attia felt no weight at all. Kaiwang gently groomed Attia's silver hair with her golden beak, each touch sending a warm thrill coursing through his veins, as if a sun-like energy were infusing his very blood. To Attia's astonishment, the soreness in his right shoulder from last night's sword practice had completely dissipated. You possess such abilities? He exclaimed in delight as he reached out to caress Cai Huang's feathers. A slight sting, reminiscent of static electricity, pricked his fingertips, but was soon replaced by a comforting warmth that enveloped his body. At that moment, Cai Huang emitted a series of melodious chirps, as if in response to Attia. Simultaneously, Zifeng bounded over to Attia's side, curling up in a cozy position, ready for a brief slumber. In mere moments, the little creature was fast asleep, her 1-meter frame rising and falling gently with each breath, occasionally releasing small bursts of purple sparks from her nostrils. Through months of companionship, the bond between Attia and the two young phoenixes had deepened profoundly. He could now distinctly sense Zifeng's contentment and drowsiness, alongside Cai Huang's joy and curiosity. This extraordinary connection of souls transcended verbal communication, as though an invisible thread tethered their spirits together, fostering an ever-growing attachment. The lacquered maiden and her companions returned swiftly, bringing a large barrel of sea fish. After devouring the entire barrel of fresh fish, Zifeng finally succumbed to a deep, satisfied slumber upon Attia's sycamore wood bed. "Your Highness," called the captain of the guards, "In she, from outside, Prince Daemon and Princess request your presence." "Understood," Attia replied, rising carefully so as not to disturb the sleeping Zifeng. The little one merely shifted her position and continued to sleep soundly. Kai Wang remained perched on Attia's shoulder, showing no inclination to leave. "Are you coming with me?" Attia whispered. Kai Wang tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight, clearly eager to accompany him. It seemed that even divine beasts, in their youth, were filled with a desire to explore the world. Given the fortified nature of Phoenix Fortress and the undeniable circumstances within the castle, Attia decided to graciously bring her along. When Attia, with Kai Wang perched upon his shoulder, entered the conference hall, Gaia's teacup noticeably trembled in her hand. She set it down, her amber eyes fixed intently on the phoenix. "She can actually rest upon your shoulder?" Gaia exclaimed, suddenly rising and swiftly approaching Attia. Instinctively, she reached out her hand, only to halt just before touching Kai Wang, as if fearing to disturb the sacred creature. However, Kai Wang, in a gesture of curiosity, extended her head and gently pecked at Gaia's fingertips. "O benevolent daughter of light." Gaia could not help but whisper, "The Morong royal family has awaited this moment for millennia, and now, the arrival of the divine phoenix has finally come." She turned to Aisha, her eyes shimmering with excitement and a hint of madness. "Do you comprehend what it signifies for a phoenix to perch upon its master's shoulder?" "My son." Aisha, bewildered, shook his head. Although he had acquired considerable knowledge about phoenixes and dragons through bloodline inheritance, it was limited to mastery and some magical techniques. As for the secrets surrounding the phoenix, it was evident that his mother, the imperial princess, possessed far greater insight. The phoenix bestows its presence solely upon those of imperial caliber. Gaia's voice resonated with gravity. "The phoenix is neither a pet nor a steed, but a companion and a witness. In the ancient legends of the E region, the sovereign acknowledged by the phoenix shall surely usher in a prosperous era." She approached the window, gazing at the distant blooming sycamore grove. "From the moment of your birth, I sensed your extraordinary nature. That red comet which guided us to the Stone Steps archipelago, your innate flame resistance. And now," she turned to gaze at the colorful phoenix, the phoenix's acknowledgement. Chapter 9. The Blade of Oblivion. Aisha felt the weight of the colorful phoenix on his shoulder suddenly intensify. It seemed to comprehend everything, joyfully unfurling its resplendent wings and emitting a melodious call. That sound appeared to penetrate the soul, invigorating everyone present with an inexplicable exhilaration. "Oh, Aisha, I have yet another gift for you. Come in, Mike." The tumult of emotions settled as Gaia regained her composure, aware that the strength of Phoenix Island was still too fragile, and Aisha was still young. Everything must be meticulously planned. "Your Highness, Prince Aisha." Master Mike from the forging workshop excitedly introduced, holding aloft a newly forged phoenix blade. This phoenix blade was born from the phoenix itself, inscribed with runes and successfully honed. Its quality is certainly on par with the Morong royal family's phoenix blade. Aisha's gaze was instantly captivated by the long blade in Master Mike's hands. It was a straight-edged sword, entirely gleaming in gold and crimson, shimmering with colors reminiscent of molten lava. The blade was elongated and graceful, with swirling patterns of purple-black flames along the edge, while the spine wove with vibrant phoenix feather motifs, radiating brilliance even without strong light. This blade emanates the essence of a phoenix. Aisha could not resist reaching out to touch it, and the moment his fingertips grazed the blade, a clear chime resonated. Suddenly, the blade erupted in a conflagration of intertwining purple-black and vibrant flames, which coiled around Aisha's arm like a living entity, yet caused him no harm. Simultaneously, the colorful phoenix perched upon Aisha's shoulder took flight, soaring around the long blade in a ceaseless spiral, releasing a crystalline call. In the chamber of Aisha, the purple phoenix seemed to sense something, soaring directly towards the assembly hall, its violet-black flames swirling exuberantly between its wings. This blade is indeed a divine weapon, astonishingly more wondrous than the Valyrian sword. Beside him, Daemon was immediately captivated by this phoenix blade. He stepped forward with purpose. His dragon bloodline endowed him with an innate sensitivity towards fiery weapons. "Let me take a look." Aisha handed the sword to Daemon, yet the moment he grasped the hilt, the flames upon the blade instantly dimmed. Even the mystical luster of the blade began to retract entirely. "Ah, it appears to possess a temper of its own." Daemon raised an eyebrow in awkward amusement. Far from being displeased, he bore a grin of approval. The mightier the entity, the more temperamental it becomes. Much like the dragons of House Targaryen, which only permit their rightful riders to command them. He returned the sword to Attia, suggesting, "Let us bestow it a name." "My son." Attia gazed at the blade, its flames rekindling, and suddenly inspired, declared, "The blade of extinction, consumed in flames, yet reborn through the ashes." As soon as Attia's voice fell, as if in response, the blade erupted with an even more resplendent glow, the violet-black flames intertwining with a kaleidoscope of colors, forming a fleeting illusion of a phoenix in flight. Gaia nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, a blade forged by the phoenix is truly extraordinary." On a clear morning in the year 101 of the conquest, Daemon, accompanied by 30 spirited youths, arrived at the training grounds of Phoenix Fortress. The morning mist had yet to disperse, and Attia, now adept at wielding the wondrous power of the Blade of Extinction, was engaged in a spar with the captain of the guards, Shi. At just 7 years old, Attia stood nearly 1 meter 40 tall. Perhaps due to the phoenix by his side, his physique was already exceptional, and his strength rivaled that of an ordinary adult. Thus, even the skilled Shi had to exercise caution while facing him. Over 2 years had passed, and the two phoenixes had grown robust, their wings fully developed, reaching over 3 meters in size. They perched on a phoenix tree beside the training ground, accompanying Attia in his morning exercises. The purple phoenix dozed lazily, while the colorful phoenix was energetically preening its feathers. Surrounding them, the trees were filled with various birds. News of the divine birds on Phoenix Island had long since spread. To safeguard Gaia and her child, Daemon had taken to residing at Phoenix Fortress without intent to depart. "My son, these youths shall be your personal guards in the future. Though they are the second sons and bastards of the nobles from the 7 kingdoms, their talents are commendable. To stand out among hundreds of trainees indicates they possess considerable abilities. Greetings, Your Highness Attia." This group of boys, the eldest being around 13 or 14, while the youngest, not much older than 10, all performed a standard salute to Attia. However, the perceptive Attia sensed that among them, some harbored a hint of discontent in their hearts. It is not their fault. After all, in the traditional realm of Westeros, even if Attia comes from a noble lineage, many still regard him merely as a bastard. A tall young man with red hair, after bowing, crossed his arms, his eyes clearly reflecting defiance. "You step forward. Understanding the situation is one thing, but I shall not indulge their foul tempers." "Me?" The red-haired youth, upon being called, wore an expression of astonishment. "To become my personal guard is not a privilege afforded to just anyone. One must at least withstand 3 of my strikes, or else return whence they came. Phoenix Fortress does not harbor idlers." Herald of Riverlands, offended. The red-haired youth, evidently one with a high opinion of himself, unsheathed his long sword without hesitation. The training ground fell into an immediate silence. The eyes of the purple phoenix on the Polonia tree opened slightly, and the colorful phoenix ceased preening its feathers. Herald assumed a standard knightly stance, his sword angled toward the ground. He was the bastard son of the Tully family from Riverlands, having grown up in the barracks. His swordsmanship exceptional among his peers. Attia, however, merely stood casually, the blade of extinction hanging at his side, its phoenix engravings glimmering faintly. "Be careful, Your Highness." Herald struck first, his sword darting toward Attia's shoulder like a venomous serpent, careful not to inflict real harm. Yet, Attia did not even raise his blade, merely sidestepping with ease. "Do not hold back." Attia spoke calmly. "On the battlefield, no one will show me courtesy." Herald's face flushed, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive thrusts aimed at Attia's chest, waist, and knee. But Attia seemed to predict his movements effortlessly, evading each with minimal motion, keeping his blade close to his side. "It is my turn." As the words left his lips, Attia suddenly advanced, the blade of extinction tracing a crimson arc clang. Herald's sword was struck from his grasp, flying 5 paces away to embed itself in the sandy ground. Meanwhile, the tip of Attia's blade rested delicately against Herald's throat. The arena fell into silence. "You have lost." Attia sheathed his sword and turned to the other youths, saying, "Next, be sure to showcase your true abilities. I shall not hold back any further." At that moment, a sturdy youth, as formidable as a seasoned warrior, stepped forth wielding a battle axe. "Blackrange John, at your service, Your Highness." His rugged exterior, deep voice, and particularly spirited eyes made an impression. Attia nodded slightly and again drew the blade of extinction. John let out a roar, the battle axe slicing down with the sound of howling winds. The heavy axe in his hands danced like a tempest, truly befitting his moniker of Black Rain. This compelled Attia to proceed with caution, refraining from direct confrontation. Chapter 10. The wings of the Phoenix. John, with his immense strength, wielded the heavy battle axe with remarkable agility. A weaker individual would undoubtedly struggle to withstand his frenzied assaults. In contrast, Attia moved with grace, the blade of annihilation dancing effortlessly in his grasp. However, he restrained the flow of the purple-black and iridescent energies coursing through the blade, unwilling to rely on its magical prowess for victory. Even so, each of Attia's blocks effectively dissipated Jon's brute force. Impressive strength and speed, Attia assessed calmly amidst the clash. Yet you rely too heavily on sheer power. Jon gritted his teeth at this remark, intensifying his axe's ferocity. But Attia remained as elusive as a drifting leaf, evading every strike. The two engaged in their duel for a full quarter of an hour, drawing applause and cheers from the onlooking youths. Just as Attia noted Jon's strength beginning to wane, he suddenly closed the distance to the reckless youth, delivering a swift strike with the flat of the blade against Jon's wrist. Crack! Jon's war axe slipped from his grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. The sharp pain in his wrist elicited a muffled groan, and before he could react further, Attia's blade was poised against his chest. "You've lost, big guy," Attia proclaimed with a flourish, retracting his weapon with a slight smirk. "However, your strength and speed are indeed commendable. With diligent effort, you shall undoubtedly become one of the finest knights in Westeros." Jon, momentarily taken aback, abruptly knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, I concede." No sooner had Jon withdrawn than a lean figure dashed into the arena like a wraith. "Oberyn Martell of Dorne, at your service, your Highness." The youth's voice was deep and enticingly magnetic, his spear glinting ominously in the morning light. Attia's eyes brightened in surprise. He had not anticipated the arrival of the bastard son of Prince Dorne. The Martell family's spear techniques were renowned for their agility and cunning, and Attia had long wished to witness them firsthand. "Excellent," Attia declared, standing ready, his excitement palpable. Oberyn wasted no time, his form suddenly transforming into a blur. The spear danced in his hands like a frenzied serpent, each thrust aimed at Attia's vital points, throat, abdomen, and knees, striking from angles that seemed almost impossible. True to the moniker of the Sand Snakes, his attacks were indeed treacherous and lethal. Fortunately, Attia possessed exceptional agility, and with the blade of annihilation in hand, the two displayed a dazzling array of skill, leaving the spectators in a daze. Clang, clang, clang. "Inchi, what do you think? The youths I've selected possess remarkable talent, do they not?" Daemon observed the contest with satisfaction, pride swelling within him. "Your Highness, the martial arts system of Westeros is rather misleading." Inchia, hailing from a prestigious family of martial arts in the Eastern Celestial Empire, naturally looks down upon the so-called knights of Westeros and their unrefined techniques. While they may be flamboyant, they lack a coherent system for achieving victory in combat. Inchia's understated critique caused Daemon's smile to falter momentarily. However, before this repeatedly defeated adversary, Daemon found himself unable to assert any bravado. He could only mumble, "The Martell family's spear techniques are indeed remarkable. It seems that a harsh environment truly forges the resilience and pragmatism of the Dornish." Indeed. Moreover, Oberyn's spearplay, though seemingly ostentatious, is lethal with every strike. However, it is truly surprising that His Highness Attia, at such a young age, possesses such remarkable skills. Clearly, the youths present have begun to hold Attia in high esteem, for in their eyes, strength speaks the loudest. Oberyn has already compelled Attia to wield a fraction of the might of the blade of annihilation, several times using the flames of the blade to deflect his attacks. Yet, Oberyn's speed is astonishingly swift, and his techniques are exceedingly versatile. "What excellent spearplay!" Attia exclaimed sincerely. Oberyn relished the exchange. "The hardships of Dorne have taught us a crucial lesson. Only those who survive are the true victors." Just as he spoke, Oberyn suddenly altered his tactic, directing his spear seemingly at Attia's face, only to deftly redirect it toward his ankle. In this critical moment, Attia leaped, the blade of annihilation slicing through the air with a resounding crash. Even before the blade descended, the purple-black flames erupted violently, forcing Oberyn back several paces. As he regained his footing, he discovered that the tip of Attia's blade was poised against his brow. Attia, with an air of nonchalance, sheathed his weapon, remarking, "Yet your spearplay is the most perilous I have ever encountered." Oberyn gazed at Attia for a long moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee, stating, "Dornishmen kneel only to two types of individuals, our king, or those who command my respect." In Oberyn's heart, Attia embodies both. Before Oberyn could depart, a tall youth draped in a wolfskin cloak strode forth. It was Crescino from the north. His voice was deep, and the massive sword he wielded was twice the width of a standard longsword. "Please instruct me." Attia could not help but glance at his father, pondering what means had summoned such noble lineage. Cry is said to be the illegitimate son of the Stark Duke of Winterfell, rumored to command direwolves in battle. Cry wasted no time with ostentatious displays. He launched a powerful vertical strike with his massive sword. Clang! Attia gripped his blade with both hands to parry, yet was jolted, his hands tingling from the impact. Cry's assault was relentless, akin to a howling blizzard, each strike imbued with the cold precision characteristic of the North. Northerners speak little. Cry's massive sword swept through the air, letting the blade do the talking. Attia was compelled to retreat repeatedly, yet the fire of battle in his eyes intensified. Suddenly, he altered his strategy. The blade of annihilation no longer met force with force, but instead, he skillfully redirected the might of the colossal sword with the gentle finesse of his earth-splitting blade technique. With a swift motion, Krieg's great sword was unexpectedly thrown off course, causing him to stagger. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Attia struck the back of Krieg's wrist with lightning speed. Thud! The massive sword clattered to the ground as Krieg let out a muffled grunt, only to find Attia's blade poised at his throat. "You have compelled me to employ my ultimate technique," Attia remarked with a smile. "That is indeed a point of pride." After a moment of silence, Krieg suddenly knelt on one knee, presenting the great sword with both hands. "As a northerner, I pledge my allegiance for a lifetime. From this day forth, I, Krieg, shall be your sword and shield." Attia accepted the sword and lightly touched Krieg's shoulders, stating, "I embrace your loyalty. Henceforth, there shall always be a place for you at my table and by my hearth." "Thank you, your highness." Attia surveyed the 30 young men and, with a dramatic flourish, plunged the blade of annihilation into the ground, extending his arms wide. "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle?" The crowd fell into silence. Suddenly, Harold was the first to kneel, declaring, "Herald of Riverflow City, I am willing to serve you unto death. Dawn of Oberon Shard, I vow to follow you to the end. Krieg of the Northern Lands, I shall never betray." One by one, the 30 youths knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Galsford Flower, I pledge my undying loyalty to His Highness Attia. Jason Hishan, Clinton Stone East." On the treetops, the purple phoenix and the colorful phoenix sang in harmony, their flames intertwining to form a majestic illusion of a phoenix taking flight, enveloping the entire arena. Daemon roared with laughter from the sidelines, while Inchi trembled with excitement, his beard shaking. Attia took a deep breath, drawing the blade of annihilation skyward, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you are no longer bastards, nor secondborns, nor nameless individuals. You are the wings of the phoenix, my brothers who shall accompany me, Attia Phoenix, through life and death." Many of the youths, tears glistening in their eyes, struck their chests with their swords, declaring, "We pledge our undying loyalty, bound by life and death." As the sun rose high, the flames of the blade of annihilation and the radiance of the phoenix intertwined, illuminating every face present. Chapter 11. The miraculous effects of dragon dung. With his 30 wings of the phoenix, Attia found his daily martial training and cultural studies far more engaging. Under the guidance of the martial arts master Inchi, the youths of the Phoenix Wings exhibited remarkable growth in strength and increasingly refined combat skills. Although Inchi specialized in sword and spear techniques, he was also well-versed in other weapons. Moreover, he tailored his instruction to each individual, maximizing their unique strengths. Unlike the training of the Phoenix Guard, which focused solely on the Phoenix Blade and Spear, he understood that the Guard was designed for collective assaults on Phoenix Island. Harnessing their united power, the wings of the Phoenix were cultivated to serve as loyal aides to Attia. In the future, these young individuals would become his most devoted and capable allies. Throughout their shared learning and training, the youths discovered that Attia possessed not only remarkable combat prowess, but also a depth of knowledge that left them in awe. Although their origins were somewhat humble, their noble upbringing and ambitious nature rendered them among the most cultured individuals of the Seven Kingdoms. However, when compared to Attia's erudition, most of them felt somewhat diminished. Attia was not only well-versed in the histories and languages of Westeros and the lands beyond, but also learned Valyrian under Daemon's tutelage. Furthermore, he excelled in financial management and possessed insightful perspectives on agriculture and various crafts. In an innovative collaboration with the skilled agriculturalists and weavers of the island, Attia ingeniously introduced dragon manure into the fermentation process of organic fertilizer, yielding exceptional results. This new fertilizer significantly increased crop yields on the fertile Phoenix Island, while also transforming the barren lands of the Stairs Islands into fertile soil under its nurturing effects. The promotion and extensive use of this organic fertilizer on Phoenix Island ensured that its docks remained clean and orderly, unlike those in other regions. Thanks to the presence of numerous tidy public restrooms and waste disposal points, Each day, dedicated personnel were tasked with cleaning and managing waste, directing it to the fermentation chambers. To maintain the cleanliness and orderliness of Phoenix Dock, Attia recommended that Gaia enact sanitation regulations. Those caught relieving themselves in public or littering would face severe penalties. Foreign merchants would incur fines of at least 10 golden dragons, while island residents would be required to serve a month in public restrooms, specifically to clean and transport waste. Those who repeatedly offended would find themselves relegated to the role of dedicated waste collectors on Phoenix Island. Consequently, with minimal investment, Phoenix Dock effectively resolved the sanitation challenges that plagued many cities. When Westeros learned of the remarkable benefits of dragon manure, he advised Gaia to establish a procurement partnership with Demon and Dragonstone. Although Demon was curious about Gaia's interest in dragon manure, Dragonstone lacked nothing but dragon dung, so he readily acquiesced. This arrangement provided Dragonstone with a stable, albeit modest, income of several hundred golden dragons each month, sufficient for Demon to indulge in a night of revelry. Over the years, Attia observed that the fertilizer enriched with dragon manure not only significantly boosted crop production, but also rendered the livestock on the island unusually robust. Clearly, the potential of dragon manure had yet to be fully explored. Thus, Attia commissioned the forge to create a large cauldron, where he began to simmer the collected dragon manure alongside the organic fertilizer. This perplexed his devoted servant, Locke, who stoked the fire. "Your Highness, why are you boiling manure?" "It's inedible," Locke implored, glancing around in confusion. Fortunately, Attia chose a relatively secluded grove. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite embarrassing. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food." Upon hearing Locke's remark, Attia found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. "If there's food, I would certainly let you have a taste first." "Ah, aren't you still craving it?" Locke, realizing he could not prevail against his master's whims, could only mumble softly while tending to the fire. Before long, the cauldron of excrement broth began to bubble, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of dragon and phoenix droppings. The boiling concoction, despite its rich sulfuric aroma and a piquant essence, was not repugnant. As the broth transformed into a golden hue, Attia instructed Locke to extinguish the flames and ladle the scalding, spicy golden liquid into a large barrel. Observing Attia's eager gaze upon the golden elixir, Locke feared he might not resist taking a sip. Once the liquid cooled, Attia transported the barrel to the stables where the warhorses and hunting hounds were kept, mixing the golden essence into their feed. Witnessing their hearty appetite, Attia felt a surge of hope. Months later, indeed, the horses and hounds grew remarkably stronger, and the offspring of several hounds seemed to have undergone a transformation in breed. "Is this golden essence truly so potent, Your Highness?" Locke, having been an attentive participant throughout, sensed the effects firsthand and, with some trepidation, inquired of Attia what might happen if a human were to consume it. "Why not try it yourself?" Although Attia had formulated a subsequent plan in his mind, he couldn't resist teasing Locke. The following day, Attia instructed Locke to prepare the golden essence alone at their secret base while he retrieved an array of spices from the kitchen. Upon his arrival at the secret location, he found Locke surreptitiously bringing the cooled golden liquid to his lips. "Ah, it's quite spicy." "Cough, cough." Attia feigned a cough. Startled, Locke quickly set down the ladle brimming with the golden liquid. "YUVE arrived, Your Highness." Noticing the remnants of the golden liquid at Locke's lips, Attia jested. "How does the golden essence taste?" "A bit spicy." "Spicy? It doesn't smell foul?" "Not at all." Satisfied that the essence bore no unpleasant odor, Attia grew bolder, decisively combining the spices and refining the mixture, naming it Phoenix Fire to be bestowed upon the Phoenix Guards. Simultaneously, he summoned the master brewer to infuse the golden essence into the wine. A month later, Inshi excitedly approached Attia, exclaiming, "Your Highness, do you still have any of that Phoenix Fire you awarded us?" After consuming it, the Phoenix Guards have experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physiques. "And that fiery flavor is indeed addictive. Is that so?" Attia's heart soared at the news, though he maintained a stoic exterior, feigning difficulty as he replied. "The creation of Phoenix Fire is quite intricate and costly." "No worries, Your Majesty. The salaries of the Phoenix Guards are quite substantial. It is only fitting that such fine offerings come at a higher price. The 10 gold coins they receive each month are barely sufficient. Therefore, I shall include this Phoenix Fire among the exclusive supplies for your Phoenix Guards, allowing them to exchange it for military merit. Each vial of Phoenix Fire will cost 10 military merits, equivalent to 100 gold coins. Indeed, the Stone Steppes Archipelago has limited territory, and despite the remarkable achievements of the Phoenix Guards under Inshi, they can only receive modest rewards in terms of wealth and military merit. Consequently, Many have accumulated a significant amount of military merit. Chapter 12. The fine wines of Phoenix Island. The brewing techniques of Phoenix Island originate from the barbarian lands, producing a grain wine of far superior quality compared to the Alesh of Westeros, which led to its immediate popularity. Its robust and spicy characteristics have garnered the admiration of the northern lords and the nobility who favor strong spirits. After Attia had the master brewer incorporate dragon phoenix gold juice into the fermentation process, the new wine emerged with an even more exquisite and intense flavor. A single sip ignites a fire within the throat, yet soon a wave of invigorating strength floods the body, an attribute that is uniquely absent in other grain wines. Daemon and Gaia savored it thoroughly, taking their time to adjust before exclaiming, "This wine certainly packs a punch. I can feel my blood boiling." Such a high-quality wine is destined for great success. Daemon, a connoisseur of wines, asserted that in comparison, the Alesh of Westeros are merely akin to horse urine. Indeed, Master Wayne, you have achieved a significant feat this time, developing a flagship product for Phoenix Island. Chong Na rewarded him with a bonus of 100 gold dragons, and his monthly salary has been elevated to the top tier of 20 gold coins. Gaia is known for her generosity towards her subordinates. The salaries on Phoenix Island are among the highest along the shores of the Narrow Sea. Her personal maid and 15 elite guards each receive 20 gold coins monthly, placing them in the top tier. Furthermore, they benefit annually from substantial dividends from the industries they oversee. Last year, Fiona, who managed Phoenix Manor, received over 30,000 gold coins in dividends, setting a new historical record. In the second tier, earning 10 gold coins monthly, are the heads of various workshops, shops, and the Phoenix Guards themselves. They, too, receive considerable dividends each year, which have become increasingly lucrative as the influence of Phoenix Island expands. Last year, even the Phoenix Guards enjoyed dividends amounting to several hundred gold coins. Do not underestimate the significance of several hundred gold coins, as the Phoenix gold coins of Phoenix Island are minted in accordance with the value of the gold dragons from Westeros. 1 gold coin's purchasing power is equivalent to 10,000 silver coins. The monetary system of Westeros is notably intricate, delineated as follows. First tier, gold dragons, valued at approximately 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, or 760 copper pennies. Second tier, silver moons, valued at 7 silver stags, 293 copper pennies, silver stags, valued at 7 copper stars, 56 copper pennies. Third tier, copper stars, valued at 8 copper pennies, copper barley, valued at 4 copper pennies, half copper barley, valued at 2 copper pennies, copper coins, valued at half a copper penny, equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 currency unit. In contrast, the currency system of Phoenix Island is relatively straightforward. 1 Phoenix gold coin can be exchanged for 200 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. The wages of ordinary workers and servants on Phoenix Island are 2 to 3 times higher than those in other regions. Additionally, as a burgeoning power, all constructions are of recent origin, thus ensuring commendable living conditions. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Master Wayne was filled with joy and immediately knelt in gratitude. As one of the heads of the distillery on Phoenix Island, Wayne was not short of wealth. However, receiving a salary elevated to the first tier signified a mark of status and prestige. From that moment forth, he gained a degree of influence on Phoenix Island. Nonetheless, the exceptional quality of the new wine was primarily attributed to the secret golden essence crafted by Princess Attia. Therefore, the true credit belongs to Her Highness. Secret golden essence? Gaia and Daemon exchanged curious glances towards Attia. Having anticipated their inquiries, Attia maintained her composure and replied, "It was merely a spontaneous experiment inspired by ancient texts. If my mother feels indebted, a mere 20% of the distillery's profits will suffice. I harbor no such feelings of debt. The entirety of Phoenix Island shall be passed down to you in the future. Shouldn't you put in more effort?" Gaia, having endured countless trials to escape to the Stone Steps archipelago, was not easily deceived. She directly confronted Attia. "I see you have acquired your own phoenix wings, and your ambition has swelled, yearning to establish your own faction. Am I correct? This is not insurmountable. In a few days, it will be your 7th naming day, and I shall gift you a new ship. The vast world awaits your exploration. Only by experiencing a broader horizon can you truly expand your vision. Once you have tasted the wonders of this world, I shall fully support you in establishing your own power." "Thank you, Mother," Attia exclaimed, elated that her mother finally permitted her to venture into the world. She rushed to Gaia's side and embraced her arm in gratitude. "By the way, the quality of this new wine is markedly superior to the previous. It is time to adjust the pricing." Attia continued with her suggestion. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Gaia devised a plan. Our Phoenix wine used to cost 10 silver coins per barrel. Let us raise it to 50 silver coins now. At 1 silver coin per pound, it remains affordable for most. It is exceedingly affordable. Even the most common golden wine from Qingting Island demands a whole gene long for a single flask. The flavor of this Phoenix wine is far more refreshing than that of grape wine. Daiming felt the pricing was somewhat undervalued. As a descendant of the Dragon King lineage, he could better appreciate the exquisite nature of the Phoenix wine. Thus he ventured to suggest, I refer to the standard Phoenix wine price. Now that the sycamore forest on Phoenix Island has matured, we can store the Phoenix wine, and once it is aged, it will no longer be at this price. Contemplating the various extraordinary abilities of the Kai Wang, Daiming instantly grasped Gaia's intent. Indeed, let us first allow these high-quality, reasonably priced Phoenix wines to seize the mid to high-end wine market, and in a few years, the well-aged Phoenix wine will naturally be easier to promote. Your Highness, apart from the Phoenix wine, our fruit wine has undergone a revolutionary transformation after the addition of a secret golden syrup. Master Wayne clapped his hands, and 3 maidens gracefully entered, each carrying a bottle of exquisite wine. Esteemed guests, this vibrant green fruit wine is crafted from imported lemons from Duan and apples, green plums, and other 7 fruits from Phoenix Island, combined with local wild honey, and is named Midsummer Spring Colors. Upon finishing his explanation, Master Wayne gestured for the first maiden to step forward, pouring the translucent emerald liquid from her crystal bottle into glasses for Gaia and the others. The fragrant green wine shimmered under the sunlight, radiating with the vitality of new spring leaves. Daiming eagerly accepted the crystal goblet. The verdant liquid swirled within, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rippling across a tranquil spring pond. He took a delicate sip, and his brow relaxed in delight, exclaiming, "It is even more refreshing and gentle than the wine from Qingting Island, perfectly suited for ladies." Indeed, this wine offers the sensation of drinking an entire summer orchard, with a flawless balance of fruity tartness and honeyed sweetness, finishing with a hint of minty coolness. Gaia was also greatly satisfied with this summer's spring colors and promptly set a price. A price of 3 gold coins per bottle, 1 pound, is quite reasonable. And 50 gold coins for a barrel, 50 pounds, shall suffice. Noble ladies and young misses will undoubtedly adore this fruit wine. The second maiden presented a wine that displayed a profound amber hue, reminiscent of the twilight glow. Master Wayne proudly introduced, "This is our Phoenix Island's ancient amber wine, crafted from the indigenous purple grapes of the Shiji Islands. After the addition of the secret golden syrup, the original purplish-red wine has transformed into a deep amber color." Chapter 13. Wine tasting. As the amber liquid poured into the tulip glass, intricately carved crystal glass, silky wine tears immediately clung to the glass walls. Gaia raised the wine glass, gently swirling it to allow the light to penetrate. The amber wine within appeared stable and substantial, with the edges glimmering with a subtle golden sheen. It truly resembled liquid amber. The aroma was rich, and the color breathtakingly beautiful, a veritable gem among wines. Indeed, in terms of hue, perhaps only the pearl wine from the Eastern Quarrels can rival it. The aroma of this wine is indeed unparalleled among wines. Damon, savoring a sip, remarked that the initial notes were as invigorating and intense as cinnamon, while the mid-palate was rich and harmonious, and the lingering finish left an indelible impression. If one could indulge in such exquisite wine daily, life's troubles would seem trivial. Attia could not resist taking a small sip, only to involuntarily furrow her brow, as a wave of refreshing sensation erupted in her mouth. The wine, upon entering the throat, sent a delightful warmth coursing through her being. The lingering fragrance of the wine clung to her lips long after. Wayne explained, "This amber light wine, infused with golden nectar, boasts a rich flavor even without aging. If properly aged, just 5 seconds after it glides down, a warm current rises in the chest, bringing a sense of tranquility and a rosy complexion. The wine cellar of Phoenix Island has perhaps been blessed by the divine Phoenix, enhancing its aging effects significantly." Gaia, swirling her glass with delight, proclaimed, "This amber light wine is priced at 15 gold coins per bottle and 50 gold coins per barrel. The aged version will not be sold externally for now. After all, the vineyard on Phoenix Island is limited, producing only around 10,000 barrels annually at best. This price is quite reasonable, comparable to the golden wine from Qingting Island and the summer red from Dorne. Given the quality of amber light wine, I believe it will easily capture their market share." Channa, who oversees the porcelain workshop on Phoenix Island and serves as the steward of Phoenix Fortress, promptly concurred. "Last year, we produced a total of 6,000 barrels of wine, selling over 5,000. yielding only 50,000 gold coins in revenue. This year, with the vineyard's area nearly expanded by 13%, we can produce over 10,000 barrels of amber light wine. Even if we sell 8,000 barrels, that would generate 400,000 gold coins in revenue. This could indeed become another pillar industry for Phoenix Fortress. Channa's calculations brought even more joy to the assembly. After all, the income from this venture alone could rival the production of those grand noble lords on the continent of Westeros. The various industries on Phoenix Island demonstrate impressive revenue capabilities. The porcelain workshop alone can bring in at least 1 million gold coins each year. Although the Phoenix Island fleet consists of only 30 large sailing vessels, it can still generate hundreds of thousands of gold coins annually through overseas trade. Other ventures, such as silk, the Phoenix Estate, specialty seasonings, and dock taxes, combine to yield an additional 500,000 to 600,000 gold coins. Thus, the net profit of Phoenix Island last year exceeded 1 million gold coins. However, due to the recent construction of Phoenix Fortress and the extensive investment required for the development of the Stone Steps Islands, coupled with personnel outflows, the annual surplus of Phoenix Island remains modest, with the fortress's treasury currently holding just over 300,000 gold coins in surplus. As Attia contemplated the financial prospects of Phoenix Island, the third young lady approached, elegantly presenting a premier vintage. "Your Highnesses, behold the exquisite Wudong wine." When Wayne held the gem-encrusted crystal bottle, the light refracted through it, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors within the liquid. This remarkable concoction was crafted from 12 varieties of tropical fruits, infused with secret spices and this year's finest Wudong berries. Wayne's voice trembled with reverence as he introduced the Wudong wine, a new creation that epitomized the winemaking mastery of Phoenix Island, standing as a paragon among fruit wines. The moment Master Wayne uncorked the bottle, the entire hall seemed to be enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of a tropical orchard. Attia observed that the colorful liquid, when poured, exhibited a syrupy viscosity reminiscent of melted sugar. Wayne meticulously poured the vibrant elixir into specially designed glass cups, where it swirled and refracted the light, casting a dreamlike spectrum akin to a rainbow. Damon squinted slightly, savoring the wine's fragrance and its wondrous hues, feeling as though he had captured the essence of the summer sun and lush forests within the crystal goblet. Gaia gently swirled her glass, and the liquid left delicate trails on the glass's surface, attesting to its rich body and high sugar content. Lowering her gaze to inhale deeply, she was greeted by a bouquet of ripe fruits, luscious mangoes, honeyed pineapples, and the sweet tart notes of passion fruit, all intertwined with an unexpected hint of the elegant Wudong blossom, akin to a tropical tempest. "Your Highness, do not be hasty to drink," Master Wayne said with a mysterious smile, producing a silver coin and letting a drop of the wine fall onto its surface. To their astonishment, the liquid began to spread, ultimately forming the intricate pattern of a phoenix feather. "This wine, infused with our secret golden essence, reveals the feather pattern upon contact with silver," Wayne explained, serving as a unique anti-counterfeiting mark of Phoenix Island's wines, impossible for outsiders to replicate. Attia lifted her glass and took a delicate sip. Instantly, an explosion of fruity aromas burst within her mouth, as if she had swallowed a medley of sweet fruits. Just as the sweetness threatened to overwhelm, the distinctive bitter notes of Wudong berries emerged, perfectly balancing the myriad of flavors. The exquisite taste of the Wudong wine compelled Gaia to close her eyes, relishing the lingering fragrance on her palate. This experience brought her a profound sense of relaxation, as if her very mind had become weightless. Yet, Gaia's thoughts drifted towards the substantial profits this Wudong wine could yield for Phoenix Island. This wine was truly a masterpiece. Even at a price of several hundred gold coins per barrel, demand would likely outstrip supply. However, Master Wayne, with a look of regret, explained, "Given the current scale of our Wudong orchards, we can produce a maximum of only 1,000 barrels of Wudong wine each year." As the divine radiant phoenix continued to flourish, the daily consumption of the phoenix berry would inevitably increase. After a moment of contemplation, Gaia decisively established the pricing at 50 gold coins per bottle and 2,000 gold dragons per barrel. "Each year, we shall brew 1,000 barrels, and in 2 years, the phoenix groves on the other islands of the Stone Steps archipelago will also bear fruit. Over the years, we have acquired numerous estates in Dorne and the disputed lands, where the phoenix trees will soon begin to yield as well." 50 gold coins, exclaimed Channa in astonishment. "That exceeds the price of the finest golden wine from Qingting Island and the exquisite pearl wine from Quercus. Precisely for this reason, it merits such a price." Demon replied with a smile. "This premium wine is a symbol of status. The nobles of King's Landing will undoubtedly vie for it to showcase their prestige. Chapter 14. The Dark Tidings. Just as the winemaking enterprise on Phoenix Island was thriving, an unfortunate news reached King's Landing. Prince Balon, Daemon's father, succumbed to a sudden abdominal pain while hunting. Despite the efforts of the Grand Maester, he regrettably passed away. Balon was the fourth child of King Jaehaerys I of the Seven Kingdoms and Alysanne Targaryen, ranking second among their surviving sons. Born in the 57th year of the conquest. At the onset of spring following a long winter, he was known as the Prince of Spring Dawn. He was also dubbed the Brave Balon for having once struck the nose of the founding dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, with a wooden stick. At the age of 16, Balon became a dragon rider, mounting the great dragon Vagr, showcasing remarkable bravery and wisdom. Throughout his upbringing, he shared a close bond with his brother Aemon, training and learning together, often venturing forth to tame dragons side by side. In the 92nd year of the conquest, while assisting the Isle of Tarth against pirates from the Summer Isles, Aemon tragically fell victim to a stray arrow, leading to Balon's elevation as Prince of Dragonstone and the new heir to the throne. Balon married his sister Alysanne, and their first child, Viserys, was born in the 77th year of the conquest, followed by their second son, Daemon, in the 81st year. Their third son, Aegon, was born amidst tragedy, as Alysanne succumbed to postpartum complications, and Aegon did not survive long thereafter. Thus, the line of Balon was left with only Viserys and Daemon, along with Aethia, a male descendant recognized but barred from bearing the Targaryen name. After 5 or 6 years of marriage, Viserys had only managed to raise a daughter, Rhaenyra, who was 3 years younger than Aethia and still a naive young girl in the light of the realm. Upon receiving the news, Daemon, unusually flustered and helpless, summoned his dragon Caraxes and set off to Dragonstone, accompanied by Aethia. Meanwhile, the young men of Aethia's phoenix wings boarded the Aethia, a birthday gift prepared by Gaia, and followed suit. Due to the funeral of Prince Balon, this occasion marks the formal debut of Attia among the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. As the phoenix wing of Attia, they naturally accompany him. In just half a day's time, Daemon and his companions arrived at Dragonstone. However, since Balon's body remains in King's Landing for the wake and has yet to be transported to Dragonstone, the island is currently bustling only with guards and servants preparing for the upcoming funeral. Daemon settled Attia in a room near the Dragon Mount within the main keep of Dragonstone, personally selecting 2 servants to attend to him. Attia, the corridor and stone steps to your right lead directly into the heart of Dragon Mount. Currently, 3 adult dragons reside within: Silverwing, the Greed Eater, and the Sheep Stealer. You may wish to pay them a visit. Silverwing, once the steed of Queen Alicent, possesses a gentle temperament and displays a fondness for all Targaryens, making him a formidable dragon. The Sheep Stealer, though not particularly handsome and known for his irascible nature, has yet to be tamed. The Greed Eater, the eldest and largest of these dragons, possesses a vicious cunning and unpredictable temperament. Those who dare approach him often meet a grim fate. Furthermore, he has devoured many of the young dragons that dared to come near him, along with the wild dragon eggs he discovered, so do exercise caution around him. Daemon's significant words immediately conveyed his intent to Attia. It appeared this rather indulgent father wished for his son to attempt the daunting task of taming an adult dragon. Attia, do not belittle yourself due to your origins. You are the son of Daemon Targaryen, and as long as I acknowledge you, the opinions of others hold no weight. Understood, father. Attia responded obediently, though internally he could not help but mutter a retort. Then you might as well bring me a dragon egg. After Daemon imparted a multitude of instructions to Attia, he confidently mounted his dragon and set off towards King's Landing. During dinner, the grand dining hall of Dragonstone was occupied solely by Attia, Scholar Tigris, and a few knights. Regarding Attia's audacious act of taking the seat of honor, Scholar Tigris respectfully addressed him. Your Highness Attia, the servants of Dragonstone are preoccupied with preparations for Prince Balon's funeral, so the meal is rather simple. I hope you will not mind. Thank you, Scholar. Attia replied with elegant poise and a warm voice. In these times, this is already quite adequate. The unfortunate demise of Prince Balon is not merely a sorrow for the Targaryen family, but a loss felt throughout the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. I shall not quibble over such matters. The world is ever-changing, and we should express gratitude to the gods for granting us the comfort to enjoy this splendid dinner. Attia's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Scholar Tigris's eyes. As a seasoned scholar, he instantly recognized Attia's extraordinary nature. Sir Robert involuntarily slowed his movements, casting curious glances at Arya. Meanwhile, Sir Bloom, who was indulging in his drink, discreetly rolled his eyes. Their reactions did not escape the indifferent gaze of Arya. This bloom truly possessed a rebellious spirit. It was no wonder he betrayed Rhaenyra in the original tale, for his prejudices against others could likely fill the depths of Blackwater Bay. Arya, being merely 7 years of age, feigned ignorance and chose to disengage from their conversation. After a modest repast that barely satisfied her hunger, she gracefully took her leave, perhaps due to the fact that Dragonstone was perched atop a live volcano, and her room was situated near Dragonmount. The heat was quite oppressive. That night, she struggled to find peace in slumber, plagued by dreams of entering a volcano. Finally, in a deep sleep, Arya found herself once again in that surreal dreamscape. However, this time, there were no resplendent fiery clouds, only billowing smoke and a searing gust of heat enveloping her. Here, she sensed her blood coursing through her veins like a volcano on the verge of eruption, stirring within her an inexplicable urge to unleash her emotions. Thus, the restless Arya began to run swiftly through this strange dream, intensifying the tumultuous energy within her already boiling blood. Just as she felt herself transforming into a blaze, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly echoed before her. A pale blue dragon surged towards her like a sweeping wave of fiery clouds. Dreamfire. Possessing formidable mental fortitude, Arya was not frightened. Rather, she felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I have entered the Targaryen dream state? Yet, this was puzzling. Dreamfire resided within the dragon pit of King's Landing. How could I possibly forge a connection with her? In the fleeting moment of her astonishment, the colossal dragon lunged before Arya. The heat radiating from the dragon and the sulphurous breath enveloped her, causing her skin to prickle. The dragon pressed its massive head close to Arya, and within its enormous pupils, she slowly discerned her own reflection. Chapter 15. Exploring Dragonmount. Just as Arya sensed a connection with the dragon, it unexpectedly exhaled a torrent of dragon fire towards her, jolting her awake from the dream. Unbeknownst to her, upon opening her eyes, the violet hue of her irises flickered with amber flames. It had merely been a dream. Sweaty and without a stitch of clothing, Arya felt remarkably invigorated, as if she had just emerged from a rejuvenating hot spring. Rising from her repose, she washed up briefly, donned a sleek black outfit, and, armed with her blade of embers, stealthily made her way towards Dragonmount. Despite the presence of the dragon guards in Longshan, their primary duty is to oversee the great dragons, resulting in a rather lax defense, which allowed Attia to stealthily infiltrate the area. The dragon guards, an elite cadre composed of the illegitimate descendants of the Targaryen family, are tasked with protecting the dragons of House Targaryen located in the dragon pit of King's Landing and on Dragonstone. This esteemed guard consists of 77 robust men, whose relentless duty is to vigilantly watch over the dragons, regardless of their hiding places, day and night. Clad in gleaming black armor and wielding swords, the dragon guards boast formidable combat prowess, adorned with a crest of dragon scales on their helmets that taper down their backs. In light of the recent loss of 3 dragon eggs and several incidents involving family members unlawfully riding the dragons, the most infamous being Princess Arya Targaryen's audacious theft of Balerion, which ultimately led to her tragic demise upon her return to Westeros, King Jaehaerys I established the dragon guards in the year 56 of the conquest to prevent such thievery from occurring. The decision to recruit the illegitimate heirs of the Targaryen line was predicated on their unique ability to withstand the dragon's wrath, as many among them have ancestral ties to those who tended to the Targaryen's dragons and eggs, thus possessing a rich legacy of hatching and nurturing dragons. Dragons exhibit a distinct sensitivity to the Valyrian bloodline. Only those of pure royal blood are granted the dragon's recognition and tolerance. Conversely, any individual lacking the Dragon Lord's lineage who dares to approach the dragons is nearly certain to meet a fiery end. When Princess Daenerys developed the tremors in the 60th year of the conquest, King Jaehaerys dispatched a raven to the dragon guards on Dragonstone, instructing them to bring a young dragon to King's Landing. Tragically, Daenerys passed away mere hours later, prompting Jaehaerys to hasten back on Vhagar to inform them that the effort was no longer necessary. Interestingly, many members of the dragon guards possessed the ability to ride dragons themselves. However, those who had previously forged connections with dragons without royal consent were executed by the Targaryen dragon riders. Consequently, numerous knights of non-royal blood were assigned to oversee the dragon guards, effectively eliminating any opportunities for dragon theft. The dragon guards are unparalleled in their knowledge of the dragons residing in the dragon pit. Notably, the nicknames of the dragons, Melia's the Red Queen and Clargus the Bloodworm, were bestowed upon them by the guards. Records indicate that in the 75th year of the conquest, The dragon guards vehemently opposed the 15-year-old Princess Alicia's choice of the aged and sluggish Balerion as her mount, instead recommending the untried Crimson Dragon Melius. In the 84th year of the conquest, they thwarted Princess Senela's attempt to escape on a dragon and returned her to the Red Keep. Strangely, subsequent royal records fail to mention the fate of Princess Senela's dragon. On one occasion, the dragon guards even intervened to prevent the mischievous Princess Vicenrila from daringly allowing 6 boys to place their heads into a dragon's maw. During the tumultuous period of the blood dragon's frenzied dance, the populace, led by insatiable shepherds, stormed the dragoness lair. At that time, the vigilant dragon guards numbered fewer than 50, valiantly wielding their longswords in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the mob. However, their resistance crumbled swiftly. The valiant dragon Tarek, Slickos, Mogul, and Munghua perished in the clash with the rioters, leading to the collapse of the dragon's dome. From that day forth, the Targaryen family's dragon guards vanished without a trace, resulting in the gradual loss of the techniques for hatching and nurturing dragons. Within the Dragon Mountain, a stifling heat prevailed, accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur, and sporadic bursts of scalding gas erupted. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, the agile Aisha glided like a specter into the depths of the mountain. The interior of the Dragon Mountain was far deeper than Aisha had envisioned, revealing numerous vast caverns. As he ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly searing, and the pungent odor of sulfur became almost suffocating. The rocks beneath his feet were scorching, and distant, low rumbles echoed. The source unknown, whether it be the flow of molten lava beneath the earth or the murmurs of a slumbering dragon. Utilizing the moonlight, Aisha meticulously explored each nook and cranny, treading with utmost caution. The passages within the lair were labyrinthine, with some areas having collapsed into steep chasms. He had to scramble on hands and knees to traverse them, feeling the lingering warmth of the stones beneath his fingers, as if the entire mountain trembled under the breath of a slumbering giant. Upon reaching the rear of the Dragon Mountain, a sudden, deep inhalation echoed ahead. Aisha instinctively held his breath, crouching behind a protruding rock. Cautiously, he peered out, only to find his pupils constricting in astonishment. There, in the shadows of the cavern, lay a colossal dragon. It was an immense black dragon, its scales dark as obsidian, yet glistening with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Its wings were folded tightly against its sides, and its thick tail coiled around its body like a small mountain. With each breath, its maw released tiny green embers that flickered in the darkness before swiftly extinguishing. Most breathtaking of all, even in slumber, it emanated an aura of dread and power. Could this be the glutton? Aisha thought to himself. How fortuitous. He dared not make a sound, holding his breath as he observed for a moment. Noticing that the dragon seemed unaware of his presence, still enveloped in sleep, he cautiously slinked away in another direction. Heightened excitement and anxiety rendered Aisha oblivious to the passage of time. However, he recognized that he had returned to the front of the Dragon Mountain, just as he found an open cave to rest for a moment. A piercing dragon's roar startled him, causing him to tumble from his perch on the large stone. Fortunately, the land below was warm and muddy, preventing Aisha from sustaining any injuries. Illuminated by the flickering flames emerging from the throat of the colossal dragon behind him, Aisha quickly recognized that the magnificent creature before him was none other than Silverwing. The very spot where Aisha had fallen was the hatching ground of Silverwing, a sanctuary for newborn dragons. Silverwing approached Aisha, sniffing carefully, sensing the dragon blood coursing through his veins, and thus did not pose any threat. Instead, it gently nudged Aisha into a patch of searing mud. Goodness, a nest of dragon eggs. These eggs were meticulously guarded by Silverwing, nestled beneath its tail and wings, each showcasing a distinct hue. The black egg, as dark as the night, was adorned with intricate red patterns that resembled flickering flames. The one to the right shimmered with a profound bronze color, reflecting a metallic sheen in the dim light. To the left, a rare golden-purple egg was covered in tiny, scale-like protrusions. Aisha's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 16, Silverwing Versus. The glutton Aisha took a deep breath, slowly calming himself with several deep inhalations. After all, he was nurturing 2 phoenixes. A mere dragon egg was hardly noteworthy. Just as Aisha was reinforcing his mental fortitude, a sudden, crisp sound erupted beneath his feet. Crack! Aisha glanced down in astonishment to discover a blue dragon egg at his feet, and to his shock, it had already begun to crack open. Goodness, how could this happen? I didn't even step on it. The sharp sound echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the cave. Aisha's heart sank as he quickly looked up at Silverwing. At that moment, Silverwing's eyes snapped open, her golden slit pupils piercing through the darkness, locking onto Aisha with unwavering intensity. A chill ran down Aisha's spine, and cold sweat drenched his back. This is it. The dragon slowly raised its head, emitting a deep, rumbling growl from the depths of its throat. Sparks flying from its teeth, as its massive head edged closer to Aisha. Instinctively, Aisha raised the blade of extinction in front of him, its 7-colored flames surging to a height of 3 or 4 meters. However, Silverwing suddenly ceased her growl, tilting her enormous head slightly, as if affectionately sniffing the air. This bewildered Aisha completely. What is she doing? As the dragon drew closer, the hot breath emanating from her nostrils scorched Aisha's cheeks. Yet, he compelled himself to remain still, rooted to the spot. Just then, a soft, raspy sound emerged from beside his feet. He glanced down to find, to his astonishment, that a blue hatchling had crawled out from the uncracked blue egg at his feet. This evoked a vivid recollection in Aisha of the dream he had experienced earlier that day. Could the colossal dragon that graced his slumber be this little creature? Upon hatching, the azure hatchling ascended directly up Aisha's calf. This blue dragon, known as the Azure Fury, bore a striking resemblance to his dream's fire. Yet its pale blue scales shimmered with a vibrant turquoise luster, exuding vitality, though its form was still tender and delicate. The dense protrusions on its crown and neck hinted at the formidable horns and spines that would eventually adorn its majestic body. Aisha cradled the young dragon in his arms, relishing the warmth radiating from its tiny frame. The little one affectionately nudged Aisha with its small head, sniffing curiously. Meanwhile, the great dragon, Silverwing, squinted its eyes, observing the tender interaction between Aisha and the azure hatchling with keen interest. With a sudden rustle, the blue hatchling climbed up Aisha's arm to his shoulder, fervently flapping its slightly damp wings. At that moment, Silverwing, who had been quietly resting, grew restless and swiftly made her way toward the cave's entrance, unleashing a roar that echoed throughout Dragon Mountain. It was evident that she sensed an impending danger, prompting Aisha to hastily retreat deeper into the dragon's lair with the azure hatchling in tow, where numerous boulders could easily conceal them. However, the intrepid Aisha seized the opportunity to gather the remaining 3 dragon eggs into his leather pouch. Just as he secured the last egg, he noticed another silver-gray egg nestled in the corner. Yet, before he could approach it, a shadowy figure surged towards Silverwing's lair. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Aisha scrambled further into the depths of the cave. The commotion would surely attract the attention of the dragon's sentinels, and he could not afford to linger. While it was regrettable to leave 1 egg behind, he felt a sense of contentment, having acquired a young dragon and 3 eggs. Knowing when to withdraw was indeed a wise decision. As Aisha crawled out from the far end of Silverwing's lair with the hatchling and the eggs, the dragon sentinels, armed with torches, rushed into the scene. Above the entrance to Silverwing's lair, the black dragon, Glutton, was engaged in fierce combat with Silverwing. Though Glutton was somewhat older, having grown wild and reliant on his own hunting skills, he had not developed at a rapid pace, standing at merely 60 meters, hardly longer than the slender Silverwing. However, Glutton's robust frame and his experiences in the wild endowed him with heightened combat awareness and offensive prowess. It was precisely this cunning that made Glutton acutely aware that a single injury could lead a wild dragon to a perilous fate. Several siblings who had accompanied him in the hunt had suffered grievous wounds due to their reckless bravado in the field. Some perished from hunger, while others were devoured by the gluttonous. Thus, despite possessing formidable strength, he never dared to confront the adult dragons head-on, relying on his substantial size and fearsome appearance. The gluttonous one charged fiercely towards Silverwing. Though Silverwing, with her inherently gentle disposition, wished to avoid conflict, the dragon's lair was sacred ground for every dragon. An intrusion by others was strictly forbidden. Moreover, the astute Silverwing understood the malevolent intentions of the gluttonous one, who was evidently after her dragon eggs. It was likely that the recent hatching of her young had drawn the gluttonous one's attention. Ever since the gluttonous one reached maturity, such predatory incidents had frequently unfolded upon Dragon Mountain. Even the mighty Silverwing had fallen victim to the theft of her eggs, forcing her to relocate her nest several times. Recognizing that she could not engage the gluttonous one in close combat, Silverwing wisely chose to distance herself from the menacing black dragon. With a swift motion, she unleashed a torrent of azure flames towards her adversary. However, the gluttonous one executed a graceful vertical ascent, evading the attack, while the powerful gust from his massive wings sent Silverwing reeling. Seizing the opportunity, the gluttonous one opened his cavernous maw, revealing his sharp fangs, intent on striking Silverwing. In a flash, Silverwing deftly maneuvered her wings, skillfully dodging the assault and soaring to greater heights. From her elevated position, she dove downward, unleashing a searing torrent of blue flames akin to artillery fire aimed at the gluttonous one, yet he managed to evade it once more. In retaliation, the gluttonous one lunged towards Silverwing, his enormous claws aimed at her wings. Silverwing sidestepped just in time, countering with a powerful sweep of her tail that struck the gluttonous one squarely, causing him to stagger. Yet, he quickly regained his balance and lunged at her again. While the two titanic beasts engaged in their aerial skirmish, Attia had stealthily approached the passage leading to Dragon Mountain, cradling the young blue dragon. At this moment, all the dragon sentinels had rushed to Silverwing's lair, affording Attia the opportunity to swiftly return to his chamber. Standing on the balcony, he could still observe the fierce exchange between the two dragons high above. Suddenly, the gluttonous one seized the moment, sinking his teeth into Silverwing's tail. In pain, she let out a furious roar. However, she quickly regained her wits, twisting her body and fiercely clawing at the gluttonous one's eyes, forcing him to release his grip. Taking advantage of this brief reprieve, Silverwing ascended into the sky, gathering her strength to prepare for a new offensive. Chapter 17. The Dragon's Turmoil. Upon returning to his room, Attia discovered that his clothing was completely drenched in sweat. As his chest heaved with exertion, a thrilling sense of survival surged within him. Poseidon, the name he had bestowed upon his young dragon, nestled closely against Attia's chest, obediently silent. The 3 heavy dragon eggs nestled at her waist are not merely priceless treasures, but also burdensome liabilities. Transporting them back to Phoenix Island proves to be no simple endeavor. Outside the balcony, the aerial battle has reached a fever pitch. The silver-winged dragon emits furious cries, its blue flames illuminating the vast night sky. Yet they are deftly evaded by the gluttonous predator, whose black form slips through the chaos like an elusive eel. The glutton, a cunning predator par excellence, strikes with lethal efficiency, targeting the vulnerable base of the silver-winged dragon's wings and the junction of its neck. Though the silver-winged dragon is formidable in size, its combat experience pales in comparison to that of the ferocious beast that has survived the brutal wilderness. Scales on her body are curled and torn, with dragon blood seeping out and emitting tendrils of black smoke, her movements noticeably sluggish. The roar of the giant dragon causes the small Poseidon, cradled in Attia's arms, to squirm restlessly. Its diminutive wings flap vigorously, producing faint currents of air, while its blue-green slit pupils fixate intently on the titanic struggle above. "Hush now, little Poseidon," Attia murmurs, gently stroking the delicate scales at the back of its neck to soothe its agitation. Just then, a heart-wrenching wail pierces the air. With a fierce cry, the glutton seizes the fleeting opportunity presented by the silver-winged dragon's momentary paralysis after unleashing its flames, darting in like a bolt of black lightning. Its massive, spiked tail strikes with the force of a battering ram against the left wing's base, a sickening crack echoing through the air, reaching even Attia's ears from afar. The silver-winged dragon's substantial form spirals out of control, plummeting from the skies like a marionette with severed strings. However, just before crashing into Dragon Mountain, she manages to regain her balance, soaring gracefully upward with her vast wings, disappearing into the depths of the mountain without a backward glance. The glutton circles triumphantly above, emitting a low, greedy roar, seemingly proclaiming its victory. Its sinister green eyes scan the chaotic dragon lair below, clearly undeterred by its true objective, the hatchlings and the dragon eggs. A sense of dread washes over Attia. The silver-winged dragon is gravely injured, and now there is no one to prevent the glutton from breaching the lair. He anxiously glances at the silver-gray egg left behind in the corner. Feeling a surge of apprehension, the glutton suddenly dives, plunging directly into the vast entrance of the silver-winged dragon's lair. Almost instantaneously, the sounds of hurried footsteps and clattering armor echo from within Dragonstone Keep. Clearly, the knights and guards of the castle have been alerted by the dragon skirmish, swiftly converging along the passageways toward Dragon Mountain. Attia can even hear their heavy breaths and anxious gasps. "Quick! Seal all passageways. Guard the hatching pool. Stay vigilant. The glutton has entered," Attia exclaims, closing the balcony's French doors and drawing the heavy curtains tightly, shutting out the cacophony of the outside world and any potential prying eyes. He swiftly unfastened the belt around his waist and delicately extracted 3 dragon eggs, which still emanated a gentle warmth. Poseidon, curious, leaned over from his shoulder, gently nudging one of the golden-purple eggs, adorned with flame-like patterns, with his damp nose, emitting a soft, affectionate purr. "Don't be mischievous, Poseidon." Attia quickly surveyed the room, contemplating where to conceal the dragon eggs. Beneath the bed, too conspicuous. In the wardrobe, not sufficiently discreet. Moreover, the dragon guards would undoubtedly search there. His gaze eventually settled on the fireplace. The flames were faint, yet the ashes within could effectively conceal the precious eggs. Attia hastily cleared the burning coals with his hands, burying the 3 dragon eggs deep within, restoring the surface before adding a few more coals. The fireplace's heat would also aid in their incubation. Just as Attia concealed the eggs, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, halting at his door. "Lord Attia, are you there?" came the rough, serious voice of the captain of the Dragon Guards. "There's trouble at Dragon Mountain. The gluttonous one has invaded, and Lord Silverwing is gravely injured. All personnel must be checked. Please open the door." Attia took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, laced with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. "What has happened? Do you not know I am resting, to make such a ruckus at my door?" As he spoke, he tucked Poseidon into the now-deflated bag that had held the dragon eggs, leaving a small opening for him to breathe, and carelessly tossed the bag beneath a pile of laundry at the foot of the bed. Completing this, he quickly shed his dusty and muddy outer robe, crumpling it into the pile of clothes, leaving only his undergarments on, intentionally tousling his hair to portray the appearance of having just been awakened. He approached the door, inhaled deeply, and then pulled it open. Standing outside were 3 fully armed, tense castle guards, with Bloom gripping the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze sweeping over Attia and the room behind him. "We sincerely apologize for disturbing Master Attia's rest," Bloom stated, though his eyes scrutinized Attia like a hawk. "The gluttonous dragon has intruded into Silverwing's lair. We suspect someone may have infiltrated Dragon Mountain amidst the chaos and possibly stolen the dragon eggs. For safety's sake, we need to search all rooms, including yours. We ask for your cooperation." His gaze lingered momentarily on the slightly disheveled room, particularly on the pile of clothes at the foot of the bed. Attia recognized Bloom's intent to embarrass him, clearly perceiving himself as a powerless, ordinary, illegitimate son. Thus, he feigned just the right amount of surprise and a hint of displeasure. "Is it possible that dragon eggs have been stolen? Shouldn't you be ensuring that all the dragon eggs in Dragon Mountain are secure first? How dare you seek to search my room without proper authorization? Master Attia, this is our duty. Please do not make it difficult for us." With these words, Bloom boldly pushed Attia aside and recklessly stormed into his chamber. "You wretched creature!" Bloom, thoroughly enraged by Attia's defiance, rushed to the bedside and seized his blade of annihilation. "Get out, or you shall perish." Seeing Attia brandishing a weapon against him, Bloom scoffed derisively. "Young man, I advise you to sheath that prized blade of yours, lest you injure Lord Bloom." Amidst the astonished gasps of the 2 other guards, Attia sprang into action without hesitation, swiftly severing Bloom's head, which bore a mocking grin. The flames of the blade of annihilation ignited, consuming both his corpse and head in an inferno. "Will you depart now, or do you wish to join him in serving the 7 gods?" At that moment, Attia resembled a bloodthirsty demon, sending the 2 guards scurrying in terror from the room. Chapter 18. The verbal duel in the dining hall. Observing the guards' hasty retreat, Attia gradually dispelled his fury. He pried open Bloom's charred armor and extracted his heart, placing it within the helmet. He then unceremoniously hurled Bloom's lifeless body outside, reigniting the flames of the blade to reduce it to ashes. Attia noted with exhilaration that after slaying Bloom, the violet flames within the blade appeared to have intensified. Could it be that his blade of annihilation could gain power through the act of killing? Was this not compelling him to embrace a path of tyranny? To kill one is to become a thief, to slay 100 is to become a commander, and to murder countless souls is to become a hero. If necessary, I would not hesitate to let my enemy's blood flow like rivers. Closing the door, Attia, carrying Bloom's bloodied heart, released Posereth, wielding the blazing blade of annihilation. He swiftly sliced the heart into even portions, roasting them before feeding them to Posereth. Though the little blue dragon had just hatched, its appetite was considerable, devouring the entire heart. Satisfied, it nestled in Attia's embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. After such exertions, Attia felt a sense of fatigue and joined his little dragon in bed for sleep. As for the assassination of a knight of Dragonstone, Attia dismissed it from his mind, knowing that he would demand an account from Dragonstone on the morrow. In the original timeline, Bloom would eventually betray Rhaenyra, surrendering Dragonstone Island to the Greens. Thus, in a way, he had assisted in resolving a regrettable situation. Perhaps Attia's decisive execution of Sir Bloom had thoroughly shocked the inhabitants of Dragonstone. The following day, when the sun had risen high in the sky, no one came to rouse him from slumber. It was Posereth's warm little head that nudged Attia awake from his dreams of soaring through the skies on a dragon. As hunger gnawed at him, Attia discovered, to his astonishment, that he could vaguely sense the intentions of the little creature. Was this what they referred to as a mental connection? He pondered whether it was merely between himself and the dragon, or if all the dragon riders of House Targaryen shared such a unique bond with their dragons. Using the water left over from the previous night, Attia performed a hasty ablution. He then instructed Poseidon to remain hidden in the room while he boldly strode towards the table hall of the Stone Drum Tower, wielding the Blade of Annihilation. The Stone Drum Tower served as the stronghold of Dragonstone. Whenever a storm approached, its ancient walls would reverberate with a booming echo, hence its name. The Table Hall, perched at the tower's pinnacle, was a circular chamber illuminated by 4 tall, narrow windows facing east, west, south, and north, creating a bright and spacious atmosphere. Within the hall stood a massive wooden table intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros. It was said to be crafted based on the perspectives of Conqueror Aegon and his 2 sisters, who had flown across every corner of the continent on their dragons during the Conquest Wars. This 3-dimensional map presented the landscape of Westeros with unparalleled precision and detail, surpassing all existing maps. During the Conquest Wars, it was here that Aegon devised his battle strategies. The table measured over 50 feet in length, its widest point approximately half that length, and its narrowest section less than 4 feet, in a position corresponding to Dragonstone. A meticulously crafted Dragonstone crystal chair was situated upon a raised platform, granting a commanding view of the entire map. Sitting in that chair imbued one with an aura of sovereign authority. Currently, the scholars and knights of Dragonstone had gathered in this hall. Such behavior was utterly inexcusable. Sir Bloom was the captain of the Royal Guard at Dragonstone. A knight who usually enjoyed a good rapport with Bloom raised his voice in indignation. That was the only son of Prince Daemon, the last male heir of House Velaryon. Scholar Gladys evidently held a differing opinion, questioning why Sir Bloom would intrude upon Her Highness Attia, particularly after the altercation with the dragon yesterday, and why he would storm into Her Highness's chamber armed. Sir Robert also felt that Bloom had brought this upon himself, yet he was equally dissatisfied with Attia's readiness to take a life over a mere disagreement, expressing his frustration that such actions were unwarranted. After all, he was merely a child, exhibiting such brutality. Truly, he was an unacknowledged bastard, lacking proper upbringing. Indeed, we must demand an explanation from him. As sworn knights, even His Majesty the King cannot arbitrarily dispose of our lives, let alone a mere bastard. Yes, we must receive an account. At that moment, Attia forcefully kicked open the door to the table hall, his expression dark as he declared, "You of Dragonstone must indeed provide an explanation to Phoenix Island. How dare you send someone to brazenly attempt an assassination in my chamber? I am genuinely curious to know who bestowed upon you the audacity to act in such a manner." What assassination? Sir Bloom was merely conducting a routine inspection. Silence. What is this place? Do you have the right to speak here? Can you speak on behalf of Bloom? Or perhaps you represent Dragonstone? Or have you attained the authority to speak for the Targaryen royal family? You foolish dolt. Attia initially seized the initiative, intimidating everyone present. He then directly seated himself upon the Iron Throne and inquired, who was responsible for the security of Dragonstone last night? Sir Robert stepped forward, stating, "Only Bloom and I were in command last night." Attia pressed further, "Then from whom did you receive the precise information regarding the missing dragon eggs?" Sir Robert, taken aback, exclaimed, "Dragon eggs? What dragon eggs? I received no such notification." Attia's lips curled into a smirk as he continued, "Then, was there anyone last night who ordered a search of all the rooms within Dragonstone?" Sir Robert appeared utterly bewildered, replying, "What? Why would we search the rooms? There was merely a conflict involving the dragons. What does that have to do with the people in the castle?" So, Bloom, fully armed and weapon in hand, barged into my chamber purely out of his own volition, was it? Attia swiftly located the 2 knights who had accompanied Bloom the previous night within the crowd, demanding, "Speak. Who instructed you to attempt an assassination against me? Who else is complicit with you? If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, I would not hesitate to send you to join Bloom." "And no, Your Highness. It was solely Bloom's reckless actions that posed a threat to you. We had no part in it. We were merely compelled to follow him due to his position as captain." The 2 knights, having witnessed Attia's methods last night, were already terrified, hastily distancing themselves from Bloom. So all attempts at assassination were solely his doing? Yes, indeed. He has lost his wits and sought to harm Your Highness. We could not dissuade him. Indeed, Your Highness, we dared not show any disrespect towards you last night. Scholar Gladys, did you hear all of this? The evidence of Bloom's assassination attempt is irrefutable. Once the royal family arrives at Dragonstone, let them decide the appropriate course of action. For these few days, have provisions and meals sent to my chamber. How many more at Dragonstone wish to see me harmed? As a mere 7-year-old child, I cannot guard against their overt and covert threats. Chapter 19, The Gathering of Dragons. Yes, Your Highness. Scholar Gladys responded respectfully, though unable to suppress a slight smile. After relaying his instructions to Gladys, Attia strode away, exuding an air of arrogance. Esteemed guests, the truth of the matter has now been laid bare. If you wish to avoid entanglement, it would be prudent to refrain from any actions that may be detrimental to His Highness, Prince Attia. Scholar Gladys, after the departure of Attia, addressed those present, noting that this prince possesses a stature that rivals that of his father, Prince Demon. His mother is none other than a princess of the illustrious Eastern Empire. We must not allow the tragedy of Sir Bloom to be repeated. Otherwise, individual mortality is trivial compared to the potential repercussions for your families, the tarnishing of your knightly honor, and the disruption of royal harmony. Scholar, shall we simply dismiss the affair of Sir Bloom? One knight retorted, still somewhat defiant. Dismiss? It is certainly not that simple. Scholar Gladys could not help but roll his eyes, for His Highness Attia deserves an explanation from the royal family. After all, the crime of attempting to assassinate a prince is grave, and although this prince may not be recognized by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, he is indeed the true Prince of Dragonstone. Shortly after Attia returned to his chamber, the castle servants delivered new toiletries and meals. However, it was evident that the gruesome demise of Bloom had instilled great fear in them, prompting them to act with utmost caution. I have a hearty appetite. Henceforth, please provide me with double the portions of steak at each meal, and prepare ample milk as well. Upon concluding his request, Attia presented a silver coin as a reward to the servant who had delivered his meal. Yes, Your Highness. The allure of wealth can persuade even the most timid, particularly these frightened servants. To them, a single silver coin equates to several days' wages. Thus, they swiftly returned with extra steak and milk. Once they departed, Attia summoned his concealed dragon, Osiris, and they began to share the steak, each taking turns to savor the morsels. Clearly, the young dragon, Osiris, had a preference for the seasoned beef, devouring an entire large steak and finishing a bowl of milk with remarkable vigor, indicative that even dragons require hydration. The newborn dragon, however, was not particularly energetic. Once satiated, it would sleep soundly for several hours, only awakening when hunger beckoned once more. This proved beneficial for Attia, as although Osiris's voice was not loud, it was deep and hoarse, and should it be overheard, Attia would find it challenging to protect him. Thus, Attia spent a delightful 2 days in solitude with Osiris in his chamber. On the third day, early in the morning, his phoenix wing arrived at Dragonstone aboard the Attia ship. Attia first instructed them to smuggle the dragon eggs onto the vessel, then requested a young hunting dog under the pretext of his fondness for the pups of Dragonstone, bringing one to reside in his room. Subsequently, under the guise of playing with the pup, he had the phoenix wing construct a sealed wicker box that could be carried on his back. Attia even pretended to carry the small hunting dog as he strolled around Dragonstone. However, it seemed the inhabitants of Dragonstone regarded him with considerable apprehension, as they hastily sought to distance themselves upon his approach. It appears that Bloom's chicken slaughtering technique has proven to be quite effective. Thus, Attia boldly smuggled Osiris onto his vessel, the Attia. The once terrified pup, who had been quaking in fear of Osiris, gradually grew bolder after consuming dragon dung for several days, eventually developing a fondness for the company of the great dragon. Within the upper deck of the Attia, Osiris was finally able to move freely. Attia discovered that Osiris had a particular liking for the magical Peonia wine, and so he began to roast beef and lamb for him, seasoned with the exquisite vintage. Perhaps due to the excessive alcohol intake, Osiris tended to sleep for longer periods after his lavish meals, yet his appetite continued to grow. 5 days later, the royal fleet, tasked with transporting the late Prince Balon's body after his period of mourning, arrived at Dragonstone. A resounding roar echoed across the island as a massive red dragon, measuring over 40 meters in length, soared swiftly above Dragonstone, its bronze spines and wings shimmering in the sunlight. This was none other than the Red Queen, Marius, the dragon mount of Princess Rhaenys, celebrated as the swiftest beast on the continent of Westeros. In her arms, Princess Rhaenys cradled her 9-year-old daughter, Lena, and her 7-year-old son, Laenor. The Valerians, with their distinctive silver hair and violet eyes, were true descendants of Valyria, not the dark-skinned, matted-haired variety. Marius was hatched around the 60s of Aegon's conquest and was tamed by Princess Alysanne Targaryen in the Dragon Pit of King's Landing in the 75th year of the conquest. After Princess Alysanne tragically died in childbirth in 84, Marius lost her master until Princess Rhaenys Targaryen took the reins in 87. In 89, Rhaenys rode Marius to Highgarden to meet King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, and together they toured the Stormlands. When Rhaenys wed Corlys Velaryon in 90, she insisted on making a grand entrance on Marias at her wedding. Amidst the chaotic bloodshed, the Greens laid a cunning trap at Harrenhal, successfully ambushing Princess Rhaenys as she rode Marias. They were met with a fierce assault from Aegon II's Sunfire and Prince Aemond's Vhagar. Although Marias was not as colossal as Vhagar, she stood a chance against him alone. In the battle, Marias ultimately fell to the combined might of the two dragons. Yet she inflicted severe damage upon Sunfire and incapacitated Aegon II. As her head was transported in a cart to King's Landing, the onlookers were left in a hushed awe, marking the fall from grace of the great dragon. The Greens' reckless actions undoubtedly set the stage for the common folk of King's Landing to rise against the dragon pit. Following closely behind Marias was the dragon's sibling, Clerix, who flew with a whimper. Both dragons were hatched from the same clutch of dragon eggs. Yet Clerix was smaller due to his elongated form, though he was the fiercest among the third generation of dragons. As the deep, resonant roar of a dragon echoed through the air, a colossal bronze beast, shrouding the sky, made its appearance alongside King Jaehaerys on the horizon. Trailing behind, the even larger Vhagar slowly followed the royal fleet, seemingly bidding a final farewell to its master. The once majestic dragon, now bereft of its owner, appeared particularly wild and tempestuous. One moment, it soared angrily towards the heavens, yearning for freedom. The next, it mournfully neared the royal fleet, as if searching for its beloved master. Any oceanic creature daring to approach would be torn to shreds by Vhagar, not for sustenance, but for the sheer thrill of slaughter. This left the warriors of the royal fleet on edge, fearing that the dragon might turn its wrath upon them as well. Seasick and disoriented, Viserys stood at the ship's railing, lost in thought as he gazed at Vhagar above. His wife, Aemma, and their 4-year-old daughter, Rhaenyra, quietly stood by his side. Chapter 20. The Gift of Baelon. It was you who personally slew Bloom. As they awaited the cremation of Prince Baelon's body, Daemon could not restrain himself from quietly inquiring of Aethia. Aethia, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied softly, "Slaying such a fool is hardly a challenge. Moreover, I wielded the Blade of Ashes." Observing Aethia's confident bravado, Daemon felt a swell of pride and thought to himself, "Truly, he is my offspring." After the priest concluded a lengthy prayer, Jaehaerys, nearly unable to stand, commanded Vhagar to unleash its dragon fire upon the pyre beneath Prince Baelon's body. As the flames blazed fiercely, a spell involuntarily surfaced in Aethia's mind, prompting him to softly chant. With Aethia's incantation, the flames leapt skyward. All present from House Targaryen sensed an inexplicable stirring in their bloodlines, as if an energy surged towards Dragonstone. Yet, they dismissed it as mere illusion. Only Aethia, with keen perception, turned his gaze towards Dragonstone, clearly sensing that this energy was directed towards the ruined dragon lair of Silverwing. Silver dragon eggs? Could it be the Grey Shadow? Aethia's thoughts crystallized. Had he not intervened, Silverwing's hatchling and eggs would likely have been devoured by the Devourers, with only the Grey Shadow's eggs surviving due to their hidden location. Although fortunate to have hatched, they had to evade the Devourers and other dragons daily, unable to roam freely, which stunted their growth for over 20 years. Even a half-destroyed Sunfire could have slain and consumed them. Now, would this surge of energy hasten their hatching? Aethia felt it was indeed possible, given the potency of the energy and its fortuitous timing. He pinched his thigh sharply, eliciting tears from the pain, and exclaimed, "Father, I just saw Grandfather Baelon." Daemon was taken aback by the tearful Aisha, for he had never witnessed his son shed a single tear since his first cry at birth. In a moment of tender concern, he swiftly enveloped Aisha in his embrace. "Aisha, what troubles you? Why do you weep?" "I saw Grandfather Baelon," Aisha lamented. "He said he left a gift for me in the Silverwing's dragon lair. Did you not see him fly over to Dragonmount?" Aisha's words evoked a sudden recollection of an inexplicable sensation among the Targaryens present, leaving no room for doubt regarding Aisha's claim. "Do not cry, dear child." Viserys approached with a gentle tone to console Aisha. "It seems your grandfather is comforted by having a grandson to bid him farewell." "Viserys, Aisha is not a Targaryen. Silence." Daemon interjected fiercely. "If your foul mouth utters another word that displeases me, you may find your tongue at risk." Now, did we not all feel that strange energy just moments ago? I thought it was merely my imagination. Princess Rhaenys disapproved of her husband's harshness toward a mere 7-year-old, although Aisha lacked legal standing in the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon and Gia had indeed celebrated their union on Dragonstone according to the customs of the Free Cities. Thus, even if Aisha were regarded as a bastard, it could not be openly declared, for under the laws of the Free Cities, he possessed a legitimate status. Since Uncle Balon left a gift for Aisha, let us witness it together. It could very well be a dragon egg. May I, great-grandfather? Aisha looked pleadingly at Jaehaerys, for without the elder's approval, the other's efforts would be in vain. Jaehaerys fixed his murky gaze upon Aisha. Despite his advanced age, wisdom radiated from his eyes, revealing an ability to discern the hearts of men. He had ruled over the 7 kingdoms for decades, making him the longest reigning and most revered monarch of House Targaryen. Yet, though he had numerous offspring throughout his life, only 2 remained: the learned Vagon in Old Town and the disgraced Princess Rhaenyra, who had fled to Volantis to become a courtesan after her relationship with her father had soured. Aisha, come here. Jaehaerys beckoned, maintaining an air of authority and dignity, his expression devoid of emotion. Your Majesty. Aisha gracefully performed a formal bow. His Valyrian features and slender form made his movements exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Lana and Rhaenyra could not help but be captivated by Aisha's presence. Why did you slay Ser Blount? Jaehaerys suddenly questioned with an imposing tone. Though feeble in body, his presence remained formidable. The sudden outburst startled Lon Nino, who instinctively sought refuge behind Princess Rhaenys. Your Majesty, I implore you to consider your words. Aisha replied, maintaining a dignified composure as he met his gaze. I merely dispatched an intruder who brazenly entered my chamber, fully armed, in the dead of night. If you seek clarification, I can unequivocally inform you that it was firstly for my own safety. I have no desire to place my well-being in the hands of others. Secondly, it was to uphold the dignity and integrity of the royal family. If we do not impose the strictest penalties on those who dare breach the sanctity of royal quarters, it may lead one to believe that insurrection is a trivial matter. Of course, when I refer to royalty, I mean our illustrious Phoenix dynasty of the Yi people. As for your Targaryen house, I shall refrain from comment. However, given that the incident transpired at Dragonstone, the Targaryen family must provide me with a satisfactory response. Otherwise what? King Jaehaerys' authority intensified at that moment. Otherwise, navigating the stepstones in the future shall not be a simple endeavor. Are you not afraid of the Targaryen dragons? Afraid? Naturally. Who wouldn't he be? Only a fool would not fear them. Yet, fear alone is futile. If one lacks the courage to stand tall, they are destined to remain trampled beneath others' feet. The assembly could not help but admire Aisha's eloquence and bravery. Although Viserys and Daemon felt a twinge of concern, for even Daemon was cautious in the presence of King Jaehaerys. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly. You are a descendant of Balon, fearless as your grandfather. At that moment, Jaehaerys seemed to have discovered a solution to the crisis of succession. The weight that had burdened him was suddenly lifted. Come, let us go see what treasures Balon has left for you. Chapter 21. Too hasty. The location for the cremation ceremony was indeed near Dragonmount, and soon everyone arrived at the entrance of the silver-winged dragon's lair. The mouth of the cave had been partially collapsed by the gluttonous beast, yet it posed no barrier to entry, allowing everyone to proceed with ease. What could possibly be found here? Surely, it cannot be dragon eggs. Laenor wrinkled his nose in disdain and remarked, Is it not said that the glutton loves to devour young dragons and their eggs? If there were any eggs, he likely consumed them all. After all, Silverwing had been driven away. Daemon, though disinclined to argue with a child, felt an urge to kick him. Lena tugged at her brother's sleeve, signaling him to be quiet. Rhaenyra held her father Viserys' plump hand, curiously surveying the dimly lit lair. Although the air was thick with a pungent sulfuric odor, she was already accustomed to it. Having often played with her bonded dragon, Syrax, Emma, unable to bear the stench, remained outside with the handmaidens. Miss Saya from the Sietiga family of Crab Island, a silver-haired beauty with violet eyes descended from a Targaryen great-grandmother, quietly followed the crowd into the dragon cave. Daemon swiftly surveyed the various corners of the cave, his excitement mounting as he exclaimed, The hatching pool is over there. However, as he hurried towards the vicinity of the hatching pool, disappointment washed over him. For the entire pool had been utterly destroyed. Scattered across the ground were only the shattered remnants of dragon eggs, remnants left by the hatching of Posidrus. Alas, they had been ruined. Were these not dragon eggs? Daemon, still unwilling to accept this, drew his sword and began to probe the already dilapidated hatching pool. Viserys, equally disheartened, cast his gaze toward the other corners of the cave. Princess Rhaenys glanced at Attia, noting his calm demeanor, and could not help but cast him an appreciative look. Meanwhile, the sea snake, Corlys, could not suppress a slight smile as he remarked, Attia, why not search a bit more thoroughly? After all, that was a gift from Prince Balon, and perhaps only you can uncover it. Indeed, Lord Corlys speaks wisely. Upon hearing this, Attia appeared obediently composed as he made his way toward the spot where he recalled the silver-gray dragon egg to be. Although partially buried beneath rubble, it remained intact. As Attia began to clear away the debris with the blade of ashes, King Jaehaerys noticed the resplendent sword in Attia's hand and inquired of the captain of the Kingsguard. "Laenor, is that the unique phoenix blade from Dragonstone that Attia wields?" "Yes, your majesty, though Prince Attia's blade is of a notably higher quality," Laenor replied. It was said that Princess Gia possessed a phoenix blade of unparalleled sharpness, rivaling that of Valyrian steel. Just then, as Attia cleared the stones, the blade of ashes made contact with the silver-gray dragon egg, causing it to shatter instantaneously, a hoarse dragon's roar resonating throughout the cave. In stark contrast to the exhilaration of Daemon and Viserys, Corlys's expression turned grave. With Prince Balon deceased and Princess Rhaenys now in a position to claim her inheritance, he was naturally averse to the prospect of Viserys gaining any new advantages. Within the Targaryen dynasty, dragons undoubtedly represented the most significant leverage, even a newly hatched whelp. Currently, the Velaryon family possessed only Melias, while the eggs of Lena and Laenor had yet to hatch. He had initially hoped to use the occasion of the funeral to allow his two children to attempt to tame the newly hatched whelp, Sea Smoke, from Dragonstone. Bathed in the faint glow of the blade of ashes, the onlookers bore witness to a pale gray whelp slowly emerging from its shell. So beautiful. Saya had somehow found her way to Attia's side, and as the gray shadow broke free and opened its bewildered golden eyes for the first time, the first figure it beheld was none other than Saya, her image indelibly imprinted upon its gaze. The little creature, in a sudden burst of clarity, broke free from the outstretched hands of Aisha and made a beeline towards Saishia. It was evident that this young dragon had, in a state of confusion, completed the bonding ritual with Saishia. This unexpected turn left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The corners of the sea serpent Corlys's mouth could barely contain his mirth, as he reveled in the absurdity of the situation. Ha ha, truly, Balron's gift is marvelous. Upon witnessing this, King Jaehaerys erupted in hearty laughter, addressing Beetimus. "Since this is Balron's dying wish, and given that Saishia and Aisha are of suitable age, will you consent to this union?" "Your Majesty, Aisha, your Majesty. It is the utmost honor for the Sethiga family," Countess Sethiga swiftly interjected, pulling her husband to prevent any inappropriate remarks and proclaiming loudly. "However, Prince Aisha is brave and noble, while Saishia is mischievous and willful. She may need to spend a few years learning from Princess Gaia." The Countess, hailing from the Manderley family of White Harbor in the north and having once served as a lady-in-waiting to Queen Alysanne, held considerable sway in the Sethiga household. Though Beetimus was reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced. Daemon, seeing Saishia's striking beauty, reluctantly conceded that she was suitable for his son and thus raised no objections. Furthermore, with the Sethiga family controlling the Narrow Sea and possessing significant wealth, they stood alongside the Valyrian descendants, having been allies with the Targaryen family throughout the years. During King Jaehaerys' reign, the Sethiga family had, with the royal family's encouragement, forged marital alliances with top-tier nobility, such as the Glafson family of the Spring of Women, the Peak family of the River Bay, and the Manderley family of White Harbor, thus elevating their status among the Seven Kingdoms. Corlys, taken aback by King Jaehaerys' evident favoritism towards the line of Viserys, felt an alarm bell ringing within him. Although Princess Rhaenys experienced a tumult of emotions, she could only offer her blessings upon witnessing the harmonious pairing of Aisha and Saishia. Viserys, brimming with joy, was not preoccupied with matters of succession but rather with the fact that Aisha had finally garnered royal approval. However, Aisha, having lost a young dragon, was not pleased, particularly as the decision regarding her marriage had been made without her input, leaving her with a sour expression. Meanwhile, Saishia, cradling the young dragon, tugged at Aisha's arm and said, "Aisha, the Sethiga family will undoubtedly prepare a substantial dowry. It matters not if you dislike me. There is no need to spurn the wealth and support of such a formidable family. The Sethiga family hardly compares to the Westlands or the River Bay. What dowry could they possibly offer? Are they planning to bring your family's Valyrian steel axe as a wedding gift?" As the two whispered to each other, an even more resonant, youthful dragon's roar echoed from deep within the dragon's lair. Chapter 22. The Battle of Three Dragons, Sea Smoke. Lanino instantly recognized the young dragon, for his primary purpose in visiting Dragonstone was to compete with his sister, Laenor, to see who could tame this hatchling. He had diligently studied the information on Sea Smoke, although it was only a little over a year old, and considerably younger than Rhaenyra Syrax. It was known to be one of the most easily trainable dragons. The adult dragons, such as the Glutton and the Sheep Stealer, were far too ferocious, deterring any attempts at taming. Meanwhile, Silverwing had recently lost its master and was reluctant to leave its lair. "Sea Smoke. Come here, Sea Smoke," La Nino called in flawless Valyrian. Upon hearing his summons, Sea Smoke did indeed approach slowly. However, at this time, the dragon was no larger than a goat and took a good 15 minutes to cautiously reach the group. Sea Smoke was striking in appearance, possessing a commanding presence. Its head bore a crown of intimidating spines and 2 pairs of formidable horns, reminiscent of the likes of Vhagar, Valyrian the Black Dread, and Dreamfire. The dragon's curious gaze shifted between the hatchling in Attia's arms and the eager expressions of Laenor and La Nino. Attia was also scrutinizing Sea Smoke intently. It was a splendid dragon, among the finest of the new generation. Regrettably, it was bound to a less-than-ideal master. Just then, as Attia's attention waned, Sea Smoke had crept closer, curiously sniffing at Attia, its nostrils flaring as it detected an intriguing scent. La Nino, witnessing this interaction, instinctively clutched the hem of his garment, his knuckles whitening from the tension. After months of studying Sea Smoke's behavior and mastering the nuances of Valyrian pronunciation, he had not anticipated the hatchling's sudden interest in a stranger. Collis, the sea snake, squinted, the lines on his weathered face deepening as his icy gaze grew more pronounced. Just at that tense and delicate moment, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility above Dragonstone. Arg! The sound resonated like a multitude of gongs being struck simultaneously, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Everyone instinctively looked up to the skies, where the dragons Vhagar and the recently healed Silverwing were in pursuit of the glutton. The bronze-hued Vhagar unfurled its wings, spanning nearly 50 to 60 meters, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sun, its roar exuding undeniable authority. In tandem with Vhagar was Silverwing, smaller in size, yet more agile, carving elegant and lethal arcs through the air. Together, the 2 dragons rendered the cunning glutton utterly defenseless against their onslaught, its ebony scales shimmering with a greenish hue. Although his physique was considerably smaller than that of Vamizar, lacking the latter's robust build, the glutton's enormous maw, occupying nearly 2/3 of his head, was filled with a jagged array of sharp teeth, each resembling a gleaming sword. Suddenly, the glutton unleashed a viscous, sickly green flame, reminiscent of old phlegm, which caught Vamizar and Silverwing off guard, momentarily halting their coordinated assault. Vamizar swiftly dodged to the side, soaring to a greater altitude while opening his massive jaws to release a searing torrent of molten copper flames, bursting forth like liquid metal. The 2 torrents of dragon fire collided in midair, producing a blinding flash and a deafening explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Silverwing launched herself from the side. Lacking combat experience, the female dragon refrained from breathing fire, instead raking her exceptionally sharp claws fiercely across the glutton's face. This forced the glutton to turn away, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Vamizar surged forward, directing his scorching and tumultuous flames toward the glutton's head. The glutton, acutely aware of his precarious situation, abruptly folded his wings and plummeted like a massive black boulder. This unforeseen maneuver not only caused Silverwing's attack to miss its mark, but also, at the moment of impending collision with the mountainside, he suddenly unfurled his wings, generating a powerful gust that stirred up debris and dust from the ground. The rising cloud of dust quickly obscured the glutton's form, rendering him somewhat elusive. Vamizar immediately dove in pursuit. Yet the glutton cunningly utilized his long tail and the bony scales at its tip. He whipped his tail around suddenly, the spiked appendage striking Vamizar's left wing like a giant whip, eliciting a thunderous roar from the bronze dragon as his flight path became visibly erratic. The glutton was indeed clever. Aisha couldn't help but admire his adeptness at leveraging the terrain and his own advantages. Observing this, Silverwing adapted her strategy. No longer attempting close-range attacks, she began to circle around the glutton, intermittently releasing cobalt blue flames. Her dragon fire was of such intense heat that the air warped in its wake. The glutton was compelled to split his focus to counter her, providing Vamizar with an opportunity to mount another fierce offensive. Under Vamizar's powerful charge, the glutton was nearly knocked off balance, engulfed by the explosive copper flames that threatened to consume a significant portion of his body. Nonetheless, the resilient glutton sustained minimal damage. The 3 dragons continued their fierce battle above Dragonstone Island, engaging in a tumultuous clash that oscillated between the heights and the ground. The glutton's black scales crackled under Vamizar's copper flames, yet he adeptly rolled in midair, using his spiked back to absorb much of the fire's impact. As he burst forth from the inferno, the spikes glowed a fiery red, resembling countless heated iron nails. The glutton, despite his damaged wing, finally broke free from the entanglement of the 2 colossal dragons, swiftly diving towards the volcano at Dragonstone Island. His fractured left wing traced a skewed trajectory, unexpectedly granting him an increased speed in his descent. Vomisol immediately pursued him, his bronze scales shimmering like flowing metal under the sunlight. However, the Silverwing keenly sensed the impending danger. She emitted a frantic warning roar in an attempt to alert Vomisol, but it was too late. In a sudden surge as he neared the volcanic crater, the glutton sharply ascended, simultaneously striking the volcanic rock wall with his tail. In a thunderous roar, the accumulation of volcanic ash, amassed over countless years, was deliberately stirred up, forming a dense cloud of gray-black mist. Vomisol could not halt his momentum and plunged headlong into the obscuring haze. What a cunning beast! The words of the sea serpent Lys were ambiguous, whether directed at the dragon or veiled in double meaning. The volcanic ash would surely clog the dragon's breathing apertures and temporarily obscure their vision. Yet, this seasoned navigator immediately discerned the glutton's ruse. Indeed, cloaked by the mist, the glutton launched a surprise attack from the side. His barbed tail swept through the air like a battering ram, striking Vomisol's neck with tremendous force. The bronze dragon let out a pained roar, his massive body swaying in the air as he momentarily lost his balance. Observing this, the Silverwing promptly dove in to assist. Her cobalt blue flames precisely sliced through the space between the glutton and Vomisol, compelling the dark dragon to retreat. However, the glutton was well prepared. He suddenly unleashed a viscous, sickly green flame. Chapter 23, The Glutton's Escape. The sickly green flame was even more viscous than before, erupting like a shotgun blast, enveloping the surroundings in a molten emerald inferno. Despite the desperate evasions of Silverwing and Vomisol, they were still caught in the onslaught. A piercing screech escaped Silverwing as several of her once pure silver scales were charred black by the sticky green fire, and Vomisol suffered similarly. Numerous holes were burned into their expansive wings. The glutton's flame was extraordinarily unique, akin to a wildfire. It was not only difficult to extinguish, but also possessed an incredible adhesion. Once it clung, it would only cease when the adhered material was completely consumed. A substantial portion of dragon fire scattered across Dragon Mountain, leaving the terrain pockmarked and scarred. By the gods! Lannel gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her violet eyes wide with terror at the fearsome flames. Aisha, with furrowed brow, contemplated the situation, recognizing the potency of the glutton's flames, albeit their quantity was somewhat limited. Unlike other dragons who could unleash fire at will, his required considerable preparation, ideal for ambush but ill-suited for protracted combat. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Vomisol unleashed a thunderous roar, the fury within reverberating through the very ground of Dragonstone Island. Even more astonishing, the entire dorsal fin and dragon wings of the creature turned a vivid crimson. A manifestation of what is known as the Wrath of Bronze, murmured Attis softly. The glutton, evidently aware of the dire situation, prepared to swiftly distance itself from Vomisol and his companions. However, its damaged left wing spasmed uncontrollably, significantly hampering its flight speed. For the first time, a glimmer of fear flickered in the glistening green vertical pupils of the glutton. Yet Vomisol offered no respite. The bronze dragon flapped its mighty wings with astonishing frequency, creating a visible vortex of airflow behind it. It no longer held back any of its strength. Its immense body shot toward the glutton like a cannonball. In a moment of panic, the glutton released another blast of dragon fire to block the assault, but Vomisol stood resolute, not flinching. The thick scales of the bronze dragon exhibited remarkable resistance to the already diminished flames of the glutton. The sickly green fire was deflected upon contact with Vomisol's bronze scales, leaving only faint scorch marks on its surface. The two colossal dragons collided with a thunderous crash in midair. The glutton attempted to sink its sharp teeth into Vomisol's neck, but the bronze dragon nimbly tilted its head aside, instead delivering a powerful blow to the opponent's jaw with its thick brow ridge. The sound of cracking bone was distinctly audible as one of the glutton's fangs was brutally shattered. Dark red dragon blood gushed forth from the glutton's mouth. Yet its ferocity remained undiminished as it seized the opportunity to tear viciously at Vomisol's abdomen with its hind claws. The bronze dragon, feeling the pain, executed a roll, striking the glutton's wing root with its spiked tail. The two titans instinctively resorted to primal physical combat, each strike brutal and bloodied. In an instant, the scorching dragon blood sprayed forth, enveloping the low sky in a searing black-red mist. The few trees atop Dragon Mountain were ignited in an instant. Just as the two dragons were locked in their struggle, a silver-winged figure suddenly dove down from the heights. Her movements were swift and fierce. This time, she did not recklessly approach. Instead, She unleashed a searing cobalt blue flame from a judicious distance, precisely striking the old wound on the glutton's left wing. The black dragon emitted a heart-wrenching howl as the membrane of its wing was seared through, creating a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Vomasal bit down hard on the base of the glutton's tail, the powerful muscles of its neck bulging as it swung the similarly sized dragon around. Saja's young dragon suddenly grew restless in her arms, trembling under the oppressive presence of the adult dragons. Saja quickly held the young dragon tighter, soothingly stroking its neck to calm the little creature's anxiety. Heian swiftly hid behind Attia, tugging at his clothing in search of comfort. Attia placed a hand on its head, gently ruffling its fur, while his gaze remained fixed on the three dragons in the sky. Ultimately, amidst the terrified gazes of all, Vomasal hurled the glutton violently against the volcanic rock wall of Dragonstone Island. A resounding crash reminiscent of a cataclysm reverberated through the air as the glutton's body struck the cliffs, leaving behind vast, spiderweb-like fissures. Countless stones tumbled into the volcanic crater, stirring a cloud of gray-black dust. As the dust began to settle, onlookers beheld the glutton struggling to rise from the rock face. A third of the bony spines on its back were shattered, and dark crimson blood gushed from multiple wounds, weaving tiny rivulets across the black volcanic rock. The consensus among the spectators was that the glutton was finished. Yet this notorious dragon refused to concede defeat. Clinging to the cliff with its hind claws, it unleashed a final breath of dragon fire towards the approaching Silverwing. Unfortunately, Silverwing was well prepared, deftly evading the treacherous counterattack with a swift descent. This last assault had utterly drained the glutton's strength. A flicker of defiance flashed in its dark green slitted eyes, yet it wisely opted for retreat. Summoning its last reserves of energy, the glutton leapt from the cliff, its tattered wings barely supporting its glide towards the south. Vormacell. King Jerry's finally commanded Vormacell to cease the pursuit. The glutton had been driven away and would no longer pose a threat to the hatchlings and dragon eggs in the nearby lair. Dragons possess a high intelligence, and their hierarchies are distinctly defined. This defeat would deter the glutton from launching further attacks against Vormacell and Silverwing. The two dragons circled joyfully in the sky, releasing triumphant roars as they watched the glutton vanish into a mere speck against the horizon, swallowed by the cumulonimbus clouds. "The glutton has survived," Aisha murmured, unconsciously stroking the large head of sea smoke, which had leaned against him at some point. A wounded, cunningly intelligent dragon would only grow more formidable. Above them, Vormacell and Silverwing soared towards their respective nests. The bronze dragon descended before the cave at the summit of the volcano, surveying the surroundings with regal pride before stepping into the darkness. Silverwing, after circling the cliff 3 times with lingering reluctance, finally returned to its nest. The Isle of Dragonstone gradually regained its tranquility, with only a few smoldering bushes on the hillside and the lingering scent of sulfur in the air serving as reminders of the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. Sea Smoke emitted a contented rumble beside Aisha, seemingly indifferent to the recent conflict. Its priority lay in finding a rider. Launino observed the affectionate interaction between Sea Smoke and Aisha, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but a gesture from the sea serpent Colas silenced him. Chapter 24. The emergence of the Phoenix Wing. Get away, Aisha exclaimed, pushing Sea Smoke away in disdain as its saliva dampened the hem of his garment. Yet Sea Smoke, resembling an overly affectionate hound, stubbornly clung to him. Ha! King Jaehaerys, who seemed to be on the brink of death, suddenly appeared to be rejuvenated. Indeed, the gift left by Prince Baelor was exceptional. The Targaryen family not only welcomed the birth of a new dragon, but also had the dragon Sea Smoke acknowledge its master. In recent years, ominous tidings had loomed over the Targaryen dynasty, yet today, this decrepit old man finally witnessed 2 splendid events. The words of King Jaehaerys momentarily alleviated the sorrow of Prince Baelor's passing, bringing smiles to the faces of the royal members, including Viserys. "Come here, Attia." Jaehaerys beckoned Attia to his side, his once withered hands now affectionately exploring the youth, noting, "You appear to be in good health, indeed diligent in your practice. I have heard you have organized a personal guard named the Wings of the Phoenix." "Yes, great-grandfather," Attia replied, pride evident in his voice as he spoke of his Wings of the Phoenix. Though their time together had been short, they had developed remarkable camaraderie, making them a formidable force on the continent of Westeros. "Excellent. Then, during tonight's feast, let your Wings of the Phoenix showcase their prowess." In Westeros, whether for weddings or funerals, grand feasts were held in the evening. These gatherings not only displayed the strength of a family, but also served as crucial social venues for the nobility, Hence, the attendees placed great importance on such occasions. Just as Prince Baelor's ashes were interred deep within Dragonmount, the halls of Dragonstone were already ablaze with light. Beneath the soaring arches, hundreds of candles flickered upon Dragonstone candlesticks, casting a glow upon the Targaryen banners that appeared to blaze like fire. The three-headed dragon, emblazoned in red upon a black field, seemed to come alive in the flickering light, surveying the bustling nobility below. Attia stood beneath the massive oak in the sacred grove of Dragonstone, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the hilt of his blade, the ember's end. Nearby, the young dragon Sea Smoke gleefully devoured perfectly roasted lamb chops. The meat, seemingly infused with a frenzied essence, had captivated the creature, which had already consumed 2 plump sheep that day, its belly swollen to the point of hindering flight. Seicha cradled her young dragon, Grey Shadow, lovingly feeding him morsels of roasted lamb. "Are you nervous, Your Highness?" she inquired, adorned in a striking red gown characteristic of Crab Island. The 12-year-old girl had blossomed, her unique fragrance enhancing her radiant beauty in the candlelight. "Just a bit bored," Attia admitted, disliking the insincere socializing among the nobility, especially since many did not yet recognize his status. Consequently, only a few lesser nobles engaged him in trivial conversation, as if completing a task. Ultimately, adaptation was necessary. Compared to the genuine clashes of the battlefield, most nobles preferred the verbal duels and alliances forged in the feasting halls. Perhaps viewing it as a battle would alleviate the tedium of the evening. Attia could not help but scrutinize the young maiden before her, perhaps in comparison to Sikia's intellect. Her beauty and lineage were merely trifling merits. Why do you gaze at me so?" Yet, she felt a surge of joy at the admiration reflected in his eyes. A promising commencement. "Wouldn't you agree, my prince?" Just as Attia found herself ensnared in an awkward moment of uncertainty, Sikia had already embraced her shadow and melded into the throng. With her radiant smile and witty banter, Sikia swiftly became the center of attention. However, this only served to amplify the jealousy and hostility in the gazes directed at Attia from numerous young noblemen. Daemon leaned against a stone pillar, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding scene. The so-called reckless prince seemed to relish his son's current predicament. Attia's gaze flickered across the hall to King Jaehaerys, who surprisingly appeared quite spry today, engaging in an intimate conversation with the sea serpent, Corlys. On the opposite side of the hall, her uncle, Viserys, conversed with several noble companions from his youth, occasionally casting complex glances toward Attia. Suddenly, the bell tolled, and attendants began ushering guests to their seats. Taking a deep breath, Attia gestured toward the courtyard. 30 members of the Wing of the Phoenix sprang into action, the sound of their armor resonating in unison. When the final course, a roasted peacock, was presented at the high table, King Jaehaerys rapped his golden goblet. The hall gradually fell silent. "Ladies and gentlemen," the old king's voice, though hoarse, remained robust. "Today we mourn the loss of Baelon, yet the vitality of House Targaryen shall never wane." He raised his goblet to the newly hatched dragonlings, to the sworn Sea Smoke, and he paused, his gaze settling upon Attia. "To our young Prince Attia and his proud Wing of the Phoenix, let us toast." All eyes turned toward Attia. He stood, deeply bowing to the king. "I am truly honored, Your Majesty." Attia's voice resonated clearly and powerfully. "Please allow me to showcase the splendor of the Wing of the Phoenix to you and our esteemed guests." Receiving the king's nod of approval, Attia strode purposefully toward the grand entrance to the courtyard. As the heavy wooden doors creaked open, moonlight flooded in, illuminating the 30 young members of the Wing of the Phoenix, who stood in waiting. Nobles rose from their seats, gathering at the entrance to behold the spectacle. In the center of the courtyard, 30 warriors clad in specially crafted wisteria armor stood in 3 rows. Under the moonlight, the meticulously treated vine armor glimmered with a dark golden sheen, intricately etched with phoenix motifs. This armor was artfully woven from vines sourced from the wisteria forests of Phoenix Island, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and arrows. Moreover, it was lighter and more convenient compared to metal armor. The wings of the Phoenix resounded with Asha's commanding voice. "Form ranks." The 10 heavy cavalrymen of the first squad stepped forward at once, their Polonia lances glimmering with a faint purplish-red hue under the moonlight. These lances, crafted from the wood of the Polonia tree on Phoenix Island, were lighter than steel, yet remarkably resilient. The sharp tips were forged from phoenix steel, imbued with a purplish glow due to the fiery tempering by the purple phoenix. Their sharpness rivaled that of ordinary Valyrian steel, and the Polonia lances wielded by the heavy cavalry could pierce any armor. Asha proudly elucidated this, simultaneously gesturing for an attack. The cavalrymen swiftly mounted their horses, which had been specially imported from the Essos Dothraki plains, tall and agile steeds. At Attia's command, the 10 riders surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Their lances held high, seamlessly turning in unison at the courtyard's end. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder, yet came to an abrupt halt as Attia raised his hand. Gasps of astonishment arose from the nobles present. King Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction, while the sea snake, Corlys, beside him, narrowed his eyes with a hint of danger. Chapter 25. A quest for recognition. Following the heavy cavalry, the archers took their turn to showcase their skills. 10 robust young men effortlessly drew their specially crafted Paulownia longbows. These bows, made from Paulownia wood, boasted a range twice that of ordinary longbows, and their arrows, fashioned from Paulownia branches and specially tempered phoenix steel, possessed formidable penetrating power. At Attia's command, 10 phoenix-feathered arrows were released simultaneously, streaking across the night sky, like purplish-red meteors before accurately piercing the worn steel armor 100 paces away. My heavens! Can these arrows truly penetrate steel plate armor? Those armors are all damaged. Are they not steel plate any longer? And this is from 100 paces away. Only a crossbow from Myr could possibly wield such power. It is said that the steel forging techniques of Phoenix Island are unparalleled, and it seems this reputation is well-deserved. Nearby, Countess Settiga, seated not far from King Jaehaerys, whispered to her husband, concealing her words behind a silk fan. Now you have witnessed the depth of Phoenix Island's prowess. Have you not? Count Settiga, however, remained unconvinced, muttering, bastards are inherently fickle. It is a matter of bloodline. The loyalty of a legitimate heir is matched only by the cunning of a bastard. Why must my precious daughter Bethemos? Quickly rid yourself of those dangerous notions and beliefs that have been corrupted by the drunken crabs of Crab Island. Now, Sasha has already been claimed by the young dragon, destined to unite with the Targaryen family. Is there anyone more suitable than Attia? Do you wish to ally with the sea snake, Corlys? Have you forgotten how the Settiga family's 30 ships suffered such devastating losses? Though both are descendants of Valyria and steadfast allies of House Targaryen, the Settiga family has held no voice in the royal court since the passing of the old count. The Valyrian family has ascended to become the new House of Dragons. Would you truly wish to stoop to licking the backside of the sea serpent in the future? Preposterous. Upon hearing such words from his wife, Settigard could no longer remain composed. However, noticing the attention of those around them, he quickly subdued his demeanor. Observing that Bethemos had been successfully indoctrinated, Countess Settigard eagerly seized the opportunity to assert, thus, we must diligently cultivate our relations with Phoenix Island. Not only does the entire Stepstone archipelago now lie within the grasp of the Phoenix family, but the endless treasures of Phoenix Island will undoubtedly yield them immense wealth and rapidly enhance their power. Have you ever encountered a Targaryen as formidable as Attia, who, at merely 7 years of age, effortlessly vanquished Bloom? Even now, King Jaehaerys is advocating for his rightful recognition. What grievance do you still harbor? We must dedicate all the might of Crab Island to support Attia if we are to elevate the Settigard family to true glory. Yet he, the fool, is not bound by the customs of the lands beyond. The synchronized sound of archers retreating had yet to fade when the square was filled with the rhythmic clang of metal. 10 youths, wielding colossal wicker shields, entered in precise formation, their massive shields remarkably lightweight and impervious to blades and fire alike, much like their wicker armor. With Attia's command, the guards from Dragonstone released a volley of ignited arrows towards the shield bearers. Instantly, the wicker shield bearers arranged their shields in an orderly manner, forming a protective barrier akin to a tortoise's shell, effectively deflecting the arrows. I have also heard of the wicker shields and armor from Phoenix Island. Though impervious to weapons, do they not ignite upon contact with fire? How is it that they now appear to be immune to both flame and water? Otto Hader, a close friend of Viserys since childhood, could not conceal his astonishment. However, his gaze remained fixated on the subtle shifts in Viserys' expression. Your Highness Viserys, are you aware of the situation? After all, Prince Daemon is your closest ally and has resided on Phoenix Island. He must possess some knowledge. Initially, Viserys had been quite intrigued, but upon Otto Hader's remark, he suddenly realized how little he knew about Daemon's life on Phoenix Island. I, too, only met Daemon after my father's passing, and like you, I am entirely ignorant of matters concerning Phoenix Island. Suddenly, King Jaehaerys, leaning on the armrest, rose and proclaimed loudly, Attia, let me see if this shield can withstand a true charge. After speaking, the old king instructed Daemon, take a squad of knights and test it. Daemon smiled broadly at the command, readily selecting 3 Kingsguard and 6 elite knights. As 10 warhorses began to accelerate, The 10 wicker shield bearers swiftly formed a wedge formation. The 3 front shields were arranged in a staggered formation, while the 7 soldiers behind held their shields aloft at an angle, creating an impenetrable triangular wall of vine shields. Upon the moment the warhorse collided with this vine shield wall, Daemon and his comrades immediately experienced an overwhelming force of recoil. Surprisingly, the seemingly flimsy shield wall remained steadfast, while the charging knights were compelled to retreat, much to Daemon's satisfaction. He promptly adjusted their formation, first increasing the distance from the vine shield soldiers, then charging once more. This time, the shield bearers began to shift their positions, interlocking their shields as they advanced, resembling a colossal tortoise made of vines moving slowly forward. Simultaneously, 10 2-meter-long phoenix spears emerged from the gaps in the vine shields. This halted Daemon and his comrades' assault. After all, this was merely a drill. Continuing their charge could have resulted in real casualties. Attack is always the best form of defense, Attia explained to King Jaehaerys, emphasizing the combat philosophy of the Phoenix family. We shall never forsake the means of attack, regardless of the circumstances. Lady Countess Setiga shielded half her face with a fan, yet her voice clearly reached her husband's ears. Now do you comprehend Attia's prowess? Baron Bathamos, observing the vine shield soldiers compelling the renowned knights of the 7 kingdoms into retreat, finally nodded slowly. Tomorrow, let Cephia present the Valyrian dagger, Firefall, from our Setiga family to Attia. She should cultivate a closer relationship with this prince. Also, prepare her some jewelry and garments. After all, I have heard that the island of Phoenix is quite affluent. We must not allow our precious daughter to appear too modest upon her arrival. In the center of the training ground, Attia had commenced directing the coordinated exercises of the 3 military branches. The heavy cavalry charged in a wedge formation, tearing through the simulated enemy lines, while the archers, shielded by the infantry, unleashed 3 rounds of volleys, igniting distant humanoid targets into blazing torches. Control the flames. At Attia's command, the young warriors of the wing of the Phoenix swiftly unfastened their leather pouches, tossing specially crafted powder packets onto the burning figures. Moments later, with a plume of white smoke, all flames were extinguished. King Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with the youthful brilliance of old, noting, "This child has seamlessly integrated the combat techniques from various regions." He turned to the proudly beaming Daemon, stating, "It seems your son has rendered the entire military tradition of Westeros somewhat inadequate. Even without the aid of dragons, few armies could withstand his wing of the Phoenix." Chapter 26. The Sea Smoke Guardian Attia continued to instruct the wing of the Phoenix in practicing simple battle formations, regardless of their equipment, combat skills, or battle fervor. The 30 young warriors displayed an impressively compelling state. Thus, the assembly composed of the younger sons and bastards of the noble houses of Westeros boldly intruded into the core of the 7 kingdoms. Unlike the astonishment and restlessness exhibited by the lesser nobility, the foremost aristocrats had already begun to calculate in their minds. The Duke of Storm's End, Boromund Baratheon, mockingly addressed his cousin, Princess Rhaenys, with a boisterous tone, declaring that despite their talents, they were merely a collection of remarkable bastards. Ha! The heir apparent of Dragonstone, Boros, echoed his father's sentiments, downing his goblet of red wine, affirming, "Indeed remarkable. Are not every legitimate heir in need of such loyal and exceptional bastards?" Ha! The father and son duo, known for their robust voices, spoke with an unmistakable air of intentional provocation, ensuring that the prominent nobles present heard their words clearly. However, no one responded. After all, with the passing of Prince Baelor, the contest for the new heir had commenced once more. Until the situation clarified, these lords would not hastily declare their allegiances. Yet, their expressions were quite telling. All appeared to relish the unfolding drama, for the Targaryens, with their dragons, exerted an overwhelming dominance over them. Only if these dragons were to bring about their own demise would they have a chance to seize opportunities, wouldn't they? Daemon, his gaze icy, fixated on the audacious father and son, languidly remarked, "When it comes to bastards, the Baratheon family indeed holds more authority, as the first of their line. Duke Baratheon is a product of Targaryen bastardy. Alas, a bastard's lineage remains that of a bastard. Over a century has passed. Yet the Baratheon line has failed to awaken a true dragon lord's blood." Princess Rhaenys, perturbed by Daemon's words, retorted, "My mother is a Baratheon, and I have successfully tamed the swiftest dragon of Westeros, Meraxes. But your cousin bears the Targaryen name, does she not? Even if you too possess dark hair, you are but half-blood Targaryen." Daemon wielded his sharp tongue with formidable precision, quipping, "May your 2 children inherit your noble bloodline and soon master the art of dragon riding." For only those who can command dragons are the true Targaryens. The blood of the dragon is only validated by the dragon's recognition. This is a truth known to all in Westeros. Indeed, we are all aware. Daemon, with the substantial resources provided by Gale, had managed to sway many cash-strapped nobles, who now chimed in supportively, including several earls from the Crablands. True dragon blood must be so. Earl Setiga promptly declared his stance, for his cherished daughter had also garnered the dragon's acknowledgement. This signified that the true dragon blood of House Setiga had awakened, was it not? Several centuries have passed. Yet it appears that a member of the Setiga family has finally garnered the recognition of a dragon. Though Lord Corlys spoke with an air of nonchalance, his subsequent words were imbued with implications that stirred the imagination. Perhaps Lady Amanda was favored by the dragons when she conceived Saishia in the Red Keep, allowing a maiden with barely enough Targaryen blood to fortuitously awaken the true dragon lineage. Saishia's great-grandmother was a Targaryen, her grandmother a daughter of a wealthy merchant from Pentos, and her mother hails from the Manderly family. Thus, theoretically, her Targaryen heritage is indeed diluted. Nevertheless, Saishia's appearance and the recognition she received from the young dragon Greyshadow distinctly suggest that her Targaryen blood is remarkable. The Countess of Setiga, upon realizing that this old serpent sought to tarnish her reputation, retorted sharply, "Since I began serving Queen Alysanne at the tender age of 9, I have certainly benefited from her grace and protection. Over the years, we at Crabble have upheld Queen Alyssanne's benevolent governance and virtuous deeds, thus naturally attracting the favor of the gods. If Lord Corlys could alleviate the lamentations of the maidens in Shipbreakers Town during their first nights, perhaps the Valerion family might receive additional blessings. After all, Queen Alysanne has long since abolished the rite of the first night. Thus, one must never engage in verbal sparring with women. Even the most formidable of men find it challenging to contend with them, especially those who are both astute and of high standing. Lady Amanda speaks true. Every time I visit Shipbreakers Town and encounter those dark-skinned, white-haired hybrids from the Summer Isles, I am reminded of the brothels of Volantis. The Countess of Grafson from Seagull Town is the eldest daughter of the former Count of Crab Isle, her grandmother a pure-blooded Targaryen and also the current Count's aunt. Not only has she served as a close attendant to Queen Alysanne for decades, but she has also presided over Seagull Town for more than 20 years since the passing of Count Ray Grafson. Seagull Town is the largest city in the valley and ranks as the 4th largest in the realm, following King's Landing, Old Town, and Lannisport, boasting substantial wealth and thus standing as a veritable pinnacle of the nobility in Westeros. Therefore, Lady Grafson speaks and acts with considerable authority, her seniority granting her respect. Even King Jaehaerys must address her as aunt in the context of lineage. As she spoke, the esteemed noblewomen who had once served Queen Alysanne unleashed a barrage of verbal jabs at Lord Corlys, effectively silencing him. At this juncture, the exercises of the Phoenix Wing had concluded. In high spirits, King Jaehaerys personally poured a glass of fine wine and had his attendant deliver it to Attia. The earlier spirited military display invigorated the well-fed young dragon, Sea Smoke, who began to soar excitedly above the Phoenix Wing, occasionally exhaling puffs of dragon fire to enliven the atmosphere. With the Phoenix Wing now disbanded, Sea Smoke returned to Attia's side, disregarding her reluctance and insistently seeking her affection. As Attia once again pushed the brain-like head of the Sea Smoke closer, King Jaehaerys' servant approached with a fine wine in hand. However, Attia found it peculiar that this burly servant moved with such a lightness. Particularly unsettling was the strange, sinister magical aura emanating from him, dark, decayed, and lethal. "Your Highness Attia, this is the wine bestowed upon you by His Majesty. It is the rare pearl wine from the eastern QIRLS." Just as the servant bowed to present the exquisite wine to Attia, he swiftly seized the servant's cheek and forcefully tore away his face. Having sensed the malice from the servant, the young dragon Sea Smoke unleashed its fiery breath. Even as he was engulfed in flames, the unmasked figure, wielding a dagger, charged towards Attia with a swift and ghostly motion. Unfortunately, he underestimated Attia's prowess. With a flash of purple flames, the blade of Ashen Oblivion cleaved him in two. Chapter 27. The hidden hand under the searing flames of the blade of Ashen Oblivion and the orange-red dragon fire of Sea Smoke. The faceless man was soon reduced to a charred corpse. Attia could distinctly feel a surge of potent energy emanating from the blade after vanquishing the faceless man, although most of it dissipated quickly, streaming towards the young dragon, Sea Smoke. Empowered by this energy and having successfully achieved his first dragon kill, Sea Smoke was now exceedingly exhilarated. He lunged at the faceless man, shattering his skull with a single bite and swallowing it whole. followed swiftly by the remnants of the body. Even though sea smoke had just feasted, he quickly devoured the entire charred remains. This gruesome spectacle caused the previously screaming noblewomen in the hall to retch uncontrollably. Meanwhile, King Jaehaerys and Demon wore expressions of terrifying gravity. A faceless man. How delightful. Demon, you shall depart for Bravos tomorrow personally. Ensure they reveal the puppet master behind this incident and provide our Targaryen royal family with a satisfactory explanation. Yes, Demon, filled with a seething rage, felt his emotions resonate with the bloodworm, Caraxes, who roared furiously from his perch atop Dragonstone Tower. The once joyous banquet was abruptly brought to an end by the sudden appearance of the faceless man. In the great hall of Dragonstone, the Targaryen family had all gathered. Let us discuss. Who orchestrated this assassination from the shadows? Having weathered countless storms, King Jaehaerys shook off his earlier decay and despair, reclaiming the imposing demeanor of a sovereign. Isn't this rather simple? The boundless anger within Demon has rendered him exceedingly ferocious and acerbic at this moment. His icy gaze swept over Corlys Velaryon, for he believed that whoever stood to gain from this assassination attempt was undoubtedly implicated. This included the sudden demise of my father. I have already consulted a skilled poisoner, and it has been confirmed that he perished from the lethal poison known as the bursting death administered by Larys. When these two events are considered together, it is evident that someone is targeting our lineage. And who could possibly have such a motive other than? Demon, are you aware of what you were saying? Princess Rhaenys retorted angrily, for fratricide and betrayal are the most abominable and unforgivable sins in the eyes of the gods. I swear upon my life that these two matters are in no way connected to the Velaryon family. Otherwise, I would willingly endure the flames of dragon fire. If oaths held any weight, what need would there be for armies in this world? Demon knew that Princess Rhaenys could never commit such an act, yet her husband, the old sea snake, might not be so innocent. How can you prove your innocence? After all, hiring a faceless man does not come cheaply, especially for a dragon-riding prince and a newly appointed dragon rider. There are no more than 10 families in all of Westeros with the financial means to do this. Eliminate them one by one, and it becomes clear who bears the greatest suspicion. The Velaryons have always been the most loyal allies of House Targaryen. I, Corlys Velaryon, will not respond or defend myself against such baseless accusations. The sea snake spoke with an air of calmness, for if the gods deem me guilty, then let them deliver their punishment. If the Targaryen royal family believes me guilty, then let them present their evidence. Should it be proven that I am the perpetrator, I am willing to accept any punishment. If the evidence is irrefutable, do you think I would still grant you the opportunity to speak? Demon grasped his sword tightly, his violet eyes nearly igniting with fury. Seeing Demon on the brink of rage, Viserys hastily pulled him closer, offering comfort. The king is still here. He will surely make a decision. Regardless of who committed this act, our Targaryen family must not engage in infighting at this time. This may very well be the scheme of those lurking in the shadows. Deities, what do you think? King Jaehaerys, observing the cacophony of opinions without any decisive insights, turned his gaze toward Deities with a hint of disappointment. Princess Rhaenys is of such noble character that she would never stoop to such deeds. The probability of the Velaryon family being involved is also quite low. Deities had his own perspective on the matter. My arrival at Dragonstone was entirely spontaneous, and hardly anyone had prior knowledge. Thus, the likelihood of orchestrating this assassination in advance is negligible, unless there exists a hidden hand perpetually monitoring the movements of House Targaryen, with an array of strategies meticulously laid out in advance, ready to strike when the opportune moment arises. The only entities with the motive and capability to execute such plans, aside from House Valyrian, include the triumvirate of Mill, Rhys, and Tylosai, alongside various free trade city-states, as well as the scholars dedicated to constructing a world devoid of magic and their backers, the Hightower family. Scholarly city, exclaimed Grand Scholar Runtel, gazing incredulously at Attia. How could you entertain such a terrifying notion? The scholarly city is devoted to crafting a perfect world through truth, never involving itself in the conflicts of Westeros. All the scholars' nephews dutifully serve their lords, providing counsel for better governance. Yet, Grand Scholar Runtel, while I believe the institution can maintain a stance of impartiality, not all scholars may embody such integrity, as they too are beholden to their own families. Attia interrupted Runtel assertively. Have you not conveyed royal secrets to the scholarly city? Have students not been dispatched to the dragon lairs to study the dragons? In the perfect world envisioned by the scholarly city, there exists no place for sorcery, prophecy, or glass candles, let alone dragons. You should be more aware than I regarding their sentiments towards dragons. Scholars document the memories of this world, Grand Scholar Rintel. In your worldview, are scholars not akin to common folk and dogs, with memories merely of their last meal? When you became a scholar, did not the doctors of the Curia deliver similar addresses? They would often proclaim, in the eyes of the masses, only tangible objects are visible. Yet once we step outside and shut our doors, they lament, believing we shall never return. Centuries ago, when the long night descended, they believed it to be the end. It is a similar reasoning. However, nothing concluded, and those moments were never the apocalypse. The wall stands resolute, and every winter shall pass. Grand Scholar Rintel. Perhaps I have wronged you. With your medical expertise, could you truly not discern that it was wrist poison that claimed Prince Berlon? Why then do you remain silent? This rationale should not be difficult to decipher. Either you are complicit in the hidden machinations, or this outcome is one you desire. Regardless of the reason, you must perish. The scholarly city shall also pay the price. Chapter 28. Interests above all, fair competition you. Grand Scholar Rintel was rendered speechless, utterly astonished by Attia's revelations. For what he stated was not only true, but also struck at the very heart. Grand Scholar Rintel, I possess several letters you sent to Prince Martell and Count Elanwood. With that, Attia produced a few of Rintel's handwritten missives from a pouch at his waist and presented them before King Jaehaerys. Upon witnessing the scene, Rintel was instantly overwhelmed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. From a young age, Attia had compelled her mother to invest heavily in cultivating a vast network of spies and informants across the major cities and free trade city-states of Westeros. Over the years, any stirring in both the eastern and western continents could scarcely escape the watchful eyes of Phoenix Island. Moreover, Attia was acutely aware that the Citadel played a pivotal role in the demise of the Targaryen dragons. Thus, each year, she expended hundreds of thousands of gold dragons to gather numerous orphans from around the world for training, with dozens already secretly dispatched to the Citadel by Phoenix Island. Although these individuals currently served in the most menial of positions, they had already managed to unearth substantial information. The seeds had been sown, and it was only a matter of time before they flourished within the Citadel. Bring Rintel down for rigorous interrogation. We must extract the details of his machinations at the Red Keep over the years. King Jaehaerys was incensed to discover such a treacherous spy lurking so close to him. Concurrently, his perception of the Citadel underwent a significant transformation. It appeared that, much like the Faith of the Seven, the Citadel represented a considerable threat to Targaryen sovereignty. Your Majesty, the Citadel. Viserys was also taken aback by Attia's revelations, yet he remained skeptical that the Citadel could be such a nefarious place. Most nobles are delivered and educated by the maesters. The Citadel is akin to the brain and heart of Westeros. It possesses the power to influence the beliefs of all and even determine the legacy of a family. Attia was indeed correct. While the Citadel may lack a pronounced stance, the maesters certainly did not. For millennia, Westeros had witnessed countless dynastic changes, yet both the Citadel and the Hightower family remained steadfast. How is it that no one has ever noticed this? Do you not find it alarming? The Sea Snake, Corlys, and Princess Rhaenys exchanged knowing glances, suggesting that these astute individuals had long recognized this dilemma. Perhaps they had already made certain arrangements within the Citadel. Attia, come. Sit beside me. King Jaehaerys looked at Attia with newfound admiration and affection, inquiring, since you have discerned the current situation, do you possess a strategy to address it? You need not do anything extravagant, or more precisely, simply do what must be done. Whether a lord or a dynasty, to govern one's realm effectively, one must ensure the populace is well-fed and possess the means to strike down any adversaries and intimidate all dissenters. The dragons of House Targaryen are the foundation of our rule. As long as we can guarantee the prosperity of the majority within the kingdom, we shall govern without worry. In contemporary times, the various conspiracies and machinations orchestrated by shadowy figures merely aim to incite a power struggle within the Targaryen family, all for their own profit. Ultimately, what is truly at stake is the dominion and influence over the realm of Westeros. Therefore, it is imperative that we swiftly restore internal stability and present a united front to safeguard the Targaryen throne's integrity. Yet, does King Jaehaerys not comprehend this? However, as the sole daughter of Prince Aemon, Princess Rhaenys' claim to the throne takes precedence over that of Viserys, according to the current primogeniture principles of the Seven Kingdoms. With male heirs of the Targaryen bloodline still extant, King Jaehaerys would naturally hesitate to bequeath the throne to a woman who is already wed outside the family. Grandfather, why must you dwell on such matters? To fortify the monarchy, it is essential to minimize the interference of the highborn elite. The right of succession should rest solely in the hands of the sovereign. Should this not be achievable, it would signify that the authority of the crown has been constrained and hindered which is most undesirable. If, for the sake of stability within the Seven Kingdoms, one were to heed existing laws and conventions, or the consensus of the majority, thereby granting the nobility a voice, it would ultimately be detrimental to royal power. In truth, a fair and transparent competition could be orchestrated, with the king making the final determination. A fair competition? Atrus's suggestion left those present in a state of perplexity. He then elaborated slowly, stating that, in his view, governing a realm is not dissimilar to preparing a dish. Both rely on the mastery of resources and the precise timing. One could designate two equivalent territories for the royal heirs to manage within a stipulated time. The one who best oversees the territory would naturally emerge as the most suitable candidate, thereby denying the nobility any say in the matter. This indeed is an admirable notion. King Jaehaerys' eyes lit up at these words. Although the proposal might appear somewhat absurd, it could effectively silence dissenters. Moreover, by concentrating the efforts of both factions on territorial management, it could prevent the potential bloodshed that might arise from a struggle for the throne. This method of consolidating relationships and resources across the Seven Kingdoms for competition would indeed inflict no harm upon one another. Furthermore, if the territories are managed well, would it not yield an additional reward? This approach is commendable, yet the outcome of managing a territory can greatly influence fairness. How can equity be ensured? The sea snake, Corlys, possesses immense confidence in his own wealth, and, to prevent King Jaehaerys from showing favoritism, he articulated this concern. It is quite simple. The competitors should select their own territories, and His Majesty the King should adjudicate to ensure fairness. Atrus continued, however, my cousin Lannister is only 7 years old. It would be somewhat unfair for Uncle Viserys to compete against him. Allow me to take his place. The territory for the upcoming competition can be chosen by him first, and I shall certainly select a piece of land inferior to his. Throughout the proceedings, the somewhat drowsy Rhaenyra, who had merely been a spectator, was suddenly called upon and jolted into attention. Rhaenyra, do you have a preferred territory? Beckoned King Jaehaerys, gesturing for him to approach. However, Rhaenyra had no clear concept of this, so he immediately turned his gaze towards his parents. Father, I, Rhaenyra, require your guidance in making this choice. Yet, King Jaehaerys interrupted his plea with gentle firmness, explaining, do not overthink it. Simply choose a land that you believe can be swiftly developed and easily managed. Then I shall select the noble heart. Rhaenyra, being the astute son of the cunning sea snake and the regal Princess Rhaenys, had a fair understanding of his options and thus pinpointed the ideal location in the heart of his desires. Chapter 29. The coming storm. Rhaenyra's choice elicited satisfied smiles from the sea snake, Corlys, and Princess Rhaenys, who suddenly felt that their son was no longer overshadowed in the eyes of Attia. The noble heart, located at the center of the fertile riverlands, boasts vast, rich land and convenient transportation, making it a rare gem among territories. However, during the invasion of the Undulls, King Aegon committed a massacre of the children of the forest and their beasts, as well as their ancestral allies in the noble heart. His followers subsequently felled the sacred trees of the Fishbone Wood. Even after millennia, it is said that restless spirits still wander there at night, causing the nearby populace to steer clear of this place. Those who aspire to claim and manage this land seem to face ill fate, often leading to a dwindling lineage and eventual madness. Tales abound that it is the vengeful spirits of the forest children who curse this land. Yet Corlys, seasoned by the capriciousness of the sea and the vast dangers of the outside world, dismissed the notions of ghosts and curses. Cousin, you truly have an eye for potential. I shall choose Stonehenge. Attia's selection of Stonehenge was based on two factors: its superior geographical conditions ideal for agriculture and grazing, and the potential to connect the Three Forks and Ironman's Bay route, thus linking the eastern and western coasts of Westeros. In due time, Stonehenge would become a bustling hub of trade, the yields of which would far surpass agricultural endeavors. Stonehenge, why would you choose that desolate place? Exclaimed his father, Daemon, clearly dissatisfied. Without regard for the rules, he proposed, I suggest the southern banks of the Blackwater River, where vast tracts of wasteland lie, conveniently close to the Golden Road and King's Landing, making it far easier to manage. Enough, Daemon, since both Rhaenyra and Attia have made their choices. It would be prudent for you not to interject. I shall oversee this contest in its entirety, and should anyone forsake fairness and justice, do not blame me for my ruthless disposition. King Jaehaerys decisively made his ruling, and the assembly dared not voice further objections. It is said that the spirit of noble hearts roams the night. Rhaenyra, take heed, and do not let fear bring you to tears. Yet, Daemon could not resist teasing Rhaenyra. Valerian, who has never held faith in the supernatural, believes that our dominion over the seas relies solely on courage and seasoned sailors. Ranino, already troubled by Attia's appropriation of the sea smoke, was filled with fierce determination for this competition. Thus, even in the face of Daemon, he retaliated without reserve. Seeing his son exhibit such resolve, the sea serpent Corlys felt a surge of satisfaction and began to strategize swiftly in his mind for victory. Meanwhile, Princess Rhaenys displayed a more composed demeanor, casting a significant glance towards the silently brooding Viserys, feeling an inexplicable kinship. This night was destined to be sleepless, as the royal funeral banquet had been marred by an assassination attempt, an event that would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the Seven Kingdoms. The ramifications of such turmoil would ensnare countless families and factions, for no power currently exists that could withstand the wrath of dragons. Thus, a collective decision was made to act discreetly, severing unnecessary social engagements and interactions. This upheaval promised to be substantial, for alongside the assassination, the truth of Prince Balon's demise emerged, and King Jaehaerys would not let this transgression go unanswered. What a powerful yet aging king might do remains uncertain, as history shows that all formidable rulers, without exception, become particularly sensitive and ferocious in their twilight years. Once provoked, a river of blood could undoubtedly flow. The following morning, Daemon hastily concluded his breakfast and, with fervor, set sail for Braavos aboard Caraxes. Soaring over the tumultuous waters of the narrow sea, Daemon pondered over the note Attia had left him. That wretched boy, not only is he filled with malice, but he also possesses an insatiable appetite. Old friend Caraxes, it seems we have our work cut out for us. As Daemon departed, Attia caressed the sea smoke nestled beside him, gazing at the heavy clouds above the narrow sea, lost in thought, foretelling an impending storm. As if sensing Attia's turmoil, sea smoke vigorously flapped his wings, stretching an impressive 6 or 7 meters, ready to charge into battle at Attia's command. Your Grace, Eurys, the captain of the dragon guards at Dragonstone, may not possess the stature of Ser Harwin or Ser Aemon from King's Landing, but his experience in dragon handling is indeed quite extensive. Although the establishment of the Dragon Guard system with 77 members was officially instituted during the reign of King Jaehaerys, a considerable number of servants on Dragonstone Island had long been assisting the Targaryen family in hatching, nurturing, and training dragons through generations. Despite being descendants of pure-blood Valyrians, they bore no surnames, and the vast majority were illegitimate offspring of the Targaryens, thus not facing rejection from the dragons. Illiterate and only fluent in Valyrian, they remain the most loyal servants of the Targaryen lineage. Eurys, I intend to construct a dragon lair for sea smoke on Dragonstone in the future, and I wish to enlist your help in training 100 dragon handlers. 100? Eurys' eyes widened in disbelief. For the remuneration for working in the dragon lair was quite generous. The captain of the Dragon Guard earned 30 gold coins a month, while an ordinary member received 5. Even the most basic dragon handler would be compensated with 1 gold coin monthly. For 100 individuals, after qualifying, each would receive a salary of 10 gold coins per month, contingent on meeting the standards of the Dragon Guard. During the training period, I will provide you with a stipend of 100 gold coins each month, and upon successful completion of the task, I shall reward you with an additional 10,000 gold coins. Dragonstone is barren, offering little beyond the raising of livestock. It has taken centuries to develop a small town near the docks with a population of several thousand. Most inhabitants survive by fishing or servicing cargo ships. Only those who serve within Dragonstone Castle, particularly in Dragonmount, can enjoy a prosperous life. Following Aegon the Conqueror's unification of the Seven Kingdoms, the favored families accompanied him to King's Landing to serve. Eurys, deemed capable, was appointed as the captain of the dragon lair on Dragonstone. No problem, Your Highness. The fishing town never lacks individuals eager to serve the dragons. Eurys was remarkably efficient, having recruited 150 individuals by that evening. Your Highness, I have initially selected 150 individuals and will choose 100 qualified candidates based on their subsequent performance. No issue. Their salaries during training can be set at 10 silver coins per month, in accordance with the castle servant standard. Thank you, Your Highness. You're looking for me, Attia? Observing the meticulously adorned Psychia, Attia shyly rubbed his nose and said, Recently, I will be learning the art of dragon riding alongside the dragon guards. You should join us. After all, no one in the Saitiga family understands it. Attia's words pierced Psychia's previously buoyant mood like a fishbone, yet she managed to force a gracious smile and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. It is my honor. Chapter 30, Training the Young Dragon with a Squeak. The young dragon Sea Smoke, with its silvery white body, darted like an agile dolphin, evading the thrust of a blunted spear with a deft twist. However, awaiting it was a volley of arrows from the phoenix wings. Faced with the onslaught of arrows, Sea Smoke, having undergone rigorous training for half a month, swiftly flicked its tail and soared into the sky, narrowly escaping the rain of arrows. Currently, his dragon wings are still riddled with numerous holes, a reminder of the unpleasant experience of being pierced by arrows, which he would rather not endure again. Thus, even while soaring high in the sky, Haiyan remains ever vigilant, for his unscrupulous master might unleash a few cold arrows at any moment. As the rain of arrows ceased, Haiyan, akin to an arrow released from a bow, swiftly dove downward, accurately tossing the stone he clutched into the circular mark on the ground before the next wave of arrows could arrive. Hissing in excitement, the young dragons, Grey Shadow and Poseidon, appeared to celebrate Haiyan's remarkable performance, fervently flapping their wings. Perhaps due to the enhanced roasted meat prepared daily by Attia, Haiyan, Poseidon, and Grey Shadow have grown at an astonishing rate compared to typical young dragons. In just half a month, Poseidon and Grey Shadow have reached over half a meter in length, with Poseidon being the larger of the two. Meanwhile, Haiyan's length has soared to nearly 4 meters. Additionally, due to the rigorous training imposed by Attia, his muscles have become notably taut, and the scales that were shattered during training have regrown thicker. Every day, besides practicing evasion from spear and arrow attacks, Haiyan also hones his throwing and hunting skills. Attia would not relent until he was utterly exhausted. Even Poseidon and Grey Shadow, who have yet to master flight, must practice crawling and dodging attacks, for Attia could strike at any moment with his weapon, the Blade of Oblivion. Should they fail to evade, they would suffer a painful bump on their heads. However, only Attila dares to conduct such training, as dragons are far from mere hunting dogs. Even the flames of young dragons possess formidable power. Attia, wielding the Blade of Oblivion, could withstand even Haiyan's current dragon fire, let alone the mere heat emitted by Grey Shadow. After completing this round of training, Haiyan proudly approached Attia, drooling at the sight of the specially roasted lamb in his hands. To ensure the young dragons willingly accept their training, Attia employs a method of reward and discipline, keeping them obedient. Upon receiving Attia's approval, Haiyan eagerly leaped forward, tearing the entire roasted lamb from the spit and devouring it in mere moments, leaving not even a bone of the tender, marinated head behind. Attia has observed that after consuming the roasted meat marinated in the finest phoenix wine, the young dragons not only exhibit an increased appetite, but also show signs of enhanced dragon fire potency. Now, Haiyan requires at least 2 plump lambs per meal to feel satisfied, while even Poseidon and Grey Shadow can consume nearly half a lamb each. However, with their current dental capabilities, they are still unable to chew through the lamb bones, a task Haiyan willingly undertakes for them. Generally, young dragons take several months to breathe fire, yet Poseidon and Grey Shadow, at merely half a month old, have already begun to emit sparks. Though the dragon flame of the Sea Smoke remains a conventional orange-red hue, its temperature has evidently risen significantly, accompanied by an increase in both the duration and volume of its exhalation. In the course of daily interactions with Poseidon and the Sea Smoke, Attia has begun to establish a rudimentary telepathic connection with them. Not only can they discern each other's emotions with clarity, but even without uttering the command to control the dragons, they can act in accordance with Attia's intentions. As Poseidon's existence must remain a secret, Attia diligently prepares supplies each day to embark on the Attia ship to an uninhabited island for training the young dragons. Thus, although he resides on Dragonstone Island during this period, he returns only at night. After a week of training alongside the Dragon Ward apprentices, Saishia has mastered the entirety of the Dragon Command language. Given her proficiency in Valyrian, the learning process was naturally straightforward. As for other knowledge concerning dragons, she has been educated in such matters since childhood, being a descendant of Valyria. Consequently, having made some progress a few days prior, she has already returned to Crab Island. After all, she is soon to reside on Phoenix Island, and the Setiga family will undoubtedly prepare a plethora of provisions for her. It is only prudent for her to return and oversee the arrangements, as these will serve as the substantial material assurance for her comfort on Phoenix Island. In stark contrast to the tranquility experienced by Attia, the entirety of King's Landing and the Red Keep has descended into a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. The Grand Maester Luntel, unable to withstand the tortures inflicted upon him, has divulged the names of numerous individuals involved in the assassination of Attia and the murder of Prince Balon. A multitude of handmaidens and servants from the Red Keep have been cast into the dungeons, and many nobles serving within the Red Keep have found themselves implicated as well. Among them, Count Mido of Greenvale, as the instigator of the royal hunt, who served the poisoned wine to Prince Balon, has faced immediate confiscation of his estate and title. All male members of the Mito family have been exiled to the Wall of Despair, while their female relatives have been banished to the Steppes Islands. During the seizure of Greenvale's assets, the Kingsguard discovered correspondence between the Mito family and the former rebel group, the Kingsguard Brotherhood. Although these letters pertain to extortion by the Brotherhood, they could indeed serve as evidence of treason during this sensitive period. Enraged, King Jaehaerys commanded the Kingsguard to intercept Count Mito, who was en route to his exile, and execute him on the spot. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Riverlands, as the vassal lord of the Mito family, was summoned to the Red Keep, where King Jaehaerys berated him for 3 days. Ultimately, after paying a fine of 1 million golden dragons, he was allowed to leave. This was merely the beginning, as investigations deepened. Many of the prominent nobles who had infiltrated the Red Keep with spies found themselves ensnared. In total, over a dozen knightly families faced annihilation, their assets and territories appropriated by the crown, and their kin exiled to desolate Stone City to toil the lands. This was a suggestion offered by Attia to King Jaehaerys. For it is indeed necessary to have a populace to cultivate Stone City. The noble class, having been subjected to fines and admonitions, numbered in the dozens, with even the Valerian family penalized a staggering 1 million golden dragons. The intricate web of espionage and clandestine enterprises that these nobles had established within King's Landing was thoroughly dismantled. Consequently, over 1,000 individuals were implicated and exiled to Stonehaven. Prepared in advance, Attia had already sent word to Dragonstone, requesting them to establish a temporary encampment near Stonehaven, equipped with supplies and manpower. After all, these individuals would serve as the foundational workforce for the forthcoming development of Stonehaven. Following such a tumultuous upheaval, King Jaehaerys found some solace for his ire, which effectively served to intimidate the multitude. Most significantly, through this episode, the Targaryen dynasty amassed an immense fortune, with cash alone exceeding 10 million golden dragons, thus significantly replenishing the royal treasury. Chapter 31. The method of forging dragonstone with a soft chant. Attia directed Haon to unleash dragon fire upon the mixture of crushed stone, clay, and dragon dung within the colossal stone mold. The searing dragon fire swiftly transformed the composite materials into a molten slurry of lava. This method, gleaned from Attia's initial draconic visions, had finally proven successful after numerous trials and precise formulations. 2 hours later, as the molten slurry cooled, a neatly formed black bar of dragonstone emerged, saving an extraordinary amount of time and labor compared to quarrying a stone of equivalent size. Moreover, this dragonstone was lighter and more durable than any comparable material. While its obsidian hue might lack aesthetic appeal, it could be deemed the finest building material in the known world. Jon, test the resilience of this dragonstone, Attia commanded, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she beheld the creation before her, addressing Jon Storm, the mightiest among her phoenix wing. Yes, my lady. Jon grasped his massive axe, summoning all his strength to strike down upon the dragonstone. Clang! The impact reverberated through his hands, causing a sharp pain in his palms. Yet the axe merely left a superficial mark upon the stone. Undeterred, Jon shook his hands to dispel the discomfort, letting out a fierce battle cry before swinging his axe once more toward the resilient surface. Once again, the dragonstone remained unyielding. What a remarkable stone, Jon mused, rubbing his aching arm. If a castle and walls were constructed from this material, even the mightiest trebuchet or catapult would struggle to breach them. The young members of the Phoenix Wing, intrigued by this phenomenon, eagerly approached, wielding their weapons against the dragonstone, only to discover that they could inflict little damage. Haon, dragonfire. Attia's mind sparked with inspiration, prompting her to test the dragonfire once more. Creak. Haon unleashed a vibrant orange dragonfire that raged for a full minute. Yet the dragonstone merely glowed crimson without melting. Under the intense heat, Attia sensed that the dragonstone appeared to grow even more resilient. The originally pitch-black surface began to manifest fiery patterns, which instantly reminded Attia of certain runes she had glimpsed in her dragon dream inheritance. Consequently, she grasped the blade of extinction and commenced to inscribe upon the dragonstone. After half an hour, once Attia had filled the stone with runes, the onlookers were astonished to see that the dark dragonstone had begun to take on a golden-red hue. Particularly, the runes etched by Attia appeared to possess a peculiar magic, gradually absorbing the lingering warmth of the dragon flames that had not yet dissipated. This prompted the crowd to strike the dragonstone again, only to discover that, with the enhancement of these runes, the stone had grown even more resilient. Observing the astonishing effects of the runes, Attia decided to inscribe them onto the stone molds. ensuring that the Dragonstone would inherently bear these runes once formed. In the following days, Attia led the artisans of Dragonstone Island in forging numerous uniquely shaped rune-imbued Dragonstones, and they found that the presence of these runes indeed conferred greater durability to all the Dragonstones. Moreover, it seemed that these runes were continuously absorbing the ambient, ethereal magical energy to nourish themselves. Following the successful experimentation with the Dragonstone forging technique, Attia bid farewell to Dragonstone Island. Embarking aboard the Attia with her phoenix wings and 30 dragon-taming youths who had passed their assessments, heading towards the city of Stone of the Wilds. Departing from Dragonstone Island and traveling northward, they reached Crab Island in just a few hours. Naturally, Attia wished to pay a visit to her allied family. The Attia vessel carried a significant amount of provisions and specialties from Phoenix Island, so upon her first visit, Attia presented an array of lavish gifts, including fine wines, silk, porcelain, and 10 sets of vine armor along with 10 phoenix swords. This greatly pleased Count Settiga, who welcomed Attia with evident satisfaction. The Settiga family and the Valyrian family had always been the most formidable vassals of the Targaryen family, their strengths being remarkably comparable. It was only when the sea serpent Corlys amassed immense wealth during several great voyages and successfully wed Princess Rhaenys that he ascended to become the most powerful family on the continent of Westeros, thereby widening the gap with the Hightower family. Nevertheless, the Settiga family remained one of the premier noble families in Westeros. The Settiga castle was filled with exquisite meal carpets and crystal artifacts, colorful glass from Volantis, and an array of gold and silver vessels, as well as jeweled goblets. Beside the massive sandalwood throne in the castle hall resided a magnificent falcon with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Above the throne hung a Valyrian steel axe and a dragonbone longbow. It was said that the Settiga family's treasury was overflowing with gold and various gemstones, housing an inexhaustible supply of fine wines. Countless ancient relics and treasures were also enshrined there, among which a gargantuan horn made of Valyrian steel was rumored to possess the power to awaken sea monsters. Attia's arrival was met with a warm welcome from the Settiga family, with Countess Settiga and Seisha personally overseeing the kitchen preparations for the feast. Count Settigar, accompanied by his 3 sons and a group of brothers, gathered in the hall, engaging in a heated discussion about the recent turmoil in King's Landing. As descendants of the pure-blooded Valyrian lineage, the Settigar family predominantly exhibited silver hair and violet eyes, though a few branches displayed golden hair and blue eyes. The Count's eldest son, Clement, at 16 years of age, was tall and handsome, embodying the serious demeanor typical of a noble heir. The second son, Selmy, aged 12, was the twin of Seisha, characterized by golden hair and violet eyes, and was known for his cheerful disposition and conversational flair. It was said that he excelled in horseback riding and aspired to become a formidable member of the Kingsguard, although tragically, history would see him perish young. Leaving behind a son, Azor, the brave Azor met a cruel fate at the hands of the mob in King's Landing when he was just 15, striving to protect his grandfather. The youngest son, Adrian, at 8 years old, though somewhat frail in appearance, possessed a profound love for reading, endearing himself to the Countess. Despite his youth, he showed a remarkable aptitude for financial management, already assisting his mother in overseeing Crab Island. My grandfather often admonished my father and me to be wary of the scholars and monks. Fortunately, the scholars of Crab Island were all members of our Settigar family, having returned from the Citadel after their studies. The Count could not suppress his resentment towards the connection between the assassination of Prince Baelon and Grand Maester Renidal. Alas, both the Citadel and the Faith of the Seven had long been entrenched in the realm of Westeros, rendering any attempts to shake their foundations exceedingly difficult. For millennia, regardless of the shifting dynasties, the Citadel remained steadfast. During the Age of Mages, the blood-soaked terror unleashed to dismantle the Church's armed forces resulted in the demise of countless lives, with the number of ruined noble families and displaced commoners beyond reckoning. One could only wonder how His Majesty King Jaehaerys would address them. Known for his benevolence and preference for resolving issues through peaceful means, it was likely that after dealing with so many, he would soon cease his actions. Clement calmly analyzed the situation, suggesting that unless matters reached a breaking point, it sufficed for the nobles to make an example of a few, thereby instilling fear in others. Chapter 32. The generosity of Settigar. The institution of scholars had long been deeply rooted in Westeros, with every castle and lord relying on their assistance. Whether in the transmission of knowledge, management of territories, or even matters concerning noble lineage and healthcare, scholars were indispensable. Thus, no one dared challenge this group or sever ties with the Citadel. to enjoy the benefits and conveniences provided by the scholars. Few would truly concern themselves with any plots or schemes brewing within the citadel, as long as their own interests remained unaffected. As the firstborn son of the Setigar family, Clement possessed a profound understanding of these dynamics. Yet, despite recognizing the power and threat posed by the citadel, he showed no desire to confront it. Were the many astute lords of Westeros truly blind to the dangers and constraints imposed by the citadel and the church? It is evidently impossible. However, like Claremont, they have chosen to turn a blind eye, to listen passively, and to enjoy the consequences of their complicity. Indeed, perhaps those families and factions aspiring to rival the church and the city of learning have long since been extinguished under their schemes. Attia, well versed in the history of the Seven Kingdoms, has observed that throughout the millennia, any superpower capable of uniting the Seven Kingdoms quickly meets its demise for various reasons. Either the ruler inexplicably descends into madness and tyranny, inciting the wrath of the heavens and the people, ultimately leading to their overthrow, or they fail to produce male heirs, resulting in their entire lineage being supplanted by the newly ascendant son-in-law factions. Most of these emergent powers possess a devout faith in the seven gods or heed the counsel of advisors, particularly scholars and mystics. Let us hope that the scholars of the City of Learning are all noble seekers of truth. Otherwise, the so-called noble class of Westeros is merely a puppet supported to align with someone else's values. Yet, in the ideal society that the City of Learning seeks to construct, even deities and magic are prohibited, let alone the dragons of House Targaryen. Attia's words plunged the members of House Setiga into silence. After all, they had only recently become the new dragon-ruling family and successfully forged an alliance with the Phoenix Island, with promising prospects ahead. They could not afford any potential threats jeopardizing their future. Oh, let us not dwell on this heavy topic any longer, for it is beyond our capacity to resolve. The Count of Setiga, noticing the somber mood, immediately interjected, "Today marks Attia's first visit to Crab Island. Let us converse on more cheerful matters. I have heard about your public competition with the son of House Valerion. The sea serpent, Corlys, has cost our Setiga family dozens of ships. Otherwise, how could they, at Driftmark, become the most powerful family in Westeros? To secure victory, that old man will stop at nothing. Thus, Attia, Crab Island shall lend you our utmost support. I have gathered 200 artisans and 300 able-bodied workers across the island for you to develop Stonehill. Additionally, we have prepared 10 ships laden with supplies and 1,000,000 golden dragons. Although your Attia ship is well-equipped and performs excellently, it is not suited for navigation in inland rivers, particularly as the Trident narrows towards the interior. Hence, I have arranged 10 longships, 100 crew members, and 200 warriors from Crab Island for you. Presently, Crab Island cannot compete with House Valerion, but united, our two islands shall not fear them in the slightest." Seeing the Count's generosity, Attia promptly rose and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity. With House Setiga's support, I am filled with confidence to defeat them. From now on, we are family. There is no need for such formalities." With a hearty laugh, Count Setiga promptly assisted Attia to his feet and beckoned his second son, saying, Attia, my son Selmy, though still youthful, has honed his equestrian and archery skills admirably. Upon hearing of your magnificent display of the phoenix wings on Dragonstone, he has developed a keen admiration for you. Would it not be delightful to have him serve as your squire?" Attia had already taken note of Selmy. The lad possessed clear, bright eyes and a robust physique, unmistakably a promising knight in the making. Hence, he readily acquiesced. Upon receiving Attia's consent, Selmy swiftly drew his sword, kneeling before Attia with both hands cradling the blade, and pledged his oath. "From this day forth, Selmy Setiga shall safeguard your safety, offer counsel, and in times of peril. I vow to lay down my life for you. I solemnly swear by the names of the old and new gods." Attia accepted Selmy's sword, lightly tapping each of his shoulders with it, and declared, "You shall share my table, partake of meat and drink. A place by my hearth shall always be yours. I swear to never compel you to commit any unjust act. I pledge this by the names of the old and new gods." Having accepted Selmy's fealty, Lady Setiga prepared a sumptuous luncheon. Amidst the clinking of goblets, Attia became acquainted with all the legitimate heirs of the Setiga family. Unlike the Targaryens, who boasted a sparse lineage, the Setiga family alone had 2 to 3 dozen direct family members. Furthermore, they were allied with the esteemed noble families, such as the Grafson family of Seagull Town and the Peak family of Riverbend. Their family fleet controlled vital trade routes stretching from the midsection of the Narrow Sea, connecting Westeros to Pentos and the estuary of the Three Forks to Crab Bay. Setting aside the disadvantage of dragons, The familial heritage of the Setigas was indeed comparable to that of the Valerians. In the afternoon, under the guidance of the Clement brothers, Attia rode horseback to admire the picturesque landscapes of Crab Island. The island's terrain, rising in the north and sloping southward, allowed the northern peaks to effectively shield against the frigid winds from the north. The warm air currents that ascended here brought forth abundant rainfall, resulting in an abundance of high-quality mountain pastures and valley estates across Crab Island. This not only fulfilled the food requirements of the island's populace of over 100,000, but also enabled the sale of numerous livestock annually. Prior to the Conqueror's War, the livestock supply for the dragons of Dragonstone was sourced from Crab Island and Tidal Isle. The young dragon, Sea Smoke, was immediately captivated by the sight of the plump sheep, cattle, and even larger steeds roaming the island. Without hesitation, he charged toward the flock. After a period of training under Attia's guidance, Sea Smoke had fully developed his hunting prowess. He swooped down, capturing a robust ram, and with powerful flaps of his wings, he lifted it into the air. With a swift motion, he bit through the ram's neck, proudly delivering the creature to the dragon keepers aboard Attia's ship, knowing they would prepare it for roasting. The succulent flavor of the seasoned roast lamb would far surpass anything he could achieve with his dragon fire. However, a single sheep could scarcely satisfy Hayan's appetite. After patrolling the Crab Island several times, he unapologetically hunted down an aging ox, nearly devoid of laboring capability, and a limping old horse. Attia, why do I get the impression that Hayan deliberately targets those cattle and sheep on the verge of being discarded? Selmy inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, having observed that the livestock Hayan hunted were all frail and aged. Perhaps the older cattle and sheep simply suit his palate better. Attia would not divulge that his meticulous nature had also imparted lessons in frugality to Hayan. Otherwise, it might tarnish their noble standing. Moreover, for the great dragons, it is indeed the older livestock that proves more beneficial for their growth. While Hayan reveled in the leisurely hunting of cattle and sheep on Crab Island, Grey Shadow and Poseidon stealthily slipped away from the Attia ship, unnoticed by the others. Their hues blended seamlessly with the sea, rendering them invisible for the moment. The beaches of Crab Island were home to numerous large red crabs, some as big as basketballs. Upon reaching a deserted rocky shore, the two young dragons lunged at the red crabs. After several attempts, Poseidon and Grey Shadow finally succeeded in unleashing their dragon flames. Poseidon's flame resembled the color of natural gas combustion, a blend of orange-red and deep blue, while Grey Shadow's was a mix of orange-red and gray-white. Their searing flames swiftly roasted several large crabs. The two little creatures pounced on the crabs, crushing them in their jaws and eagerly swallowing the morsels. It seemed that the red crabs of Crab Island possessed some peculiar magical essence, for after consuming a few crabs the size of bowls, the young dragons felt their bodies grow warmer, and their flames appeared to burn even hotter. After vanquishing dozens of crabs, the young dragons felt sufficiently satiated and stealthily returned to the Attia ship. At that moment, the dragon keeper had prepared roasted cattle and sheep for Hayan, who was relishing his meal. Upon seeing Grey Shadow and Poseidon return, Hayan displayed no possessiveness over his food, allowing the dragon keeper to offer them 2 succulent lamb legs. However, after their earlier feast, the 2 young dragons showed little enthusiasm for the delectable lamb legs, merely taking a few bites before retreating to their enclosure. Seeing their lack of appetite today, Hayan was quite pleased and, without disdain, finished off the leftovers they had left behind. As the Attia ship was a private sanctuary filled with many secrets, he did not invite the people from Saitiga to explore its interior. He simply summoned Hayan and Grey Shadow to observe a glimpse of it. Isn't it said that a dragon rider can only command one dragon? How is it that you can also command Grey Shadow, Attia? Selmy appeared to be a curious child, having asked Attia countless questions throughout the day. Perhaps it is due to the fact that he has lived alongside me since birth. Attia himself is uncertain as to why he possesses the ability to command the multi-headed dragon. After all, these young dragons are not yet fit for riding. They merely heed his summons, and whether he can simultaneously mount them remains unverified. Thus, he can only vaguely explain that he is still in the exploratory phase concerning dragons, and many matters elude his understanding. During the banquet, not only the people from Crab Island, but also several nobles from Crabclaw Peninsula gathered. The nobles of Crabclaw Peninsula, possessing a trace of wildling blood, are not particularly esteemed in the 7 kingdoms. However, they find a kindred spirit in the Setiga family, who are also considered outsiders. Attia holds them in high regard, for historically they have remained steadfast royalists, unwavering in their allegiance to the king they have sworn to serve, fighting valiantly regardless of their circumstances. Perhaps it is this blend of savagery and simplicity that has kept Crabclaw Peninsula mired in backwardness and internal strife. Yet, during times of national upheaval, they unite as one and march into battle. Once the valiant warriors have perished, a rare period of peace descends upon Crabclaw Peninsula, allowing for some development. However, just as life begins to flourish and the younger generation rises, a new cycle of internal conflict ensues. At present, under King Jaehaerys' rule, the Seven Kingdoms have enjoyed enduring peace, yet the internal strife on Crabclaw Peninsula has intensified. Selmy, serving as his attendant, eagerly introduced Attia to the people of Crabclaw Peninsula. Among them was Count Clarence Claybrook, one of the few nobles on Crabclaw Peninsula to possess a stone castle. Legend has it that Sir Clarence Claybrook of Whispering Castle, upon slaying an adversary, would bring their severed head home for his forest witch wife to kiss, hoping to revive them. These individuals comprised lords, witches, renowned knights, and pirates, including one who was the king of Twilight Vale. They all served as advisors to the elder Claybrook. Since they possessed only heads, their voices could not be particularly loud, yet they never ceased speaking, passing the time with conversation, thus earning Claybrook's castle the moniker of Whispering Castle, despite having been a ruin for a millennium. In addition to the Claybrook family, the noble houses of Crabclaw Peninsula included the Boggs family, the Bren family of Brown Hollow Mountain, the Bren family of Dread Hollow Fortress, the Cave family, the Hardy family, and the Payne family. Although these families are not wealthy, each boasts several hundred skilled warriors. At that moment, Count Claybrook, a robust man with a wild, unkempt beard, suddenly plunged a dagger into a whole roasted pig and flung it onto the silver platter before Attia. "Eat, dragon whelp," he bellowed, reeking of wine. The pigs of Crabclaw Peninsula are 3 times fatter than those of King S. Landing. Lady Setiga, with a look of disdain, covered her displeasure with her fan, while her husband watched with keen interest as Attia calmly tore off a leg of the pig. The spotlight of the entire gathering was on the Dragon Prince, who playfully mimicked Claibor's mannerisms by using a dagger to carve meat. However, the same coarse actions, when performed by him, appeared remarkably graceful, eliciting a chorus of applause from the peninsula's nobility. Although young, Aisha's physique was already comparable to that of an average boy of 11 or 12. His years of martial training and unique lineage endowed him with an imposing presence, enabling him to effortlessly handle the probing of these barbarians. "Truly a testament to his wild blood," murmured Selmy, though his voice was barely audible. However, the girl from the Brun family of Brown Hole Mountain caught his words. This girl, adorned with a multitude of small braids, suddenly leaped onto the long table, deftly maneuvering all the dining utensils before Aisha. "I am Alysanne Brun," she declared, thumping her dirty breastplate. "I can draw an 80-pound longbow and have slain 3 seal men." She abruptly seized Selmy by the collar, her face twisted with disdain. "10 times better than this soft-shelled crab. You'd be better off dismissing him and taking me as your knightly squire." The banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Yet Aisha burst into laughter, breaking the tension. He tore off another pig leg and handed it to the girl, challenging, "Prove it to me." Alysanne released Selmy and took a hearty bite out of the pig leg, grease dripping down her chin onto her breastplate, oblivious to the mess. "Hand me that bow. I could shoot down the moon right now," she exclaimed, laughter echoing in her voice. Aisha was pleasantly surprised by Alyssanne's boldness, though her manner was unrefined. She displayed remarkable cleverness and adaptability. While a typical person might have challenged Selmy to a competition on the spot, such an action could have provoked the ire of Selmy and the Setiga family, and even a victory would not guarantee Aisha's favor. A loss would be a source of great embarrassment. Yet here she was, boldly boasting, which instantly alleviated the awkwardness of the situation. Chapter 34. Challenge of the Phoenix Wings. The daughter of the Brun family boasted even more grandiosely than her father. "Have you Bruns perhaps mingled with the lineage of the inflatable fish?" Claybor, the count, raised his goblet in admiration towards Alysanne. "Dragon Prince, I've heard that among your ranks are a group of young men, each a formidable contender, known as the Phoenix Wings. Coincidentally, we from Crab Island have brought along a fine bunch of lads as well. How about we have them compete, to enliven our spirits?" Aisha scrutinized Claybor and the entourage from Crab Island, quickly discerning their intentions. He readily agreed. "Of course, but any contest ought to have some stakes to make it interesting. How about this? If the youths from Crab Island lose, they shall serve as squires to my Phoenix Wings. Conversely, if they emerge victorious, the winner shall take the place of a defeated member of the Phoenix Wings as their squire. Additionally, I shall reward the victor with a set of Phoenix Vine armor and a Phoenix blade." "Excellent. It's settled." The eyes of Claybor and the Crab Island nobles lit up with joy, realizing they had finally allied themselves with Aisha, the future Dragon Knight. The young warriors from Krabby Island were promptly brought forth, a total of 18, aged between 14 and just over 20. Though their attire was somewhat plain and modest, their spirits were undeniably high, indicating commendable prowess. Within the grand hall of the castle of Saitiga, the fat from a roasted lamb dripped into the fire pit, sizzling and hissing, as the air filled with the mingling scents of sea salt, spices, and ale. The attendants swiftly cleared a substantial area, and the musicians began to play with increasing fervor. The Krabby Island youths, trained through unconventional means, displayed practical fighting techniques. However, due to their lack of proper equipment, they found their skills ill-suited for this competition, resulting in 3 consecutive defeats. This left the Krabby Islanders somewhat embarrassed, prompting a wave of grumbling among them. Yet, their gazes towards Arsha conveyed a newfound respect. At that moment, a one-eyed youth stepped forward. The amber pupil of his right eye contracted to a fine line under the firelight, reminiscent of a stalking cheetah or a lurking serpent. 3 dragon crystal daggers danced between his fingers as if alive. Darren of the fearsome abyss, I seek your guidance. The boy's cold gaze fixated on Florian Mouton, a member of the Phoenix Wing from the city of Girl Springs. Long time no see, Mouton. Let us spar today. As the third son of Count Mouton, Florian had undergone rigorous nightly training from a young age, his combat skills formidable. Moreover, he had recently undergone specialized training on Phoenix Island. Armed with his lightweight Phoenix Vine armor and a family-bestowed steel sword, he confidently stepped forth from the ranks of the Phoenix Wing. Darren, I shall show you that the Phoenix Wing is not to be trifled with by you wildlings. Humph. First strike, testing the wind. Without uttering a word, Darren lunged forward, his obsidian dagger slicing through the air, narrowly missing Florian's ear and severing a lock of his hair. Second strike, testing the opponent. Florian swiftly drew his steel sword, adopting a defensive stance just as Darren's second obsidian dagger hurtled towards his face. Florian deftly dodged, then charged at Darren, seeking to engage him in close combat to prevent further dagger throws. Darren, nimble and agile, evaded Florian's sword with ease. Seizing the momentum of his movement, he advanced, thrusting his third dragon crystal dagger towards Florian's throat like a striking viper. Florian hastily raised his sword in defense. The clash of dagger against sword produced a shower of sparks, causing the edge of Darren's sharp obsidian dagger to crack, yet it remained functional. Both combatants exhibited remarkable skill, and soon they were locked in a fierce contest. After several minutes of stalemate, Darren suddenly sprang backward, his toes barely touching the ground, and retrieved 3 more dragon crystal daggers from seemingly thin air. Third strike, a lethal blow. Darren shouted loudly, and 3 daggers shot towards Florian like meteors. Florian dodged left and right, managing to evade most of them, yet 1 dagger still grazed his arm. Drawing blood, a glint of malevolence flickered in Florian's eyes. He took a deep breath, brandished his sword, and charged towards Darren with great strides. Florian's swordplay was bold and expansive, momentarily overpowering Darren. Frowning, Darren continuously retreated to defend himself. Just when the crowd believed Florian was on the verge of victory, Darren suddenly rolled, drawing a short knife from his waist, and swiftly thrust it towards Florian's leg as he lowered his sword. Florian quickly sidestepped to avoid the crippling blow. However, at that moment, he heard Darren's triumphant voice, "You have lost." With a sudden pivot, Darren's other hand, gripping an obsidian dagger, pressed against Florian's throat. The arena fell into an instant silence, which was soon shattered by a fervent cheer. The crowd from Crabclaw Peninsula felt an exhilarating surge of pride, shouting in excitement. Attia nodded slightly, admiring the one-eyed youth. His strikes were ruthless yet measured, his movements varied and astute, a promising talent indeed. Torenblen, please teach me. The youthful Torenblen, barely 12 or 13, approached eagerly with 2 wooden short spears in hand. Though small in stature, he exhibited remarkable agility. Fighting is like the tides, he cheekily grinned. To advance, one must first learn to retreat. His opponent was the 6-foot-tall heavy swordsman, Werxino, whose long sword swung with a whistling sound, stirring up gusts of wind in the arena. However, Toren was not foolish enough to confront him head-on. Instead, he circled Weir like a nimble wave, making it difficult for the giant to leverage his strength. Toren's short spears moved like the sea itself, retreating silently and advancing relentlessly. This rendered Weir completely passive, unable to unleash the full might of his heavy sword. Eventually, he was forced to risk being pierced by Toren's spear and swung his heavy sword in a desperate arc, akin to splitting mountains. Yet Toren, propelled by the waves, effortlessly leaned back until his back nearly touched the ground, and from an unexpected angle, his wooden spear swiftly jabbed towards Weir's wrist. As the tide receded, the wooden spear struck Weir's wrist with precision, and with a clatter, The long sword fell to the ground. It will sweep away everything on the shore. Torrhen executed a graceful roll to his feet, his spear now poised at Weir's neck. Alysanne laughed heartily from the long table, witnessing the resilience of the young blend. Attia found himself genuinely intrigued by the sibling duo, sensing a hint of magical energy emanating from them. It seemed this pair possessed a unique lineage indeed. Chapter 35. The Duel of the Giant and the Fisherman. The consecutive victories greatly invigorated the spirits of the youth from Crabclaw Peninsula. Thus, even though they subsequently faced a string of 5 or 6 defeats, the challengers who stepped up remained exuberant and brimming with confidence. Today, Attia bore witness to the valor of the warriors from Crabclaw Peninsula. It is no wonder that, apart from the north, which has thwarted the Undull's conquest due to its harsh environment, only Crabclaw Peninsula has steadfastly resisted complete subjugation by the adults. The resilience, tenacity, and ferocity inherent in their bloodline truly instill a sense of dread. Next to take the stage was a dark-skinned youth wielding a weapon that was none other than a fishing net chain. Port Hottie, I seek your guidance. Port directly pointed to the most imposing member of the Phoenix Wing, Big Snow, a bastard of the Amber family from the last hearth in the north. Standing over 2 meters tall, Big was said to have awakened the giant bloodline, making him the strongest among the phoenixes. The Phoenix Forge had crafted a long-handled watermelon hammer specifically for him, capable of crushing skulls with the ease of smashing watermelons. During training, few dared to choose him as an opponent, for even a slight graze from him could result in grievous injuries. Upon witnessing Port Hottie's audacious choice of Big, the crowd became animated. Big, take it easy. Don't turn that kid's head into a smashed watermelon, all right? This is a competition. Remember to show some mercy. They laughed. However, Big remained undistracted by the cheers of his comrades, maintaining a vigilant and serious demeanor. Port Hottie gradually unfurled the fishing net in his hands, the rusted iron chains glinting with a dark red hue in the firelight. His movements were as gentle as one might use to arrange a shark-catching net, yet his weathered, yellowed eyes, eroded by the sea breeze, fixated intently on every subtle movement of Big Snow. Big swung the watermelon hammer in a perfect arc above his shoulder, the heavy hammerhead slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. His robust arms bulged with veins, resembling gnarled roots beneath his skin. I'm coming. Big initiated the attack, his seemingly cumbersome form unleashed in astonishing speed. The watermelon hammer swept forth with devastating force. Port did not attempt to meet it head-on. Instead, he gracefully retreated like the receding waves, the fishing net tracing a serpentine path through the air. Big, well aware that if his watermelon hammer were ensnared by the net, the situation would turn perilous, hesitated to pursue. Splendid. The audience erupted in applause, captivated by the display of both Big's formidable strength and Port's agile finesse. Avoiding the fishing net, Big did not pause. A second strike followed. This time, he aimed a downward blow, the trajectory of the hammerhead seeming poised to cleave the earth in two. Suddenly, Porter rolled swiftly and cast out his fishing net. The iron chain slithered towards Big's watermelon like a venomous serpent. Big's vigorous struggle produced a jarring metallic screech from the net's chains. Got you, Porter exclaimed, tightening the net in an attempt to pull Biggs down. Yet, a cold smirk crept across Big's lips. His arm muscles tensed abruptly, swinging the watermelon hammer along with the net. Porter was yanked off the ground, tracing an arc through the air like a fish on a hook. This is bad. Alyssa couldn't help but stand up in anxiety. Observing her reaction, Attia's gaze wandered between her and Porter. Could there be something more between these two? Just as Porter was about to be flung away, he suddenly released the net, using the momentum to execute a flawless backflip, moving with the agility of a dolphin. Upon landing, he swiftly drew a sharp skinning knife from his boot. This momentarily stunned Biggs, who then nodded in appreciation. Indeed, Porter possessed remarkable skill. Porter remained silent, and noticing Biggs did not pursue the attack, he quietly picked up his fishing net chain and began to circle around Biggs, his steps light as if he were dancing on a deck. Biggs, on the other hand, cautiously adjusted his stance, keeping the watermelon hammer at the optimal angle for attack. Suddenly, Porter hurled the net once more, this time targeting Biggs' legs. The chains coiled around the giant's ankles like a living entity. With a powerful tug, Porter brought Biggs' massive frame crashing to the ground, causing the marble tiles to tremble. However, Biggs reacted with remarkable speed, using the hammer's handle to brace himself and spring back up. Unfortunately, Porter had already pressed the skinning knife against his throat. Do you concede? Porter panted, inquiring. Biggs, staring at the knife's tip mere inches away, suddenly grinned. Concede? This has only just begun. He forcefully seized the fishing net and yanked it, catching Porter off guard and sending him tumbling forward. Seizing the opportunity, Biggs rolled and swept the watermelon hammer towards Porter's waist. If this hit, it would surely devastate Porter's kidneys. In a split second, Porter executed a roll to evade the blow and managed to block the residual force of the hammer with his skinning knife. With a resounding clang, the small blade was sent flying, but this provided Porter with precious time to evade. The two men distanced themselves, only to engage in combat once more. After several minutes, both were panting heavily. Biggs' Phoenix Vine armor was soaked with sweat, and Porter's fishing net showed signs of wear. This is the final move. Porter suddenly tore off his tattered coat, revealing a torso marked with scars. He wrapped the coat around his left arm, adopting an unusual stance. Biggs narrowed his eyes, cautiously raising the watermelon hammer. Porter made his move. He surged toward Biggs, like an arrow released from its bow, but as he approached the attack range, he suddenly veered aside. Biggs' hammer grazed his back, even tearing the coat wrapped around his arm. Now was the moment. Porter seized this fleeting opportunity, forcefully casting the tattered fishing net toward Biggs' face. The barbed hooks on the iron chain sliced through the giant's cheek, causing Biggs to instinctively close his eyes and retreat. Porter lunged forward, his right hand suddenly brandishing a blade aimed directly at Biggs' throat. Yet, at the last moment, he retracted his weapon and merely placed his hand gently on Biggs' neck. "You have won." Biggs opened his eyes and conceded with calm acceptance. The hall erupted in thunderous cheers. The youths from Crabclaw Peninsula rushed forward, lifting Porter high into the air, while even the members of the Phoenix Wing applauded him with admiration. Attia also rose in excitement, her violet eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, exclaiming, "The warriors of Crabclaw Peninsula truly live up to their reputation. Let us raise a toast to them." Porter extricated himself from the embrace of his companions and extended his hand to Biggs, saying, "You are a worthy adversary." Biggs laughed heartily as he shook his hand. In a true battlefield, victory is never guaranteed. Alyssum had arrived at the sidelines unbeknownst to anyone, leaning against a stone pillar with a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Damn it, he finally fell for it. Chapter 36. The Duel of Fire and the Roar of the Outlander. It was already past midnight. Yet the banquet in the hall of Setiga Castle remained fervent. The contests on the floor were equally exhilarating. Royskaver, in his 20s, had knocked over 3 empty barrels, swaying unsteadily in the makeshift arena's center. The 7 gourd-shaped copper flasks hanging from his waist clinked melodiously. "The son of the brewer is stepping up." Earl Kleber's booming voice shook the dust from the beams above. "Little drunkard, take it easy this time, and don't set yourself ablaze." Roy said nothing. He unfastened his leather armor adorned with flame patterns, revealing a chest marked with burned scars, medals from his fiery exploits. "I excel in both drink and fire. Who dares to challenge me? I will." The challenger was Fair, a member of the Phoenix Wing, raised in the Alchemist Guild of King's Landing. Though he did not know who his father was among the alchemists, his lineage must have been noteworthy, for he had garnered the affection and teachings of many alchemists. "If it's fire you wish to play with, I shall join you." Fair merely rubbed his fingers together, conjuring a floating flame before him. Roy took a hearty swig from his flask and then expelled a jet of fire from his mouth. With a resounding boom, a wall of blue flames erupted between the two, the heat wave toppling the nearest plates. "Playing with fire." Royce's voice seemed to warp and distort amidst the flames, revealing that you have yet to grasp the peril of playing with fire. Fair took the initiative, launching 3 fireballs arranged in a triangular formation towards Royce, their trajectories cunning and aggressive. Yet, Royce staggered back like a drunken man, abruptly slapping his wine gourd at his waist. The mist of liquor that erupted formed a blazing shield in the air. Fair's fireballs collided with it, resulting in a spectacular explosion that startled the onlookers, causing them to retreat in alarm. With a swift motion, Royce struck the wine gourd several times, unleashing 7 spiraling flames of various colors that surged towards Fair like fiery serpents. "Watch out, Rainbow Fire Serpent." Fair hurriedly retreated to evade them, but the fire serpent still singed his silver-threaded belt. Expensive spices spilled from the torn pouch, igniting upon contact with the pooled liquor on the ground, which had mysteriously gathered there. In an instant, Fair found himself ensnared within a fiery circle. Seizing the opportunity, Royce grabbed a silver platter from the dining table, skillfully directing its brilliant reflection into Fair's eyes. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Royce pressed his short sword against Fair's throat. Liquor is more cunning than fire. He sheathed his weapon and offered his last intact wine flask. "Care for a taste? Our Kiefer family's wine is the liquid currency of Crabclaw Peninsula, more fluid in circulation than gold dragons." While their display did not evoke overwhelming fervor, it was certainly eye-catching, garnering considerable applause. However, Attia perceived their immense potential. A plan to utilize flames on the battlefield began to take shape in his mind. Just as the cheers began to fade, a series of low, mournful howls from the warhounds captured everyone's attention. A youth from the Crabclaw Peninsula tribe, with the gaze of a wild wolf, entered the hall, leading 3 warhounds the size of calves, their jaws stained with fresh blood. Zoagutus of the Dragon-Tooth tribe. Zoagutus possessed a physique of bronze muscle and an exceptionally handsome visage, further distinguished by his silver hair and violet eyes. Good dog. Alyssyn casually tossed a leftover chicken leg to the largest warhound, but it paid her no heed. Attia turned his gaze towards Selmy, and the astute young master of the Setiga family quickly denied, "He is not of our Setiga bloodline. I have heard that the Dragon-Tooth tribe may be descendants of bastards from Dragonstone Island, for their tribal leader wields the Dragon-Tooth blade, a weapon only your Targaryen family can forge. Is that so?" With a newfound understanding of the situation, Attia gestured to Wolf Bladewood, who had awakened the talent of the Wanderer within the Phoenix Wing, instructing him to bring his massive bear to the arena. The arrival of 3 gigantic warhounds and an enormous brown bear immediately crowded the venue. Zoagutus slightly raised his hand, and the 3 great hounds immediately lowered their bodies, deep growls rumbling in their throats. Their sharp canines glinted like steel blades in the flickering candlelight. Wolf Bladewood patted the nape of the colossal oak shield, which slowly rose to its feet, its shoulders nearly level with those of an adult man. Its claws resembled curved daggers, and its pads were as thick as leather. With each step, the ground trembled ever so slightly. The aura of these fierce beasts seemed to render the air in the castle hall nearly palpable. All chatter ceased. Breaths were held, and even the Ash Shadow, who had been savoring delicious roasted meat in Seiya's arms, raised its head, its amber eyes fixed intently on the predators. Zoagutus merely waved his hand gently. The 3 gigantic hounds instantly fanned out, encircling the great bear like a wolf pack on the hunt, approaching from 3 directions. The black hound on the far left suddenly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the bear's hind leg tendon, a typical strategy of hunting dogs against large prey. The oak shield let out a furious roar and spun around, its massive paw sweeping down with the force of a gale. Yet, the cunning hound cleverly recoiled, allowing the paw to graze its back, pulling out a few tufts of coarse fur. Seizing the opportunity, the other 2 hounds pounced as well, one biting into the bear's flank to hinder its mobility, while the other clamped onto its foreleg, preventing it from wielding its sharp paw. At that moment, Wolf's pupils suddenly turned white, and the oak shield seemed to be imbued with some newfound strength, violently shaking its body and flinging the 2 hounds aside. One crashed into a stone pillar, whimpering as it rolled to its feet, blood seeping from the corner of its mouth, yet its gaze remained fierce. Zoagutus did not urge his hounds to continue their assault. Instead, he slowly drew a short knife from his waist. It was a silver-gray, curved blade, intricately etched with patterns resembling the runes of an ancient tribe. His gaze fixed intently on the great bear, he resolutely stepped forward, the blade glinting coldly in the firelight. The oak shield seemed to sense danger, disregarding the hounds and charging directly at Zoagutus. The charging bear resembled a battering ram, shaking the ground with each step. Zoagutus did not retreat. He crouched low and rolled to the side as the bear lunged, the short knife slicing through the bear's flank, leaving a shallow trail of blood. The bear roared in pain, turning in fury, its massive paw sweeping toward him. Zoagutus barely managed to raise his arm in defense, but was staggered back by the force of the blow, his arm instantly numbed. The 3 hounds, witnessing this, immediately leaped once more. This time, they did not disperse their attack, but simultaneously seized the bear's limbs, effectively slowing its movements. Seizing the moment, Zoagutus advanced, pressing the short knife against Wolf's throat, which was rolling its eyes in agony. "Do you surrender?" Chapter 37. Alicia's archery wolf, with the knife pressed against his throat, suddenly grinned. "Do you think this means you've won?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly leaned back, simultaneously delivering a kick to Zoagutus's knee. In a moment of pain, Zhaogutusi instinctively stepped back, allowing Wolf to completely free himself from his grasp. The yellow hound, seizing the opportunity, released its grip on the giant bear and lunged toward Wolf. Caught off guard, Wolf was bitten on the arm and dragged to the ground. The giant bear, enraged by this sight, let out a furious roar, breaking free from the bites of the other 2 hounds, and charged at Zhaogutusi, cleverly attempting to rescue itself by attacking the source of its troubles. Zhaogutusi swiftly rolled aside, yet the bear's claws still left 3 bloody gashes on his back. "Zhaoga!" exclaimed the wild men of the Longya tribe in astonishment. However, the injury seemed to be of little consequence to Zhaogutusi, who quickly rose to his feet. the grayish blade twirling in his hands, his gaze fierce like that of a wolf. He whistled, and the three hounds promptly adjusted their formation. The white and yellow hounds launched a fierce assault from either side, quickly restraining the giant bear, while the largest black hound circled behind Wolf, preparing for a surprise attack. Realizing the impending danger, Wolf abruptly drew a chain from his waist and swung it violently at the charging hound. The chain sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking the hound squarely on the nose. The most vulnerable part of the canine was injured, causing the black hound to yelp in pain and stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, the giant bear struck at the somewhat dazed Zhao Tusi with a powerful paw. Although Zhao barely managed to parry the attack with his bone knife, the force of the bear was far beyond that of an ordinary man, sending him stumbling back several steps and toppling a long table. "Yield, you wild brat," Wolf sneered, advancing menacingly, the chain swirling in his grasp. Zhao Tusi spat out a mouthful of blood, his fighting spirit undiminished. He seized a broken table leg from the ground and hurled it fiercely at Wolf. Although Wolf dodged to the side, Zhao took the opportunity to charge forward, thrusting his gray bone knife toward his ribs. Wolf hastily blocked, the chain entangling the blade, and the two were instantly locked in a struggle. The three hounds, undeterred by their injuries, leaped once more into the fray, with the white hound sinking its teeth into Wolf's leg, accompanied by the sound of cracking bone, eliciting a cry of pain from him. The enraged giant bear charged in, its massive paw and sharp claws sweeping indiscriminately. Zhao Tusi shoved Wolf aside and rolled on the ground, both narrowly escaping the frenzied assault of the giant bear. Enough! Count Saitiga finally slammed the table, declaring that if the fight continued, someone would surely be killed. The two men, panting and bloodied, separated, yet neither was willing to concede defeat. Attia slowly rose, a satisfied smile upon his lips, remarking, "Splendid." He turned to Zhao Tusi and Wolf, stating, "Friendship first, competition second. Let this day end in a draw. There will be ample opportunities for you to prove yourselves on the battlefield in the future." "Indeed, Your Highness," Wolf replied respectfully, quickly regaining control over the now somewhat crazed giant bear. As Zoagitus witnessed Wolf's acquiescence, he felt it inappropriate to persist in his bravado. Mimicking the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, he bowed to Attia and declared, "Indeed." However, turning back, he menacingly remarked to Wolf, "Nonetheless, we shall inevitably determine our superiority." Wolf, equally defiant, accepted the challenge with resolve. Subsequently, the youths of Crabclaw Peninsula continued to confront the Phoenix Wing, yet none emerged victorious thereafter. Out of 18 challengers, they achieved a commendable record of 4 victories and 1 draw. This was quite impressive, considering that Attia's Phoenix Wing had undergone rigorous training. Even teams of equal stature rarely triumphed over them globally. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation, a feathered arrow suddenly pierced the air, striking down a furtive servant against the grand entrance of the castle hall. The goblet in the servant's hand tumbled, spilling exquisite wine that began to emit wisps of white smoke upon contact with the marble floor. Poisonous. An eerie silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixated on the servant pinned to the door. The liquid oozing from the goblet corroded the marble, hissing like the claws of a cat, tormenting the hearts of those present. Alyssum maintained her archery stance, the bowstring still quivering slightly. Her keen amber eyes surveyed the hall, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. "Not just him," she said coldly, her voice low yet unmistakably clear to all. Count Sedig raised his eyes in disbelief, glancing at the slain servant, an unremarkable wine steward who had served in the castle for 3 years. "How could this be? An exquisite shot," Attia remarked with a smile, though her tone bore an undercurrent of seriousness. But how did Miss Alyssum discern it? Alyssum did not respond immediately. Gracefully, she withdrew 3 arrows from her quiver, knocking them to her bowstring. Before anyone could react, the arrows were loosed in unison. The first struck a seemingly ordinary maid. The second pierced the shadows behind the curtains, eliciting a muffled grunt. The third embedded itself in a wine barrel in the corner, its tip affixed with a venomous scorpion. Alyssum approached the maid to inspect her arrow. She had poisoned the candles while changing them moments prior. Turning towards the curtain, she remarked, "The second one bears an unmistakable malice." Behind the curtain lay a man in servant attire, his throat pierced by an arrow. The guards discovered a blowpipe and poison darts concealed within his sleeve. Finally, she pointed to the wine barrel, stating, "As for the third, the Sedig castle never procures Dornish red wine." The hall erupted into chaos. Count Sedigar's face turned ashen as he lamented, "Heavens above, when did our castle become a den of vipers?" Alyssum knocked another arrow, suddenly pivoting to aim at Aisha. A collective gasp echoed through the room. However, the arrow merely grazed his ear, striking with a sharp clang the dagger wielded by the fourth assassin leaping from the beam. Before the assassin could touch the ground, Alyssa's second arrow had already pierced his knee, while the third secured the other leg. A fourth. Alyssa sheathed her longbow, a cold smirk playing on her lips. The faceless man from Bravos had masqueraded as a gargoyle, lurking in the rafters for an entire night. She turned to Attia, unable to resist a jest. "Your Highness, your life is indeed quite precious." Attia, touching his ear stung by the arrow's wind, instead burst into hearty laughter. "You have truly opened my eyes." He approached Alyssa, bowing solemnly. "My guard could use a pair of keen eyes and a steady hand with the bow." Just then, a shadow suddenly leapt from Seisha's embrace, darting towards a shadow in the hall, where scorching dragon fire ignited a maid concealed in the gloom. In mere moments, her agonized screams transformed her into a charred corpse. "It seems my shadow is not lacking either." Seisha proudly stroked the shadow as it returned to her arms. Chapter 38. Departure from Crab Island. It appears my father's negotiations in Bravos have not gone smoothly. Attia tore away the face of the assassin who had fallen from the beam, discovering he was indeed a faceless man. The other assassins were not faceless men, likely spies from rival factions infiltrating Crab Island. Now they had conspired to launch an assassination attempt, but alas, they encountered Alyssa, a girl well-versed in assassination and the arcane arts of forest witches. Given such circumstances, no one had the heart to continue the revelry, and they dispersed. Attia instructed Oberon, one of the leaders of the Phoenix Wing, along with his 5 companions, to accommodate the newly joined 18 youths from Crabclaw Peninsula aboard a warship gifted to him by the Setigar family. While the likelihood of other factions infiltrating Crabclaw Peninsula was minimal, cautious navigation ensures longevity, so it was prudent to observe them for a time, considering the many secrets hidden aboard the Attia. With their castle transformed into a den of assassins, Count Setigar was furious, and all direct descendants of the Setigar family convened under the cover of night to orchestrate a thorough cleansing. For safety's sake, Attia, who had initially intended to spend the night in the Crab Island castle, returned to his ship, the Attia. He also brought back the bodies of the faceless men and the assassins. Upon docking at the beach, Attia ordered the Phoenix Wing to pile the corpses together before dismissing them. Attia gently caressed the young dragons, Haiyan and Poseidon, and said, "Let us behold the power that lies behind them, blood and fire intertwined, as the tale unfolds within the pages of a novel." With a chant from Attia, Haiyan and Poseidon suddenly felt their blood boiling within their veins. Upon the 7th recitation of Attia's incantation, the 2 young dragons sensed a latent force awakening in their lineage, prompting them to unleash torrents of dragon fire upon several corpses. To their astonishment, the flames emitted by Haiyan transformed into a silvery gray hue, with temperatures soaring by several degrees. The inferno quickly reduced the corpses to molten remnants. Meanwhile, the young dragon Poseidon exhaled a pale blue fire, of a quality far superior to that of ordinary hatchlings. Under the onslaught of their flames, all but the faceless one's remains quickly disintegrated into ash. Yet, as the bodies were consumed by the blaze, an extraordinary energy wafted from the flames, swiftly merging with the bodies of the 2 young dragons and Attia. A gentle warmth coursed through Attia, awakening a sense of vitality within his bloodline. In a daze, visions began to materialize before him. Gigantic serpents writhing in the ocean, venomous snakes and scorpions lurking in the desert, countless faces marked by pain, despair, and numbness. Alongside a burning tower of green flames, 3 monstrous figures, and a goddess weeping tears of blood. "Beware the monsters that dwell within the human heart." A youthful voice echoed within Attia's mind, jolting him from his reverie. Upon seeing Attia awaken, Haiyan swiftly consumed the remnants of the faceless one, fearful that he might intervene. Poseidon, on the other hand, lamentably feasted upon a few charred fragments of skull. The following day, nearly at noon, Attia finally roused from his slumber. A night devoid of dreams left him with an unprecedented lightness and vitality. Seeing Attia awake, Poseidon immediately flew onto his bed, his warm little head nuzzling against Attia's chest. In that moment, Attia realized that overnight, the little blue dragon seemed to have grown. On the floor, Haiyan joyfully swished his tail, and Attia discerned a hint of flattery in his expression. "Your Highness, Count Saitiga requests your presence," came the loud report from the Phoenix Wing stationed outside. Upon hearing the commotion in the cabin, "Very well, I shall attend at once. Your Highness, I am truly regretful for the events that transpired on Crab Island." Countess Saitiga expressed apologetically. "However, my guards have commenced a thorough investigation, and I trust we will soon provide you with a satisfactory response." "Madam, you are too kind. I bear no ill will regarding this matter. We are all family here, and as long as we can eliminate the threats on Crab Island, that is what truly matters. Attia truly did not take this matter to heart, for he had become accustomed to assassination attempts from a young age on Phoenix Island. After all, the Phoenix family, an outsider, had long monopolized the entire Stone Steppes archipelago, a crucial maritime thoroughfare, provoking discontent among various factions. In their efforts to target Phoenix Island, they had employed every conceivable means. However, Gaia and her subordinates, who managed to escape the turmoil of the Edition Chow, were no ordinary individuals. Countless shadow guards, assassins, and armed forces had been turned into fertilizer to nourish the flora of Phoenix Island over the years. Noticing that Attia was genuinely unconcerned, the Settiga family finally felt reassured. After all, the two families had only just forged an alliance, and their emotional foundation was still fragile. If this situation were mishandled, it could potentially fracture their relationship or even lead to enmity. After sharing a meal, Attia rose to take his leave, for there was a multitude of matters awaiting his attention in Stone Ruins City. Following the assassination attempt yesterday, the Settiga family lacked the courage to retain him. Nevertheless, the supplies and personnel promised to Attia were meticulously prepared as agreed. Caessia even personally presented the ancestral Valyrian dagger, Firefall, into Attia's hands. The Settiga family recorded that this dagger was crafted from a meteorite during the ancient Valyrian era by an ancestor of Settiga. The most remarkable characteristic of Firefall is its ability to maintain a constant temperature throughout the year, unaffected by changes in weather. It retains its warmth even in the frigid Arctic or amidst the blazing heat of a volcano. However, one must exercise caution, for wounds inflicted with Firefall are notoriously difficult to heal and will bleed profusely. An ancestral saying warns that if it is used to wound one harboring resentment in the heart, the victim will bleed to death. Yet, the wielder will also encounter numerous misfortunes, potentially leading to their own untimely demise. Observing Caesia's earnest demeanor, Attia harbored no doubts about his words and thus solemnly accepted Firefall. As Caesia had indicated, the dagger indeed radiated warmth upon touch. Furthermore, Attia could sense an overwhelming surge of magical energy pulsating within the dagger. However, this energy evoked a sense of foreboding, as if something ominous were about to transpire. It was only after sheathing the dagger that this peculiar sensation dissipated. Following another round of courteous farewells, Attia once again embarked on his journey. This time, the fleet was significantly larger, both in scale and manpower. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Attia felt an immense surge of ambition within, for he knew that Stone Ruins City would mark a new starting point for him. Attia. Chapter 39. The ominous Firefall today. The ruins of Stone Ruins City consist merely of the remnants of the once mighty king's tomb, now reduced to a large mound of earth. However, the mountains of the northwest shield her from the damp, cold air emanating from Ironship Bay, while the source of the Blue Fork River bestows ample hydraulic resources upon this considerable expanse of fertile plain. Thus, the climate around Stonehaven is temperate, and the land is rich, rendering it an exceptionally desirable habitat. Nestled amidst the towering ancient trees of the western mountains lies a wealth of wildlife, making it one of the favored hunting grounds of the nobility of the Riverlands. To the east, the Blue Fork River is recognized as one of the most bountiful regions in Westeros for freshwater fish species, attracting numerous fishing vessels daily. From Stonehaven, a day's ride leads to the crow's nest of House Blackwood. A journey to the bustling town of Riverrun requires merely a day and a night, while crossing the Blue Fork to reach Seaguard also takes just a day's ride. Following the Blue Fork eastward, one can reach Crab Isle on the eastern coast of Westeros in merely 2 days and a night. During these 2 days, Attia remained aboard the Attia, accompanying the 3 young dragons. To his astonishment, he discovered that following the previous blood sacrifice ritual, both Vhagar and Poseidon displayed a marked increase in appetite and growth rate. The once comparably sized Poseidon and Grey Shadow now exhibited a noticeable disparity in size. Vhagar, in particular, seemed to grow more distinct by the day. Attia estimated that if this pace continued, within 6 months, Vhagar would surpass Syrax in size. Given the abundant fish resources in the Trident, Vhagar and Grey Shadow hunted numerous large river fish daily. Although even roasted, these fish were insufficient to fill their appetites. Their inherent hunting instincts drove them to pursue their quarry relentlessly. Attia, utilizing his fire-forged dagger, skewered the large fish caught by Vhagar and the others, meticulously attuning himself to the subtle magical fluctuations emanating from the blade. Through extensive experimentation, he was astonished to discover that this fire-forged dagger not only caused the wounds of the large fish to bleed profusely, but also incessantly drew forth a chilling energy from their bodies. Could this fire-forged dagger be siphoning soul power? Attia suddenly grasped the terrifying potential of the blade. Consequently, he attempted to chant the blood sacrifice incantation, instructing Poseidon to ignite several large fish with dragon fire. As the fish were consumed by flames, a faint trace of sacrificial energy gradually infused into the fire-forged dagger, akin to sparks falling into a cauldron of oil. In an instant, the dagger erupted into ethereal green flames, enveloping him in an intensely frigid energy. Even with the searing fire magic safeguarding him, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Soon, even his thoughts seemed to freeze. In quick succession, vivid images of countless beings, both human and animal, before their demise flickered through Attia's mind, allowing him to viscerally experience their anguish and fury. Sensing something amiss, the astute Vagger swiftly knocked the fire-forged dagger from Attia's grasp, jolting him back to awareness. However, Attia felt that the magical energy within him had been entirely depleted, and an unfamiliar sense of weakness and powerlessness surged through his entire being. The once gentle breeze over the river now seemed to carry a hint of chill. His blade of annihilation could similarly absorb the souls of those he had slain, transforming them into pure energy to enhance both himself and me, its wielder. Yet, the firefall appeared to function oppositely, seemingly siphoning away even the wielder's strength. Observing the dagger now distinctly more formidable, Attia instinctively grew wary. It was no wonder that the bearers of firefall often encountered misfortune. Even a practitioner like himself, brimming with magical energy, was nearly drained by it. How could an ordinary person fare any better? Seated cross-legged upon the deck of the Attia, he closed his eyes to meditate. The cool, silvery moonlight and the tranquil surface of the water aided in accelerating his recovery of magical energy. Several hours had elapsed since the backlash from the firefall dagger, yet he had regained less than 30% of his magical power. The biting wind from the river still unsettled him, compelling him to tighten his cloak. To safeguard the numerous secrets aboard the Attia, he had dispatched other vessels into two groups, positioning them a few kilometers ahead and behind his ship. Thus, only he, accompanied by a few young dragons, 10 members of the Phoenix Wing, and several crew members from the island of Phoenix, remained aboard the Attia. Umga, the sea smoke, gently nudged Attia's arm with its nose, its lively amber eyes betraying a hint of concern. Recently, sea smoke had grown rapidly, now nearly the size of a small pony, its spines becoming more robust and shimmering with a silvery sheen under the moonlight. "I am fine, little one." Observing this remarkably sentient creature, Attia's heart softened, prompting him to affectionately stroke Sea Smoke's increasingly magnificent crest. The warm texture of its scales provided a comforting sensation that alleviated his discomfort. Poseidon and Grey Shadow were frolicking in the moonlit river, the two young dragons occasionally diving into the water to catch sizable fish, which they then roasted and devoured. Watching their joyful antics brought Attia considerable solace. Blessed by the blood sacrifice ritual, Poseidon had grown significantly larger than Grey Shadow, thus maintaining a dominant position during their playful exchanges. Yet, Grey Shadow's naturally gentle disposition disallowed any fierce rivalry, making it difficult for the assertive Poseidon to bully her too much. At that moment, Sea Smoke suddenly stood alert, having detected a peculiar sound. Its amber vertical pupils fixed intently on the misty expanse of the water. The number of vessels on the river at night was few, with only the occasional fishing boats and merchant caravans. However, the arrangement of several seemingly ordinary fishing boats in the distance was too orderly, almost forming a surrounding formation. Strangely, these boats lacked the usual fishing nets, and the movements of the boatmen appeared overly militarized. Something felt amiss. Attia struggled to rise, steadying himself against the ship's railing. His magical energy had yet to be replenished, but his keen instincts quickly alerted him to the perilous situation. It seemed that this shadow dagger was indeed not what it appeared. His intuition was soon validated as several fishing boats abruptly changed course, swiftly approaching the Attia. The fishermen aboard cast aside their disguises, revealing gleaming steel weapons and bows. River bandits, the vigilant Phoenix Wing, tasked with lookout duties, also sensed the disturbance and promptly sounded the alarm, readying for battle. In stark contrast to the Phoenix Wing's heightened state of preparedness, Attia remained remarkably composed. Though he was currently low on magical power and physically drained, with the protection of the sea smoke, no one could inflict harm upon him just yet. The adversaries numbered at least 20 or 30, all well-trained. The Attia, navigating the center of the river, was quickly encircled by them. A dozen arrows soared through the air, and Attia barely managed to sidestep, one arrow grazing his cheek before embedding itself in the mast. The sea smoke emitted a furious roar and immediately took to the skies. charging toward the approaching enemy vessels.